Oh yeah, James is first again already in the stream. So hope everything goes well. I'm not seeing any preview at the moment, so I hope the preview will appear. Here we go. We are back with the racing action. So final part of this 24-hour race here at Le Mans. And you see 7 hours 44 minutes remaining for this one. We have Evo leading this race, 1 minute 21 ahead of the 64 Corvette Syndicate Racing with Hide 64. And in P3 it's ORT with John D. Lost a little bit of time. We're already within 2 seconds. Yeah, 4-minute lap time. Probably a little off track. Then we are running with Lucas for Race Asylum. Sorry, I need to drink. So Lucas the 218 Lexus for Race Asylum in P4, and the third Race Asylum car in P5 with Lugi in that 77 McLaren, nearly 3 minutes behind. So we have 4 cars on the lead lap, then Lugi a lap and a minute down. And it's the number 13 entry, Sector 7 Racing with Ruzix in P6, Dan for AHR in P7. Another Corvette, so you can clearly see then the number 7 AMG Candyman back on track. In P9 it is Caplero for Loose Moose Racing, the third AMG car in this event. In P10 we have Last Minute Racing, the 45 McLaren La Bomba Negra. Yeah, 1 minute and 50 seconds. And that gap. Frosty from Australia in P11 in the Aston Martin. 25 seconds to gap to P10. We have Super Vedu for MRL in P12, 16 seconds in that BMW P12. The second MRL team in the Ford Mustang is back on track. And finally we have Adriano for the 999 car, Race Asylum's fourth team in that BMW. So the gap between Hide and John D is coming down again, so this should be the battle that will happen pretty soon. So we will stay with those twos for now. We have a car sitting in between Hide and John D. That's the number 13 AMG in here. So yes, we saw in the previous stint where we had like alliances between led cars helping the lead cars around, giving them slipstream, bump drafts, etc. So will we see something like that again in this stint. So yeah, we have just 4 cars on the lead lap, and there will be traffic and there will be some fast drivers being a lap down or whatever, but everyone can help each other throughout these races. It is, but you see, at the moment it looks like the AMG is not close enough to help Hidei, the 64 car. 1.5 seconds the gap now, but this could be now interesting. See, so now the 13 car is close behind, coming through the Dunlop corners, and Joundy trying to get that slipstream as well. So down to 1.1 seconds the gap, and we will ride on board and see Joundy's perspective. What's the 13 car going to do? Will they be moving out of the way? Will they bump draft the Corvette? There was a little bit of a draft going on, right? Yeah, see, oh, that's interesting, to put it at least. So now I think we are in a bit of a gray zone at this point, where the lapped car should move to the side and let Joundy pass, but they opted to bump draft the car in front. So sitting in between those 2 cars. So let's see how this ends up in the end. So no bump draft on that straight. So providing some slipstream assist now for the ORT driver. And I think now this would be a good opportunity for the 13 AMG to move to the sides before the braking zone, heading into Mulsanne corner. Let's see if they lift off. No, they're staying on the racing line. Oh, this, not sure if this was a good decision. Oh, they're just moving away from the racing line. So in the end, it's all good. Joundy gained some time on Hidei. The gap is under 1 second. And that was, yeah, DJ, that was something, yeah. Maybe a little bit too late, too close, but it worked somehow for the drivers. Alright. Now, out of Anarch corner, and let's see, 0.7 the gap, and coming down. Don't think Joundy will be close enough to go for a move into the Porsche curse. It will stay around that 6/10, maybe through the Porsche curse. He will gain some time. Yeah, Hidei completely missed the apex on the entry, loses him 2-3 probably. A bit of pudding probably for Joundy again. Not hitting those apexes, just stayed within the track limits on the exit of the karting assist, but now Joundy within half a second. He will be braking late for the Ford chicanes. First one, boom, tuck it in, brake, cut. As much as, oh, hits that sausage curve on the inside. Doesn't get the best run out of the final chicane. Still close though. Again, braking late for Dunlop. Again, hitting all over the place. Oh, this was close. Hidei just stays in front of the ORT driver. Now, do we see the move? No, still not happening. And we see that AMG right behind this battle for P2 overall. So what's the AMG going to do? Will we see a bump draft for the ORT driver? Oh, ORT decides to bump draft Syndicate Racing. Probably plays it smart. Do we see a late move into the first chicane? No. I think John D knows his Lexus is a sitting duck on the straight against this mighty Corvette. So he uses the slipstream and probably waits all the way until they reach Arnage and then the run up to the Porsche coast. That would be my guess. So it's definitely gaining on the straights with that slipstream for now. And he has 33 seconds to Lucas in P4, so he's in no rush, no hurry for ORT at the moment. Again, stays behind on those straights, brakes early, again pushes the Corvette, bump drops the Corvette all the way into Indianapolis now. And this is exactly what's going to happen. Let's see if he feels like going for a move. No, not yet. A little bit late. Oh, and it messes up the exit of Indianapolis, and this gives John the run before Arnage, and now uses his acceleration. For now, can he stay in front? So I think Hide decides to not fight this for now. So yeah, stays behind, and this laid out very nicely for both of the drivers, I think. But through the Porsche asses, it is like really obvious that Lexus in the hands of John D is such a strong car, and already opened up the gap to more than 1 second, flying through the 4 chicanes, gaining more time. Oh, and Hidden nearly loses it coming out of the final chicane. 1.2 now is will still stay with this and see the difference on the straight now. So that's 1.4, maybe, yeah, 1.67 with the exit of Tetre Rouge, and 1.7, 1.8, or good run for John D, who is 1 minute 27 behind Hide, and 1.9, nearly 2 seconds. Oh, and Hide ran wide. It's the penalty, probably. No, got lucky with it. 2.4 seconds, so this should definitely help John D to break away. Don't worry about the 2 cars behind, so we will cycle down the order with Lucas lipping the grass and Barry are just before the Tetre Rouge corner. Got lucky he didn't collect a penalty, and also no damage on his car, just a couple of scratches on this beautiful livery. So JP, if you're in chat, don't look that close now. In P5 it's Lugi for Race Asylum in the 77 McLaren. 3 minutes the gap. Then here's the 13 AMG. Again, we see this being a lap down and bump drafting the lead car down the straights. They know that Corvette is quick, no point in fighting it. And also don't put too much pressure on that lead car. I think they found a mutual agreement now to run together for a couple of laps. Then for AHR, under 15 seconds the gap to P6. Who knows what's going to happen? And we also have Candyman under 2 seconds the gap, so Candyman is the fastest driver on track at the moment. See that? Fastest lap of the stint so far. Definitely gained some time here and could see a battle for position, so let's stick with that one. Dirt kicking up there. Oh, we have a blue flag. What's the blue flag situation? No, it's just the marshals being very excited to greet the drivers with some random flags. Apparently. No, we have blue flags. Oh, blue flags. There is a car in front. I think it's a Race Asylum. BMW, yeah. So that's why we see a little bit of blue flags showing there by the marshals. And Candyman is catching 1.4, getting closer and closer. Let's do some onboard. A bit of a sketchy run out of the final chicane, but still gaining time on then. So should be within the slipstream range, should get a little bit closer under 1 second to really benefit from the tow, and has a good run through the Dunlop curves and down to a second. Good S's, and it's under 1 second, 8/10. Now Tetra Rouge, yep, that nailed that perfectly. A great run out of the important corner for the long straights now, and we have half a second and getting closer and closer to the AHR driver. Now it's stalling a little bit, but gets the chance again coming out of the first chicane on the straight. Early on the throttle, uses the traction, that grunt, that torque. 0.3, and now really in the strong area of the slipstream range. It's 0.2. Closer. Will we see a bump draft on the straight? Oh, he's trying to go for a move. No, not gonna happen at that point. But just made his intentions clear. Was like, hey, looks like I'm lapping quicker than you, so probably I should be leading at some point. And we might be seeing a move now heading into Mulsanne corner. He pulls along side by side, revving the nut out of it, has that inside line. I think Dan brakes early, yeah, lifts, doesn't fight it at all, and now tries to stay with Candyman and to bring that gap down to P6. 13 seconds. That is And I think they're a bit quicker than the drivers in front. So yeah, definitely 2 seconds per lap roundabout. Not sure about Ruzik's pace. Can they go quicker? Yeah, look at that. Here they got a penalty probably, so now he moves in front. Now we have again this weird situation where it looks like they are on similar pace. Will they work together despite the blue flags? Or this way, the upcoming laps. Oh, here they touch that wall. We'll have a look. See, no damage, but let's see. I think just, whoa, that was again big amount of luck involved in there. No damage for Hide. Oh, again close there on the exit, touch the gravel, but definitely loses some ground now to the AMG driver. And we have a look at the gaps. 30 seconds to Lucas. That is also coming down. Misses the entry of the Dunlop chicane. Takes the shortcut. And gets a penalty. Yeah, that was quite obvious. So, moving up the grid order, John D. We just saw a purple sector appearing. The gap between Evo and John D round about the same for now. 1 minute 27, 1 minute 28. Not much in between. So now constant lapping. I guess, yeah, Candyman improved the fastest lap. 54.4. So I think we have a look at the Sector 7 driver, gapped then 2 seconds, and then also with a penalty. So he is out of the slipstream for now. And we have again the Sector 7 cars running P6 and P7 on track, with the 7 car being 2 seconds per lap quicker at this stage. And then we have the big gaps. 2 minutes 30 between P8 and P9, 1 minute 20 P9, P10. Oh, Frosty in P11, 18 seconds. Okay, that's not too big. MRL Super in P12, nearly 30 seconds. At 2 minutes 45. Fish in P13, a long way, and Adriano running P14. But yeah, still good to see that all 14 teams, cars are still running. So what was the closest on track? I did forget, so we just cycle up the grid in case we missed something. It's a long day. It's a long day, so can't remember everything. That is, but I guess, yeah. So Dan and Candyman trying to open up that gap to Dan and closing the gap to P6 it is. 10.5 seconds, and coming down we also have the gap between Lucas and Hide. was around about 30 seconds, now down to 24. So Hide not with the best lap last time round. Let's see, it's over 4 minutes. It's 6-7 seconds off pace probably, and between Evo and John D it is status quo, 55-1, 56-1 last time round, so John D gained a little bit on that one. So this is currently the fastest driver on track, the 7 AMG. It also looks like the number 13 is picking up some pace now. So we haven't had the weather forecast on for a very long time, so we are going to do that now. Boom. So we are currently running stint 9, and you see the end of that stint, light rain on the forecast, which will carry over to the start of stint number 10. So definitely something to keep in mind, and it could get spicy around the driver swap. And then for the rest of this 24-hour event, we have like sunny conditions all the way. Still, we have random weather in between. We don't know what the game decides to do with us. But yeah, those are the predicted, pre-selected slots for you. So around the driver swap could get spicy again. And Candyman is on a mission, down to 10 seconds the gap, and he's catching up with Hide, trying to unlap themselves as well. Right, that will be interesting. So definitely quicker. Probably won't be staying behind. Where is Dan? Dan in P8, nearly 4 seconds down so far. Some say yes, some say no, yeah. I'm like, I have no clue, but I'm... I don't know. Changing my oil very, very often. But I don't trust it, like, if it's on BOP, that it doesn't have any effect, so... I'm like, yeah, I'll spend that 250 credits. That's totally worth it to be on the safe side. And we never know. Every game update, every patch could change this behavior. You never know. So, but be a good person. Treat your race car well, give it a wash, change the oil from time to time. It's not gonna hurt you, or you won't go bankrupt with that as well. Yeah, nobody knows the situation. So Candyman still quick around this track, got past Hide here, so Hide losing quite some time, nearly 20 seconds to P2, and Lucas in P4 is gaining from 30 seconds down to under 20 seconds. So with that pace, we could see Race Asylum 218, that Lexus, moving up to the podium positions again. But that 1 second penalty is definitely not gonna help with it. And Nick spending all of his money, like, new engine, yeah, come on, do it. Yeah, treat the car well. It's all good. Yeah, what mileage does your Corvette have, Nick? You know that by any chance? $9,000 miles. Yeah. I mean, it shows like 9,700 kilometers for Lucas. Lexus 7,600 for Evo's Corvette. So Evo not doing that many laps with that car by the looks. GTR is 28k, what? So no. And John D chipping away a couple of seconds. Here, so Evo taking it easy by the looks, not charging like crazy in those conditions. So 1, 2, 3. Still the same. Hide with the penalty, Lucas with the penalty. So the gap will probably stay around these 19 seconds. Lugi all by himself. 3 minutes behind his Race Asylum teammate. But also 23 seconds to the good. And here come the Sector 7 racing drivers, number 13 and the number 7. Number 7 is catching down to 8 seconds by the end of the lap, probably close to that 8 seconds. Again, a good lap. 3:55, then 56 for the HR driver. Loose Moose racing with Caplero. There is probably, yeah, the driver, like no one around him at this stage of the race. 230 in front, 125 behind. Could we see a battle between P10 and P11? Last minute racing, currently sitting in P10, but that Aston Martin is flying with Frosty. Yeah, definitely quicker over the last couple of laps. Under 10 seconds now. Remember that? Oh, but a little penalty. And then the two MRL teams, P12 and P13. And Adriano trying to get closer to Bish. 21 seconds. It was definitely bigger, that gap. So Adriano is also pushing to get closer to P13 and have a battle. Maybe towards the end of the stint, or give his teammate a nice battle for the next stint. And so we go back to this gap. 7.3. Candyman the first probably to catch his teammate, and also this one, so who will get closer. Looks like for me that it will be the Sector 7 racing team battle. 7 seconds roughly between those drivers, and then 5 seconds behind, trying to keep it steady now. A bit of this 58 on lap 9 didn't help. But now running in the 56s again could help him in the end. Maybe to be close to the other drivers. So you see Dennis on lap 12, racing lap 11. And he's a lap down. Well, more than a lap. A lap and nearly 2 minutes. So this means the leaders are already on the 13th racing lap. Chaundi with a little penalty, but gained another second on Evo. Slowly, steady gaining, and maybe Lucas is the one that's catching first. Also just run about 7 seconds, and I think the closing speed, so Hide is struggling, 4 minutes 7 in lap 12. Let's see, this lap looks to be a bit quicker, again still not below the 4 minutes. So definitely struggling. Also now that the tire wear, just realized it's 85-90% already for Hide. Or Lucas in that Lexus having 60% wear on it. So he's definitely catching big time here. Just have a look at this gap, 5.5. What's the difference in lap times? 58 last time around didn't help. Ruzik 56s, 57s, and Candyman, yeah, roughly 2 seconds a lap quicker. So yeah, it could be close between Candyman and Lucas, who will be the first to catch the driver in front. And we have a look at E10-11. That gap goes up to over 10 seconds. So I think this is not going to happen very soon. So we'll stay with Lucas down to 3 seconds. So Lucas is really gaining on Hide at this stage of this race, and they're also coming closer towards their pit stop window. Three seconds. Down, down, down. That's the motto currently. Yeah, hit his tires really dead, or yeah, close to that 90% of red showing on the HUD for me. And Lucas is 60% on that rear left. So again, the Corvette, those long straights definitely help to maintain a little bit of a gap, but as soon as it gets into the corner sections of the track, it is struggling. And John D gained another second on Evo. Evo with 56s, 57s. Also, the tire wear is high. For Evo, might be looking into pitting this lap already. Probably will suffer into one more lap. So definitely, now with the sun being out, the temperatures going up on track also has an impact on the tire wear. Oh, Porsche curves. Let's have an eye on that delta. It's coming down, 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 under 3 seconds probably. Just kept it within the track limits by the looks. It was decent run through the final sector so far. Now the 4 chicanes. And it hit that curb a little bit. 4 minutes 2, that's... yeah. Same as last time around, but struggling to get those sub 4 minute lap times in. So Lucas 2.7 seconds. We go to the sector 7 drivers, 4.5. They clearly see each other or know each other. Candyman sees his teammate on those long straights. And Lucas 2 seconds. Alright, how long will it take? End of this lap. Probably. Tire wear for hit it down to 95% now. But those long straights still being a kind of a lifesaver for the Dutch driver at the moment. Been doing 272 kph on that straight, and that Lexus was at 267, so that's a 5 kph difference on that straight. Yeah, James, might be close. So just 20 seconds between P5 and P6, under 4 seconds 6 and 7. And also James, here your teammate Dan in P8, 9 seconds. So we have 5 to 8, probably the closest potential battle group on track till the end of this event. And Lucas will be happy now that the long straights are over for this lap. So this is the part where he should be gaining, or runs a little bit deep into Arnage. Manages to bring it back onto the track without getting a penalty. Just lost a little bit of time. Probably will bring that gap back to 2 seconds. Also looking at Hide's tires now, might be a good point in the race to pit. The fuel is low, the tires are gone, so won't be surprised to see them pitting now. No, they're staying out for another lap. Evo did the same, has more fuel remaining, but lost 2 seconds again to Chaundi at the moment. Chaundi, most consistent driver on track. 1.5 now between Hide and Lucas. We have a look at the Sector 7 racing drivers. 1.8 seconds. So close, and more than 10 seconds to Dan in P8. Also Candyman and Chaundi, the two quickest driver. Then Evo probably, who is still chilling, taking it very easy. .6, nearly inside the slipstream range, and Lucas has the slipstream now on those straights. That is so helpful for that Lexus. That initial tow will help the RCF to stay with that Corvette for a longer time, gaining in that slipstream under 7/10. Now it's stalling and the Corvette is pulling a little bit. Yep. But still keeping it round about the 7/10. That's good news for Lucas, and should be still within that range heading into Mulsanne corner. And then maybe get the tow running towards Indianapolis. That sounds like a plan for the Race Asylum driver to get onto the podium position very, very soon. Oh, it is struggled on the exit of Mulsanne corner, and Lucas being close, playing it smart, I guess, pushing the Corvette. For now, gaining some time down that straight. It's technically not a straight, but it's flat out. Braking for Indianapolis again. Looks like Hide is struggling a little bit with those corner speeds. And now we could see the run for Lucas. Can he pull alongside? Use that inside line before the Porsche curves. He's trying. No, wasn't close enough. This time we see Lugi in the pits. The tires are dead on that McLaren. That's a bit early, probably. But I expect Hide had no chance through the Porsche curves, and the fuel is now really, really low, so Hide will be pitting this lap. Lucas' fuel also low. Maybe both are pitting this lap. We'll see. No, Lucas seems to have just enough fuel to get around one more time, so Hide into the pits. And also this one is now really close. Wow, what a timing. What a timing. So Candyman now with the run, probably. We'll see some team orders. Yep. Multi 22, no. Something like that. So we see team play now. So the 7 car gets in front of the 13 car. Also this 5 up to P5, and the 7 car is lower on fuel compared to the 13 car. The tire wear kind of equal, down to 95%. Hitting. Refueling to the max. New set of soft tires and away they go. So Evo is still running on those dead tires. But now the fuel, I'm looking at it and judging it, I'd say that's very close to run another lap. Probably we will see Evo pitting. Here we go. Yeah, lost a little bit of pace there. 58. John D still lapping. 56s, 55s. Gained quite some time, but is also low on the fuel now. This will be the in lap for the ORT driver as well. Lucas is also very low on fuel, so he will be heading into the pits soon. So Hide is in 4th. Candyman in P5 for now with his teammate. In P6 staying in that slipstream. Probably also we see pit stops happening now very soon. Dan cannot keep up with that pace at the moment. 57s compared to 55s from Candyman, towing along his teammate. So will we see the pit stops happening? John D into the pits. Yeah, the fuel was low. Candyman could do another lap. No, decides to pit. And his teammate is following. Both Sector 7 cars now in the pits. Where is Lucas? Should be coming in with 1 or 2 leaders by the looks of it. So in. One. All right. So Evo on the outlap, 1 minute 16, the gap before the pit stop. Now John D out on track. Again, let's wait for the delta to update. It's 1 minute 15, gained another second. Lucas will stay in P3. Hide still has a nice gap, 3 minutes to P5. And Lugi and Candyman Lugi 58. Candyman was lapping 55, so 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds a lap. That would be within the next 6 laps. We could see a battle for position between Lugi and Candyman. Rosiks in P7, just outside of the stream, and a 0.5 second penalty. So we will drop out of that range. Dan Can he close the gap to P7 now for the remainder of this stint? That's the big question. Keplero still running on the first set of tires, going for the overcut in P9, P10 and P11. Gap has come down to under 10 seconds again, but it's still big enough. 8.4 at the moment for this one. Another 44 to P12 to the MRL BMW. And then we have 3 minutes to the Mustang and just under 5 seconds between Bish and Adriano. Adriano in that 999 BMW for Race Asylum is definitely catching. And looking at the lap times, so Bish hovering around the 4 minutes and Adriano is definitely sub 4 minutes every lap. So we should see the Race Asylum driver moving up a position very soon. It is so. I think this will be the closest on track, right? Again, I'm forgetting things that happened 30 seconds before. Oh, I just spotted that Adriano is on dead tires and will be pitting now, so a bit of an offsetting strategy. Bish took care of his tires and fuel. But they will have to pit P10 and P11 also in the pit. 7.5 the gap between those cars. So we'll have a look at then. 11 to 12 seconds, not changing too much here currently, despite the 13 car having to serve a penalty on the outlap. Did then also serve a penalty. 4:28, 4:29, yeah, a little bit quicker, but not by much. So let's have a look at the gap between Candyman and Lugi. 12.9. That is going down, this gap. So yeah, we had, or my prediction was 5 to 6 laps until we see that battle. We're on lap 18, so let's try to remember, not about lap 23, we should see those two cars running close to each other. So we haven't been covering Evo so far during this broadcast. Stint number 9. We'll run a little bit with the current race leader. 1 minute 15 the gap to P2. Third and fourth. Oh, that's a good shout, Ray. Under 5 seconds. But I think that Lucas is pulling away. But he did put in a good lap time. 3 minutes 57 on lap 18. I think Lucas has a little bit more pace, more consistency in him. to stay in front of the 64 Corvette for Syndicate Racing. Yeah, is up to a personal best at the moment. So I think we won't be seeing a immediate battle happening. So back to where we were, Evo with a personal best 55.4 on lap 19. And we wait for John Dee's lap time after the pit stop. A little bit down, should be quite close to Evo's lap time. 55.4, 2/10 down on his personal best. 55.3, 55.4 predicted lap time for the 46 ORT car going through the Ford chicanes. And see if he keeps up with that 55.5. Alright, that's basically the same lap time as Evo, 1/10 slower. And yeah, that gap between Lucas and Hide is going up. 5.5. Hide and Lugi still separated by more than 3 minutes. And then let's see Lugi with a personal best going through Tetre Rouge onto the long straight. We'll watch Candyman doing the same. There is some good speed, even better through Tetre Rouge. Rusix and Dan also quite evenly matched on pace at the moment. The gap's still around those 11 seconds from what I can tell. So Caballero still all by himself in P9, and it's getting closer between Last Minute Racing, the 45 McLaren, and the Aston Martin Rusty versus La Bomba Negra. 5 seconds-ish at the moment. And also Super Vedu in No Man's Land, 52 seconds at 3 minutes to gap to Bish. His teammate, so Bish pitted, and Adriano 1.7 seconds just behind the MRL driver. So this is actually then the closest battle for position on track. We'll get a little bit of onboard action from that BMW. And now Adriano close inside the slipstream. Good exit out of Anache. Under 1 second the gap. We could see a battle of opposition. Oh, but we also see blue flags. Who is blue flag? That's the Aston Martin, right? So I'm pretty sure Adriano wants to get past Bish now very quickly. And he's close, he is close. Good run through the 4 chicanes. Nice run. And would he get the run? That Mustang now has the legs. Can they stay in front coming through the kink? Yes, they can. Slide lift. Now again a nice run out of the Dunlop chicanes. You also see here is Frosty and blue flags now. It's always like a tricky situation. 2 cars in a close battle and a faster car approaching. So there was definitely no room to get past. Now the Aston Martin pulls alongside. And Adriano lifts a little bit. And we'll probably now will bump drop the Aston and get closer to that Mustang again. Yeah. That's happening, braking for the first chicane. Probably doing the same for the second part of the straight. He hopes to slip through. So what's Frosty up to? He's going for it, and here we go. Adriano takes the opportunity, uses the slipstream. Oh, and closes that gap. Look at that. Oh, he's racing the Aston Martin. Feels like he has more pace now that he's in clean air. We'll see how that goes. He has a little gap now, that's for sure. But can he keep that distance? It looks like it is okay for now. As soon as the Aston Martin is getting closer, within, I don't know, 2-3 car length consistently, then Adriano has to give up the position. Or the track position, let's call it that way. But it looks like Adriano has some pace. Let's have a look at the lap times. So 56 is 57 for Frosty. That's round about the same that Adriano is also capable of doing. So maybe we'll see an alliance again between 2 cars on a different lap count. I mean that Aston Martin should be okay with having the slipstream on the straights from that BMW. So could be a win-win situation. And Adriano had a good run out of a Nash corner, so it's definitely more than 3 car lengths now. Tries to break free. The pressure of that blue flag is still there. He knows he has to pull a gap, and is it going to happen? The Aston Martin strong through the Porsche curves. The exit of it brings back that gap a little bit. Adriano is committed through the 4 chicanes. and crosses the line with 1.5 seconds maybe to the good. I think that's just okay to keep on racing. So let's have a look at the gaps, Evo and John D. So Evo found the pace now on that second half of this stint. It's quicker than John D at the moment. Lucas versus Hide gap went up to 7.6 seconds. Currently Lugi also gaining time on Hide and losing time to Candyman. Candyman versus Lugi, so the projected lap 23 battle is not going to happen. So Lugi found definitely another gear with 56s, 57s, but also Candyman with a purple sector time. Oh, will we see a new fastest lap of this stint? 9 seconds to his teammate, and then 10 seconds, gained 1 second roughly over the last 10 minutes. So we'll stay with Candyman. I think that still is interesting to see. We saw some purple. We'll see if he continues this trend. A bit wide on the exit. 3/10 down, not purple anymore. Still up for a good lap. Under 8 seconds now between Candyman and Lugi. And we go back to Adriano. Still blue flags are showing. Similar pace from both of the drivers, so don't think that Frosty is being impeded by Adriano driving in front of them. Good morning, Ost. I say rewind the stream and watch what happened during the night. A bit of drama, definitely. So we had the rain there where Evo was just like putting the hammer down. The same goes for Simon. Those two were gaining massively on the leaders. And then on the previous stint, the race leaders, ORT, they disconnected. So they had a 30-second lead and are now more than 1 minute behind the leaders. Still on the podium, but yeah. That's about the summary of the night from the top teams, top drivers' perspective. And Candyman is catching and catching and catching, chipping those hundredths and tenths away on every timing, sector, delta update, whatever. But a little bit of a poor run over the chicane, so loses a little bit on the straight. Oh, and we have a disconnect. Dan disconnected. Ah. Little bit of drama again. So Dan disconnected on lap 22, was roughly 10 seconds behind P7, so that should be 5 minutes 50 seconds behind the leaders. So that as a rough gap from what I could tell, I'm pretty sure they will get it. Somebody, you're lucky here, James. Okay, so you were up, had to be in that fight for P5 and then that bloody disconnect. Oh well. That's definitely a setback. Pretty sure you will keep P8 for the rejoin, but you will lose a couple of seconds. For this one. So when will Candyman get into the slipstream range of Lugi under 6 seconds? With that pace, we could see it just happening before the end of the stint. So speaking of the end of this stint, so roughly 30 minutes to go for this one. And let's have a rundown. So Evo managing the gap now. 1 minute 17 to ORT. And we have another minute to Race Asylum. Number 2, 218 Lexus. 13 seconds to the 64 Corvette. Syndicate Racing it is. Just under 3 minutes then the gap to Lugi. So you see the top 4 cars are on the lead lap and Lugi is more than a lap down. Under 5 seconds now, the gap between Lugi and Candyman. Candyman again with a great first sector purple. Good run for the American driver. His teammate not able to keep up with that pace. Still good consistency in that AMG in P7, and yeah, that's my luck. Collects a track limit penalty for running wide on Tetra Rouge, but he wasn't the first one. He won't be the last one there to get a penalty. In P8, it is Loose Moose Racing, nearly 3 minutes behind P7, and has nearly 1 minute and 30 seconds gap to Last Minute Racing. And Frosty is still gaining with the help of Adriano. There was showing some good lap times, 57s all around. So I'm pretty sure that Adriano is looking to get past the McLaren driver. Don't think Adriano wants to be involved in that upcoming battle for P9 for position on track. So the best thing probably will be for Adriano to fly past that McLaren and then open up a little gap to not interfere with it. Again, interesting situations with a fast car being at least a lap down. So how to react in those situations? That's a weird loop-like situation, right, for Adriano? Sitting right in between this battle being... Where's Adriano sitting? 3 minutes. Yeah. A lap down. Frosty with that penalty. And Adriano is getting closer to the last minute racing. Number 45 McLaren. Now Frosty serving the penalty. 2.67, maybe going up to 3 seconds before the Porsche curves, and so there is some pressure for La Bomba Negra, but not from his rival in P10, but from a lapped car that wants to get past. Again, interesting situation. And Adriano with a great run out of the final turn, the final chicane is close. Maybe pushing the McLaren now down the straight. We'll have a look at that. Frosty gained all the time back. He lost while serving the penalty. So looks like La Bomba is struggling a little bit through the first sector. Now really gets a little bit of help, a little bit of a bump draft. Maybe Adriano is trying to. He's not close enough for the first part of the straight. But let's see for the second one. Getting a good exit out of the chicane. And this now could be bump drafting all the way. No bump draft, just staying behind. So it's now time maybe to go for the move. Yeah, I'll be right back with P5 and 6 in a second. Just want to see this tricky situation here. So Adriano's staying behind. So P5 and P6 down to 3.3 seconds. So we'll be there very soon, and we'll have a look at this one. Again, a bit of an awkward situation for Adriano. What is gonna happen? Again, the gap between La Bomba and Frosty stays round about those 2 seconds. Lugi with a 1 second penalty. This is crucial now. This is crucial. 1 second means roughly 2 seconds time loss when serving the penalty. And 2.3, 2.2, something like that. Candyman kept it clean so far. So we could see that swap of positions between Lugi and Candyman at the end of this lap. You're also getting closer to the driver swap and also getting closer to the predicted light rain that should be appearing for the final 10-15 minutes of racing in here. Now it will be getting interesting again towards the end of this stint. We see the cloud cover. Oh, and then Candyman also gets the penalty. No, this should not have happened for the Sector 7 racing driver. So with that 0.5 second, I think Lugi will just stay in front for this lap, of course. Two seconds. Alright, so if Candyman get that gap down to 1 second, then maybe he has a chance of getting past Lugi. Mulsan corner, no drama on the exit. And yeah, Candyman gained 1.7. Alright. Maybe it was a too early call from my side here. Candyman with the run. 1.6, exactly what he needs. They will be approaching the penalty zone very, very soon. Taking for Indianapolis. Lugi a bit wide on the exit. 1.5. Alright, so now Lugi serving the penalty. Will be forced to slow down. The same goes for Candyman. So Candyman will be within the slipstream range. 0.7, 0.5. Oh, that 1 second is really harsh. Look at that. That 0.5 nearly did nothing. Wow. And Candyman moves up into P5 for now. So in the end, that 0.5 second penalty didn't do much harm. So now, can he open up the gap early to get out of that slipstream? Looks like Lugi's tires are 75% down. Candyman's tires 50%. So also tire advantage to the AMG. 1 second and gaining. So it looks like a done deal for Candyman. We'll keep that P5. And we see darker clouds on the horizon. This should get interesting. And Lugi just has the lower end of the slipstream down the straight, so probably staying within that 1.5 second gap. Yeah, gaining a little bit down to 1.4. That's crucial, and it's cloudy all over this track. Now 1.8. Now Candyman is gone outside of the slipstream, and just in time for GT45 Gaming to join us again to get ready for the driver swap. I saw your link. Thank you.
Alright,
So-
hello everybody, we are back, and
So,
bear with here, my
yeah,
computer
so
is very hot right now, so it may have some difficulties here over the next few minutes, but we are back, so
yay!
give us a breakdown here. I've been a little bit out of touch here, we were just getting
A little
some
bit.
nourishment in us.
So it's pretty much overcast now. So we have the forecast light rain towards the end of this stint, and again then for the start of the next stint. This is like the spicy part, and we have Evo and managing the gap 1 minute 16 to ORT in P2, and another minute and 7 seconds to P3 at the moment. So we have 4 cars on the lead lap still. And then we had a nice battle for P5. Sector 7 Racing moved up the order. Oh, and Lugi crashed. What? What happened to Lugi? Missed his braking point coming into Indianapolis by the looks. But no damage, no damage. How did he manage to do that? Let's wait. Oh, lost the car under braking the rear. And then does some magic. Some witchcraft to not hit the walls. Wow.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a horseshoe there, hiding somewhere in that racing car, I think.
Alright. Good stuff though. So yeah, we'll just integrating your stream again on my feed. Alright, that's sorted for now. So yeah, leaders on lap 28, so 3.5 laps to go in this stint. So that's 3 times 4, 12 and half a lap. $13 minutes, 14 minutes maybe. So running really good on the schedule as well. So nice work by the admins for judging the stint length here. Good stuff, definitely. And yeah, the big question is, will it rain? And if, how much will it rain?
Well, you know, I can go get a sneak peek at that, I suppose. If
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
take a look at the weather radar for the last 60 minutes here.
We usually had like the start of the stint when we had rainy conditions being reset. It rained for both of those stints so far. So maybe we will get a rainy start again.
Judging by what we're seeing on the weather radar here currently, we've definitely got a probability of rain coming in the early part here of the stint by the looks of it. How intense that moisture is going to be is hard to say, but it sure seems to be socking in the racetrack. It doesn't look like there's any way around it. So at some point, I think, here in the next, I want to say 45 minutes of the race, I think the viewers can expect to see some weather changes in the race based off of what we're seeing from the weather information anyways.
Definitely, so don't go anywhere. So we are approaching
Or
the
now
final
is
6
time
hours,
to,
yeah.
make that potty break and refresh your coffees or cooler beverages if it's a little bit later. I know over there in Australia and that part of the world, it's definitely getting to be about happy hour time for some of our adult viewers. So whatever the case may be, make sure you've got everything restocked because we got almost at the 6 hours remaining mark, which means the teams are starting to get serious and the racers are really starting to think about what's going to happen over the next 3 stints.
It is, and if you have made it that far, don't stop now, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, what happened to our... There it is. Not sure what happened there, but it's all right. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here where I'm at almost, so the brain may slightly be off kilter.
Just think positive, right?
That's
2 hours and a bit to go, and then you can go to bed and take a well-earned rest. Oh, we have a battle for P9 actually happening on track now. So that setup, we saw that earlier with Frosty gaining on La Bomba, and now they're running within half of a second. And yeah, it's dark. It's dark. We see the headlights on the cars. Definitely no more sunshine.
Ooh, a little dirt kicked up there from the BMW driver.
Yep. Trying to distract the fighting couple behind. And they're gaining on Adriano again, so he's in the way, he lost so much momentum out of Anash and heading into the portrait curves, and he stays in front. This wasn't handled that well, not gonna lie, after serving the penalty probably. So probably both La Bomba and Frosty not happy with that move. We saw that Adriano is definitely as quick as the other two drivers, but with that little mistake, they should have gotten out of the way, in my opinion. It definitely will be spicy now with this one. Frosty with a great run out of the final chicane. Aston versus McLaren. Oh, a little bit of contact. Can La Bomba? Yeah, he stays on track, keeps position for now. Frosty going for another attempt, and now moves down the inside into P9 for now. Let's watch it again. We saw that little contact happening between the drivers, and then compromised run through the Dunlop chicane, which gave Frosty the run and the move into P9 for now. And already gained a second on it. So we have a look at the leaders on lap 29. The end of lap 29, that is. So it is 2 more laps to go, and it's really overcast now. I'd like to see a little bit of rain. Game, please.
I can imagine what the racers are thinking right now. As those commentators in the booth are just begging for the skies to unload on the poor drivers. I can't, maybe that's why my ears ring so much in the booth. Maybe perhaps it's all those sentiments that I love to send to Mother Nature. But the weather radar gave us a hint that we might see some wet conditions, and it's not going to disappoint. To what extent, we're not sure yet, but it's definitely not going to disappoint.
I mean, yeah. Again, timing probably. So we had it like in one of our stints where we had the driver swap where the leaders got lucky, but finished their last lap in dry conditions, and then the next stint started soaking wet. And also the other drivers that weren't on the lead lap, they caught up with a little bit of rain on their final lap. You even saw drivers pitting for intermediates because they had this rain showing on their radars. So yeah, this is also like timing is everything. So a little run through the grid. Lugi in P6, 3.5 seconds in front of the number 13, Rusix at that point. So just close, and Frosty stays in P9 for now. La Bomba Negra 1.5 seconds, still within that slipstream range, and they will be running for a couple of laps in this lobby. They are 10 minutes down, so they will probably catch some rain if it rains compared to the leaders. Also interesting to see. So we have a look at Evo, who is approaching the Mulsanne corner on lap 30 it is. So I'm gonna prepare the driver swap scenario again. Don't wanna miss out on those, of course, so I should.
Absolutely. I mean, races can be, in this situation now, as we're nearing basically the last quarter of our race here, we're into the last quarter of our race here now. The driver swaps and the pit stops here, ever so crucial now for our teams, because you do not even want to lose a millisecond of time in pit lane here.
Not at all, yeah. In those closing stages of this 24-hour event, closing stages in quotes, like still 6 hours to go, but yeah, you think you get what I mean. So, alright, the swap is ready on my side. So we see Evo through the Porsche curves. We'll be starting the final lap of the race very soon. It's still dry here. Don't see any wipers running on the cars at the moment. So again, they might get lucky and the rain won't be hitting the track. So through the 4 chicanes he comes and starts the final lap of stint number 9. John D in P2 gained a little bit on Evo, 1 minute 13 the gap, so it was hovering around the 1 minute 15 mark, down 2 seconds, 1 minute 10 to Lucas in P3, and he is just ahead of this fighting group. Interesting as well, with quick drivers behind him. They want to unlap themselves probably. We have Frosty in that Aston showing some serious pace for the closing stages of this stint. Blue flags, but this is also weird. We have Lucas running P3, then we have Frosty in P9 trying to unlap themselves, and we have Adriano running in P12, also really close, a couple of laps down. So what's going to happen here? That's a weird racing situation again. We see bump drafting, but not sure who's bump drafting who. crazy things happening in here. And we have to leave this, but in a moment. We don't want to miss the driver swap for the lead cars, of course. So we see Chaundi also now on the final lap. Evo 1 minute 30 into his lap, so we still have run about 2 minutes, so we can stay with this racing situation where Rusty lost a little bit of time Adriano moved past him again. And La Bomba within 1 second again of the Australian driver. So again, interesting race situation, and we will probably see more of this situation after the leaders have pitted for the driver swap. Rain! I hear rain in the chat. So the lobby sees some rain now. Where is the rain? On the track? Let's see. Don't see anything for Evo. Evo might get lucky. Let's see on which part of the track we have some rain. No, no. No? Or was it just begging for rain? I don't know. Maybe. Or is it the next lobby? Or I don't know, I'm confused. So I don't see any rain on the track so far. Maybe rain on the radar. Or whatever. Is it too late? I don't know. So we have Evo now. Comes around the Arnage corner and running up towards the Porsche curves. So now we get ready for the driver swap scenario again for the 10th time. I think it is. No, 9th time. Yeah, 9 to 10. It is a long day, so don't quote me on that. Here we go. Evo coming around the cutting S's, and we'll be heading into the pits. Lost 2 more seconds to John D, so it will be probably 1 minute 10-ish. And now heading into the pit lane, and here we go. We bring up the driver swap window for you again. We'll stay with John, and I'm going to prepare the full screen mode again.
Alright, so we have viewers in the chat talking about rain. We do have some moisture registered here on the racetrack, so there was most certainly some moisture here as the drivers were finalizing that final lap for driver swaps. I think the drivers that are getting ready to pit have just missed that rain on the racetrack, so I think a very brief shower on the early part of the racetrack here, as we have a very small amount of moisture registering on the racetrack as ERA's Nick comes out first out on track here to start our almost 18-hour mark here in this 24-hour race. So a small amount of moisture on the racetrack, which will give the drivers a small amount of difficulty to contend with early on here, and still very overcast here in the skies over Le Mans.
And so we see John D now approaching the pit entry as well. So P2 into the pits. We have to wait for another minute or so for Lucas to hand over to his teammate. Still like no rain showing at the end of the stint for stint number 9, so I think the drivers will get lucky, most of them. Again, little run through. Did we miss anything? No gaps are settled as it looks for this changeover. And yes, stint 10 is underway. That's correct. You should see it in the small window here on the broadcast. And we see Lucas now arriving at the pit entry, swapping over to his teammate. So into the pits they go, the 218 Lexus. Now, boom. So 3 cars in, 10 still on track, waiting for the swap to happen. Next up, it's the 64 on completely red tires, by the way. Suffering crazy times now, but it's just a couple of corners left for Hide. Whoa, sideways or the exit of the karting SS. What a display of driving skills. Wow. Drifto action. Alright, here they enter the pits. Also, then we have to wait for 2 more minutes, so I will, like, you can comment a little bit on stint 10 action. What do you see on track?
Well, I mean, right now everybody's just kind of come out in their line. We still have Nick here, a minute 13 ahead of ORT's Neos. So Team ORT here moving up another spot since their disconnect there in stint number 7, I believe it was. Slowly but surely trying to make their way back up to the front of the field here. But a minute 13 is the gap right now, and the race is starting to kind of run away from our race teams here now. So that gap, I'm sure, is most certainly on the minds of Team ORT here right now, but it is Neo behind the wheel of the car, and we have seen Neo put in some very quality stints here so far in this 24-hour race. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's got. We've got R.A. Honor in for Race Asylum 2 here, and they have got themselves back up into that final podium position. A minute 10-11 here now in behind Neo, and a solid 47 seconds ahead of Kemp right now, who is driving for Syndicate Racing Team here, the 64 Corvette, who's just come out of pit lane there about a minute ago, and not sure what that gap is to the next driver, about 2 minutes.
2:25, yeah, that's a big one. But the track is dry for you, or a little bit of wet?
It's starting to now. We did have a little moisture when our leader came out, but it seems like the track has started to dry up since, so unfortunately, the rain did not stay. It was very short. It said hello, and it ran away very quickly here as the drivers got settled in to start the stint. So, I mean, the drivers did have to make a tough decision there. They did have to make that decision. Are we going to go on the slicks, or are we going to go on the mediates? So they were probably watching that weather radar very, very closely. And new comms are on a bit quiet.
Yeah. They had a little bit of a preview, so they should know what they could expect in the practice. So I guess that everyone is on the softs, on the slick tires. But yeah, we see now P5 heading towards the pit entry. So it will be this number 7 car. Heading it over. And in.
All right. That will change shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Once we flip over to the small screen into the big screen, the audio will change slightly, so just bear with here. I'll do the best I can to bring the volume up on my end just a little bit here, but we are waiting for Slipstream just to leave here as his teammate has come across the line, and the other Sector 7 racing team now just coming in shortly behind as well.
Yeah, number 13 is in, and Lugi another 11 seconds behind also. 77 McLaren now in. So then we have a next big gap, nearly 3 minutes.
Driver here. I believe the one Mercedes without the livery that's showing up here is our other Sector 7 racer, but I could be wrong here. We'll wait and see here in just a moment's time, but one livery not showing up on the screen here, or maybe we're seeing what we're supposed to see, we're not sure, but again, potentially a game glitch, something that's typical of Gran Turismo 7, and every once in a while, sometimes you just don't see a paint job show up. Oh, it was not. Maybe we had the wrong driver. We got the AHR driver out here. Little Nicky is out in the McLaren here as well. All right, so we're a little bit off the ball there on my end of things, but
AHR disconnected. Yeah, so that's why.
That's right. I forgot about that. All right, so we're just kind of keeping an eye on things here. We got our McLaren out. We should be seeing the other Mercedes out here shortly.
They should have been released. Oh, it's the. Are we missing on another Mercedes? No, no. Maybe they fell asleep, so that. No. It is the Loose Moose Racing team. So all good.
Ah, okay.
So this is the one we are waiting
we
for.
Don't have a. Unfortunately, we do not have the livery showing up, so it's very hard to determine exactly which of the Mercedes that one is.
We should have both of the Sector Sector 7 Racing AMGs out on track already.
We'll go through real quick and just make sure here. We got a Corvette, we got Mercedes. Yes, we do. I just missed one of them come out there. That's more on me, I think, than it was anywhere else. And now we got an Aston Martin. Looks like that's going to be next to come out on track here, and that is Shoshin. Shoshin Throttle Racing. It's a very interesting name. I'm very curious to know what Shoshin means. If one of the teammates would love to fill me in there, I'm sure it has something cool in behind it.
Yeah, pretty sure. Some awesome meaning behind it, but I don't know as well. It sounds Japanese, something like that. I don't know.
Intriguing. It's always intriguing.
Yeah.
It's something that you're not sure of. That's
yeah. Correct. So we see now Loose Moose Racing approaching the driver swap, and then I'd say we have another 1 minute 20 remaining. I will then go full screen for stint number 10. Alright, so I'm gonna transition now.
Alright, so just waiting for our number 51. For our number 51 Aston Martin here now to take his position on the track. After a driver swap here, the crew will change some tires, potentially fuel up this race car some more, and the driver will head on out and continue on here at the 18-hour and almost 12-minute mark now of our 24-hour race here tonight. Welcome in, everybody. Jaeger, what a legend this guy is. I mean, in the booth, in the production team, a huge shout out for this man. He still has a voice, so hey.
Yeah.
And we'll be seeing him again here, I believe, right after this next stint here in the booth from myself and
Stint 12. It will be stint 12. We bring it.
The man gets a
So
genuine
11.
break.
We have Webbo.
Oh,
we have Webbo
right.
joining
Excellent.
us for 11. So yeah, a little rest for me now. Can just do something for my voice, like. And yeah, we'll be back in roughly 3 hours.
Roughly about
And
3 hours.
40 minutes, whatever. You will hear when I'm back.
That's right.
with you.
And
So yeah,
and don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to bring the fat lady singing voice for the end of the race for everybody too. Don't you worry.
definitely.
All right,
All
ladies
right,
and gentlemen.
so have a good stream.
Cheers. Thank you as always, and we'll see you at the finish line. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am your host for the next couple hours, GT45 Gaming, and I believe Nolander Gaming is still with us here in the booth. I see him in the chat, but...
yes, sir, indeed, my guy. Just waiting on the queue in.
Look at that. What a legend here. Nolander only anticipating on coming in here for the first two commentary stints, but I think that the action has been so great on the racetrack, he just could not help himself but take that opportunity to get that last couple hours in the booth here. So we love to see it. So welcome back. And boy, oh boy, what a race we had here. A little bit of rain to start the stint off with, but it dissipated very, very quickly. Brace on. 6 hours to go. The teams are now looking to set up that final push, and the usual suspects are still leading the charge here. We're still waiting for some of the teams to get out of pit lane from those driver swaps, but it is ERA Nick leading the charge here with a 1 minute 15-second gap. So might be a little early to start throwing out predictions here from the commentary booth, but based off what you've seen here so far today, I mean, who's your shortlist?
Oh boy, howdy. Well, I'll tell you, since the unfortunate disconnect with earlier with ORT, it's Team ERA is looking really super strong. I see Lucas had himself a fantastic stint and got them back up into P3, and really at this point in the race, you said it yourself, man, 6 hours to go. A lot can happen in 6 hours.
Absolutely, and I mean, we seen ERA's Nick take the track here in our last stint here in the booth as well, and boy, did he put on a clinic on how to open the gap up. So we see him back out here again at the 18-hour mark, and you know, we've seen the impressive drivers list here from Team Esports Race Asylum. this weekend at Le Mans. You know, you'd think that, wow, this is a pretty heavyweight driver to be tossing out with 6 hours remaining, but, you know, this is only one of the very strong components of this racing team.
Yeah, for sure. How's the lobby looking? Pretty stable? Is there an open spot? Shall I join, or you just want me to go off you? Or
Let us. We got 14, so I'm going to say currently it is full with the race director in lobbies. So in the meantime, we will just have to sit tight. I do apologize to the viewers. My stream may potentially be just slightly skipping frames right now, but the computer is running a little bit hot, so we're hoping it's going to hold out here for this last stint. But keep me updated in the chat if something is going awry. We can definitely make some adjustments to try and settle things down for all the amazing viewers tuning in, and of course welcome in. So purple lap here coming from ERA Nick very early on in the stint, and of course we're going to see that here in the early laps as drivers are settling in, starting to lose fuel weight in these cars, and the tires are starting to get kind of into that optimal racing range.
yeah, for sure. You know, drivers, like you said, get settled in, tires get warmed up, start to get feeling comfortable on the track again after many of these drivers putting in quite a few stints here. Should be freshly sharp still.
Absolutely, and we're starting to see familiar faces here. You know, ERA Nick putting in a lot of late time driving here. We've seen Evo from Team Esports Race Asylum also putting in a lot of late time stint driving here. You know, for some of these drivers, you think fatigue might have to start setting in at some point.
Yeah, no doubt. And boy, howdy, I'll tell you what, at this late stage in a 24-hour race, you could potentially really see the effects of the mental fatigue start to come on early in these last couple of stints.
Absolutely, and then we got to keep in mind, even though that the racers are not on track behind the wheel of their GT3 machinery, because their respective teammate is behind the wheel, does not mean that these drivers are not putting in work still. You know, every one of these teams has chats opening behind the scenes. They have drivers on a schedule that are in there with their competing drivers to make sure that they're, of course, getting that pertinent information that needs to be relayed. But the team is also there to make sure that the driver behind the wheel is focused and not having that mental fatigue issue that we're talking about, just making sure that the driver is there for the whole 2 hours and a little bit until that driver swap does come in.
Yeah, and like kind of add to that a little bit, the drivers will certainly at this point be looking forward to that driver swap, but as you say, you know, right now their job is to just maintain focus as best they can, put in the best laps they can, and just really try to keep at bay those mental errors right now, I think is the most important thing that they could possibly do. And a big part of that is going to be their team relaying the pertinent information that they need and only what they need. Any type of distraction at this point is going to really put a wrench in it.
Absolutely, and I want to touch base on our 7th place driver here. I'm just kind of picking my way through the field here as we're still early on in the stint. The cars are still very spread out. We still do have a fair amount of lead lap traffic mixed in with our lap down traffic as well here. Obviously, with only seeing now 4 cars currently on the lead lap here in the 24-hour event, that's not a big surprise to see the mixture of lead lap traffic and blue flag traffic. However, the one driver that we kind of been keeping our eye on since stint 8 specifically is the Team AHR team here, the 69 Corvette, and that was piloted by James in stint number 8, and with a little bit of help from the 3rd place driver and some teamwork between the two drivers. They really put in some work to close gaps up on positions up ahead, and that actually worked out really well for AHR because that got them up into a position to fight for 7th place, and now they're currently sitting in 7th place here, and so maintaining that position through stint number 9. But as we head into stint number 10 early on here, we can see on the screen Team AHR is absolutely closed in or starting to close in on our 6th place team from Sector 7 Racing, with only 8 seconds separating the two teams right now. So just kind of keeping that notable mention here on the number 69 Corvette Racing, the HR Racing team here, because this team, has been doing a great job at slowly but surely just taking down the miles, taking down the tenths of seconds, and taking drivers down one position at a time here.
Yeah, and that's how it's done. One corner at a time, one sector at a time, one lap at a time, and one position at a time. And before you know it, these guys could well be looking at a top 5 finish here tonight. They're not that far out of the picture for that, especially being as how there's lots of racing time left. Certainly anything can happen at this point still at this stage in the game. Absolutely,
and we're just in a blue flag situation here, and now kind of with the precedent being set that we've seen in some of the stints here at Le Mans. The blue flag car and the late lap car, the big question mark is, are they going to work together, or are we going to see that blue flag transition? In this case, we see the blue flag transition. Kieran seems absolutely uninterested in using the blue flag car here in this situation to try and gain that time on Macho Monkey, who is currently opening the gap back up on AHR, but of course dealing with a blue flag car there, had to sit back through the Porsche curves and the karting S's to wait for the opportunity to get around the BMW there as well. So business as usual here now as he's made his way around that blue flag car, and 10 seconds is the gap here to 6th place. So we're going to be keeping our eye on that. That is noted that it's 10 seconds here on lap 5, and let's see what they can do with that in that Corvette.
Yeah, and he's running purple right now, looking to be a good start to this stint. I would imagine, knowing that the power that Vet has, I mean, you could really just see it there, the difference between the Vet and the BMW. Now, that M6 used to be a very viable car, and I just don't think it's quite got what it used to have. I'm not seeing the same performance. In fact, I've driven it lately, and you just don't feel the same performance out of that car. So those teams running that M6, I think, are a bit of a disadvantage in that car, because it does have the low end torque, so it can certainly get a bit squirrely on you still coming out of these corners. A little bit too heavy on the loud pedal, and you could be in for a pretty wild ride.
Absolutely, and I think the thing that catches drivers out a lot in that situation, you just get behind the wheel of one of these front-engine, rear-wheel drive cars, the BMW, the Corvette, the Toyota Supra, the Mercedes AMG, the Mustang is what we see on track here today, the Lexus. Really, all kind of the same story in a sense. The low-end torque in these cars is absolutely insane. You can come out of a corner in 3rd gear, which should be more than enough RPM drop to just get the power to the ground and get your car to accelerate comfortably. And sometimes, even in that situation, you will still overspin those rear tires and lose the back end of your car. Now, the issue with the BMW, say, over the Corvette is one very difference in parts underneath the hood of these cars, where the Corvette is a naturally aspirated engine. It is all motor, it is all horsepower, it's American muscle in a sense. Corvette being an American manufacturer, they have always strongly believed in a naturally aspirated engine being the key to success in motorsports racing. And then you take a look at their European brothers here, BMW. They heavily rely on that low RPM turbocharger to get that car moving out of the corners, because the BMW is a very heavy car. So the turbo lag is a term we use in that situation. When you are at too low of RPM, you slam on the loud pedal and you don't get anything for a second, and then you've got too much. What that is what we call turbo lag, and that is the turbo taking that half a second or second to spool up to the proper RPM it needs to put the power to the rear tires. And when it does that, the driver typically is a little bit caught out by it, and sometimes can cause the driver a more serious complication than they were anticipating coming out of corner exit.
Certainly, yeah. It can happen just in an instant with the turbo cars, to where with the naturally aspirated cars, such as the Corvette, you are in complete control of when that situation and if that situation occurs.
Absolutely, if you over throttle, say in the Corvette, as opposed to the BMW or a Toyota Supra that have that turbo, the Mercedes, having just a naturally aspirated engine as well. The difference between the cars is exactly that. You have just raw power to the rear wheels in the naturally aspirated engine, where you do have that turbo assist. And the key to the turbo cars is keeping the RPMs at that matchable rate to keep the turbo spooling. If you keep the turbo spooling through the corner, you have power for days coming out of the exit, and that is where you're going to see this BMW, for example, really get a good pull out of a corner, and maybe use that advantage to catch up to, say, a Corvette or a Mercedes in a straight line. But if the BMW drivers cannot get that turbo spool just right on the corner exit, that is the big disadvantage against those naturally aspirated engines.
Yeah, and it's difficult to do in that M6 as well. As you say, it is quite a heavy car, and really it handles like it too. It's like driving a bus out there, man. That thing really, it does not do incredibly well in the corners. Now, that being said, it's not horrible either, and it is manageable. And obviously, the teams that have chosen the BMW do feel comfortable in it, but still, that being said, I really just don't think that it has quite the snuff that it at one point in time had. I think that possibly that may be one of the cars as well that they did a bit of BOP work to, because it just doesn't seem to, even when I drove it last, personally, I think it's a great car. For being so heavy, it handles well. It just handles differently. You have to take the corners slightly different. Your entry has to be slightly slower, and then keeping those RPMs up, thereby keeping the turbo spooled in. Like you say, you can get a great exit out of the corners in these cars.
Absolutely, and we're just heading back to our race leader, ERA Nick here, and he has opened the gap up to a minute 20 now here on the field, and just working his way around. Irish Tosh here, I believe, was the name that I seen on the screen here, and our MRL Team 2 is back on track in that Ford Mustang here as well, so we love to see that. They've gotten the car out of the paddock, they've gotten the issue sorted out with that Ford Mustang, and back on track it is, putting in its paces, and that is what it's all about here.
Yeah, in fact, the Mustang is also quite a heavy car, and handles much like the BMW. So, it's certainly nice to see another car out here that handles like that, because I'd have to say, as far as like the Mercedes AMG, the big motor cars, that Mercedes is actually quite a nimble car for as big of a car as it is. I mean, it's not huge, but it's certainly bigger than, say, the Lexus, certainly bigger and heavier than the Toyota Supras, which of course we don't see any of those in here. And I think you alluded to that as to why we don't see any teams in the Supra, and that is probably most likely directly due to the heavy tire wear on those cars.
Absolutely, and I mean, if anybody knows all about Supra and endurance racing, I am definitely one of those guys that knows quite a bit about it. It is definitely my car of choice. When it comes to Gran Turismo 7, if I get the option when the Group 3 class, my first instinct is always Toyota Supra. Not that it's the OP car, and obviously that was the argument quite a few months ago because it kind of was the OP car, but I have been driving the Supra for a long time, and Gran Turismo 7 is just a car that I feel comfortable in, I feel confident in, and I fully understand just how it works. It's a quirky car. It has little tricks and quirks about it that you can really utilize to your advantage on a track, say, like Le Mans. The Supra would be fairly strong, but the disadvantage really is the tire wear, and it's not just the rear tire wear in the Supra, it is really all around all four tires. The car just it just likes to eat tires. And I mean, it's a light, a big motor car with a big turbo and big turbo in it. I mean, it's Toyota, it's a Supra. You know, they're all about being able to upgrade to big horsepower. And it's no different in the GT3 cars. They're set up and designed much of the same as their street cars, and that gives them the flexibility to adjust the power in different BOP settings and different kinds of races all around the world as well. So it gives them some flexibility by allowing and leaving their cars open like that. It's a simple restrictor plate put in place, and that dumbs down the car to meet whatever the requirement is for the racetrack. Now, this is a very high-speed BOP setting here at Le Mans. Obviously, it's a massive racetrack, just under 14 kilometers. So it again just allows the manufacturer with Toyota to open it up. However, we do not have those cars on track, and again, the biggest reason being is going to be the tire wear for that car. And again, that turbo is much like the BMW. As your tires start to wear down, the turbo in the Toyota Supra would really start to cause a problem for an inexperienced racer, because it would get very tail happy in the latter part of the tire life of that racing car. And I think we are seeing that with some of our racers and some of our teams here today. I have been keying in very closely on the tire wear on certain cars, and the drivers in the cars obviously do kind of make a difference on the pace, kind of will sometimes determine on the amount of tire wear the cars suffer as well. And you can definitely tell that there are certain manufacturers in the field that just are not quite as good on their tires at the latter part of the stints, and the cars that are much better on the tire wear are taking full advantage of that at the end of the stints too as well. So I think that is kind of a part of the reason why we're seeing some of these close-ups near the ending part of these stints, because the big difference is in that tire wear in these cars.
Well, yeah, you save tires, you save time in the end stint, because at the latter end of the stint, you can really just go all out because you've still got tire left, right? If you burn up your tires in the first half of the stint, that really makes the second half of the stint just that much slower. And then what a racer tends to do is try to make up for that by getting a better exit out of the corner. And of course, your tires are already worn. So all you're really doing at that point is just burning more excess fuel, which is going to cost you more time in the pits, increasing that delta, and overall just really going to set you back even further.
Absolutely. And we just got a request for some split times here from the viewers in the chat, so we're just going to run through our field here for everybody. Fastest lap on track currently is ERA. Nick, no big surprise there. Right now at a 354.963, obviously the fastest man on the racetrack right now, continuing to open the gap on the field. And our race leader currently holding a 1 minute and 22 second gap over second place driver ORT Neo, currently for Overboost Racing Team here, I believe is what that stands for. And Neo has been putting in some very quality laps here and stints so far for the team. So definitely a important driver here in the 18-hour mark to try and give the team a good chance to try and push at least back towards esports racing team here, Race Asylum team here, pardon me, for the overall race lead and win here today. But facing a little adversity with a disconnect early on in the middle part of this race here, and now starting to try and climb themselves back into a challenging position for first. But 2 minutes and 6 seconds to third place driver and the Syndicate Racing number 64 Corvette. So definitely some large gaps there between our podium sitters right now currently as the race sits, and third place. Kemp, currently the driver for Syndicate Racing here for the Corvette team, 3 minutes and 27 seconds overall behind the racing leader. And we're almost now to the point where we are actually seeing the race leader about ready to put third place a lap down. So that's a little interesting, and it is getting very dark again in the skies above the first sector here at Le Mans, as we see that really dark looming cloud Just a side note there as well as we're going through. So RA Honor from Race Asylum Team 2 here has a 3 minute and 33 second gap overall to the leader and about 4.5 seconds to third place. Now just recently losing third place to the number 64 Corvette Syndicate Racing Team over the last couple of laps here, and now really trying to work on trying to close that gap back up and re-engage that battle for the final podium position here. So that position has changed recently, and Race Asylum 2 now finds themselves trailing that third place driver here as we lean in towards our 19-hour mark. That puts us into our 5th place driver, Sector 7 Racing 1, I believe this is, in the silver Mercedes here, and 5 minutes 44 seconds behind the overall race lead on the racetrack, and 2 minutes and 13 seconds behind 4th place. So we are seeing a trend here of very large racing gaps now between basically all the drivers in the field, with the exception of, I believe, Kemp and Honor here currently. That takes us to 6th place driver Macho Monkey for Syndicate Racing, Sector 7 Racing number 2, pardon me. And this driver I know a little bit about. He's a fairly quick driver as well, but he has a big task ahead of him. He's got 19 seconds to teammate up ahead in Slipstream, and he's got about a 15-second gap to Kieran in that AHR Corvette that has just been absolutely tearing up this racetrack in the latter part of this race here, trying to make up those positions in the mid-pack. So his work is not done here yet for Wacho, and he's definitely going to be staying on the team radio with his team to keep an eye on that timing gap in behind him, most certainly, because I'm sure that they made him aware that that Corvette is in behind, starting to close the gap up slowly but surely, which takes us to the AHR Racing Corvette. The number 69 Corvette here is currently just under 15 seconds behind Sector 7 Racing 2 here, and Macho currently piloting that car, and he's got a total of 6 minutes and 19 seconds behind the race leader, almost 2 laps down at this point here now to the overall race leader. But definitely potential here, maybe even possibly before the end of this stint, to see a battle maybe with Macho here from the AHR Corvette. But definitely some good solid movement coming from this team over the last 4 or 5 hours of the race here, and we'll see if they can continue that charge. That takes us down to RA's Little Nicky here, and in that McLaren 650S. Now this team has been kind of just bouncing in the mid-pack here between as high as 5th place we've seen, and right about where this mark is here in 8th place. So the McLaren obviously is a little bit of the underdog car here at Le Mans. It's very, very good in the technical sectors. It's a very nimble car, but when it hits these big open high-powered runs, it is at a major disadvantage to the big motor cars here, and that is kind of showing a little bit. However, with that being said, the pilots of this particular racing McLaren here on the racetrack today have done a great job of keeping it in the middle part of the field, and that is definitely not an easy task against all the Mercedes, BMWs, Corvettes, and Lexus cars that are here competing this weekend. We've got ARC's Halix 02 here, and I do know a little bit about this driver. Currently 2 minutes and 42 seconds behind RA's Little Nicky, and 9 minutes and 20 seconds behind the overall race leader, so almost 3 laps behind. Now, I don't know necessarily a lot about the whole racing team, but I know a little bit about this particular driver, and is a very young man behind the wheel of this racing car right now. I don't even think, maybe just barely over 20 years old, if I'm not mistaken. I think even 19. We were privileged to watch this driver in another championship series a few months back with some of the World Tour guys that were putting it on here in North America, and this guy is blazing fast. And a fun little tidbit that came in from the team that he was driving with there, he's actually a esports champion in Norway, so this driver definitely has pace, and let's see if he can open up some of that here today and close up this gap on Little Nicky. I mean, 2 minutes 42 seconds is a pretty big gap, but with 6 hours left, it's not an impossible gap. 10th place driver Banana Josh here from, I believe that's the Australian flag. If I am getting that wrong, please do correct me. I always get New Zealand and the Australian flags mixed up. There's subtle differences to them, and I just haven't quite got it ingrained into my brain yet, which is which. But Banana Josh here for the Shoshin racing team. I hope I'm saying that properly. And currently sitting in 10th place, and they are in this Aston Martin, I believe this is the V12 Vantage that these guys are in here, and kind of a sleeper car in my opinion, but the one thing this car does lack is some extreme high top end speed. Very good through the corners, very good on corner exit. It's got good straight line low end power, but then when it starts to get into the top end of the gears, the car just kind of falls flat on its face. And unfortunately, I think here for the Aston Martin at Le Mans, the biggest problem is the fact that the high part of the gears just fall flat on their face, and it's just slowly but surely throwing them off the pace of these big motor cars. And we do see a BMW closing in behind them here as well, and we may be able to see an example of that here at some point throughout the stint. That moves us down to CLR Richie, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but 10 minutes 54 seconds behind the overall race leader and only 7.5 seconds behind Banana Josh. So there is a potential battle for position in 10th place here between the McLaren and the Aston Martin, and I think that'll be a pretty good battle between the two cars as well. 12th place driver here currently is DCT Pasnacalda. Oof, that is a name. A tongue twister if you try to say that really quick, perhaps. But getting away with the blue flag here right now. But in 12th place here in the MRL Team 1 BMW, I believe that is. And closing in just behind the second place driver of Team ORT there, I believe. 13 minutes, 11 seconds behind the overall race leader. So about 4 laps down overall here. And 2 minutes, 18 seconds behind the next positional car. So pretty large gaps here actually in this part of the race here, and that kind of shocks me compared to just a few hours ago when we're seeing pretty good battles on the racetrack and a lot closer gaps than we're seeing here right now. That leaves us down into 13th position here, and it is RAA Toby here in behind the wheel of Race Asylum 3. I'm not sure which one of the Race Asylum teams is. I believe it's Race Asylum 3 here. And they're about 1:38 in behind the DCT driver right now and have a 1:17 gap on 14th place Irish Tony. Now, obviously the Ford Mustang team has been having some complications here in our 24-hour race today here and has some setbacks. They've got the car back out on track, so we'd love to see that. And that will take us over to our final team in the field here, the Ford Mustang, number 9 team Ford Mustang here, and MRL Team 2, I believe this is. And, they're putting in their paces at this point. It is information, it's seat time, it's experience for the racers at this point. It's also experience for the crew members and everybody involved in behind the scenes. 16 minutes overall behind the race leader. And again, just having some complications here in the race today. The Mustang not being a cooperative here for this team here today, and that has set them back in the field. But the biggest point is they're here, they're still on track, and the goal and the aim for the Ford Mustang team here is to take this checkered flag today without a question of a doubt, and that is a fairly lengthy split race recap on where we're sitting here as we again approach that 19-hour mark here today in the 24-hour Le Mans race. Whew, okay.
Well done, my friend, well done. Yeah, in endurance racing, you're going to come across things that are going to set you back. Now, the value of what you're going to learn, though, you can't learn it any other way. And so for even the racers and teams that have not done as well as they would have liked to, I'll tell you, it's definitely going to help them in future races up the road. For certainly the information gains, you just can't get it any other way. You got to be on the track. You've got to experience it. You at least have to be part of the team, part of the strategy making, or just kicking back watching. For instance, ourselves being commentators, we get to have the opportunity to learn so much from some really quick drivers and some brilliant strategists as well. And so you put all those things together, and over time you can really start to dial in your own racecraft. And like I say, whether or not your team does well, yourself as a driver individually does well, overall it's going to benefit you greatly.
Absolutely, very well put. And we're just sitting on board with our third place driver here from Syndicate Racing. I mean, now opening the gap up a little bit more to Race Asylum 2 here. That was about 4.5. Now it's at 6.7 seconds. But while we're watching that, makes a little bit of a mistake coming out of the first Mulsanne straight into the Mulsanne Chicane 1. And that second apex, which has kind of been the trouble spot, I think, here today for a lot of the drivers. He's just getting a little bit too short of a cut on that curb, picking up that half-second track limit penalty there. And he did have a pretty wide exit exit, actually just coming around there as well. So we're going to be keeping our eye out to see if that penalty doubles up here. And usually they serve that penalty right around this Rolex banner, and it looks like he is okay on that exit, but not ideal when you have spent the last essentially about 4 or 5 laps here now, opening the gap up on a driver that you've just passed for that final podium position, and now you're about to give a second of that very, very hard earned time back just due to a small little mistake coming into a braking zone. So again, just goes to state that, you know, mental fatigue and physical fatigue most certainly starting to play a factor in for these drivers here today as well.
Yeah, and the problem with that is you get what they call in sports, they'll call it a quicksand effect, right? So where you make one little mistake and then you can't get that mistake out of your mind. It'll cause you to make another mistake, and then that compounds, and then you make another mistake, and you just get into this unfortunate rhythm of thinking about all the mistakes that you've made, and it's like you've just got to learn to let it go and think about the now. What's going on now? Remain focused on what's going on now. Forget about that. It's already happened. Can't change it. Move on, move forward. There's a racetrack up ahead of you. Keep your eyeballs on it.
Absolutely. We just got a little piece of information from the Race Asylum 2 team here as well in the chat, stating that RA Honor was a very, very late addition into the race here today. Race Asylum 2 having one of their drivers unable to make it, so they had to call in one of the alternatives here, and that was RA Honor here today, and I guess coming in on very little preparation time to prepare for the event here today. So up here giving it absolutely everything he's got. He's definitely leaving it all out on the racetrack here right now, and you can see that in the pace. It's a little inconsistent, so there's moments where he's really pushing hard to try and make that time up and make no small little mistakes like we see right there on the exit. That was a little bit scary there from the Lexus. He got on that curbing, but he does a great job of keeping it underneath of him. So you know, all things considered, 5.6 seconds in behind the Syndicate Racing driver here right now, doing really well for himself. And just a little bit of a tidbit for those of us that don't know, you know, RA has tiers or steps within the racing organization there, and a large part of the Race Asylum team too is ERA drivers, meaning that is the esports part of the team, meaning that is their top tier drivers. So the RA in Honor's name here means that he is in that second tier of drivers. So not saying that he's not a good, fast, efficient racer by any stretch of the imagination. That is not at all what I'm saying. We're just going to make that very clear. That just means that he's down just on a slightly lower skill level than the ERA drivers within the team, and that just means that he is still making his way into that ERA tier. So coming out here today, putting on a really great performance in, I believe this is his second stint of the day, maybe even third stint here. And I mean, he's got these guys in a good position. He's maintaining that 6-second gap. It's a little bit back and forth between him and Syndicate Racing right now. And I mean, he's got 2 minutes to the Sector 7 Racing team in behind him. So there's definitely no concern really for what's going on behind him here right now. Really, he just needs to keep focused on putting in good, consistent, clean, fast laps, and just try to keep that gap as close as he can to third place for his teammate to take over here in about 90 minutes time, maybe a little less now.
Certainly, that's exactly what he needs to focus on right now, is just being consistent and putting down good laps and not letting the position behind him gain any time on him. He's not really losing a whole lot of time to P3, so just worry about the race that you're running right now, and just try to keep the mental mistakes as absolutely minimal or non-existent as possible, and just keep focused. It's a hard thing to do when you run into a race, having done one stint, not expecting to do a second, get called on, and you jump out there and you just get her done though. And right now, that's exactly what he's doing. He's having a great drive thus far.
Absolutely, and we just jumping down through the field here. We got Sector 7 Racing, one of the Sector 7 racing teams here, the silver team, Mercedes-AMG. Both teams are driving the same car, with a half-second track limit penalty here. And I mean, 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind the fourth place driver. The last thing the driver, I'm sure, is wanting to do here is cost himself any more time to the driver up in front. So that half-second penalty, I'm sure, is probably not sitting well with this driver right now. But it is what it is. He'll serve the penalty and he'll continue to push on. The trick here is just to try and keep this AMG racing car as clean as he can here through the rest of the stint, and hopefully knock down that 2-minute gap here a little bit, maybe get it in underneath the 2-minute mark, maybe even a little bit deeper. But we have seen the early part of these stints where the racers don't really seem to overly push too hard. They're just kind of trying to get the car as deep into the 2-hour run as they can, and then it's when they seem to make that pit stop is when we really start to see the push from these drivers to try and close those gaps up. So I assume there's not going to be a whole lot different here in this stint. We'll probably just see the drivers just kind of, they have a goal, a target mileage that they want to get these cars to before they make that pit stop here, and then it'll be go time from pit stop on. If I had to guess, that's what we've been seeing here for the most part in the 24-hour race here today, and I suspect that shouldn't change leading up into 2 hours to go anyways. That'll obviously the last stint is a little bit of a different ball game. That's the chase to the checkered flag, but right now it's the setup here. The next 4 hours are really important for the 2 drivers per team that are jumping into these racing cars, because they are setting up for that last driver to give them the best position they can to get the best position on the racetrack that they can.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at his overall times, I mean, super consistent right now. He's running really good times, and that's just got to be your focus at this point in the race. You certainly don't want to lose any time to the driver behind, and that's staying pretty steadily at about 17 seconds. You know, you've got a big gap in front of you, so I wouldn't be concerned with the gap in front. Just don't try to let that gap get any smaller for the racer behind.
Absolutely. We're just going to go ahead and check on our AHR Racing Corvette here. Request by one of the viewers here just to check on where the driver is here, and we're just taking a look at the times, and I mean, very consistent, pretty much 357s across the board. One little blip of a lap there with a 359, and then early on in the stint, so just a little mistake potentially, or some traffic, who knows what happened there, but putting down some good consistent laps. However, with that being said, definitely losing time here to Macho. Up in 6th place, they were gaining a little bit here, but now seem to have given up about 3 or 4 seconds over the last couple of laps. About to serve a half-second penalty. Probably give up about another second there on the 6th place chase here. But all in all, AHR is sitting really well here, right in the mid-pack.
Yeah, and you see that horsepower coming into play from that vet there as you get a little slideways there coming out of the exit there, and I'll tell you, that car can step out on you really quickly. But again, it's all just comes down to that foot. Try not to have a lead foot in that car. Any one of these rear-wheeled front-engine cars really have the weight distribution is, it's heavy in the front. You got lots and lots of torque, so you can manage that by good throttle control, and that's the focus in front engine rear wheel drive car. Any one of these cars will step out sideways on you if you're a little too heavy on the accelerator there.
Absolutely, and just to answer your question in the chat there, AHR definitely did disconnect, and it definitely cost him a little bit of time due to that disconnection, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, position-wise on the racetrack, no position loss due to that disconnect last time around.
Yeah, just going through the chat there myself. Apologies, y'all. Apologies. However, running quite steadily, like you say, in that 357 mark, even almost diving into the 356 mark. And I'll tell you what, that's cruising. Those are some quick laps, man. That's not a lap that I could put down myself. I do love Le Mans. It is a beautiful track, absolutely fantastic. I love the layout of it. What I do not like, and Kieran here is experiencing it now, is the penalties. You seem to be able to just pick them up no matter what you do. You'll get clear of one sector where you're generally getting penalties, and then pick up a penalty where you don't never pick up penalties. And this is my big spot. These chicanes down the most uncertain. No, I pick up a penalty there almost every single time. It's really difficult not to do, especially when you're trying to push and gain ground on the driver in front of you, which he has done right there. He's gotten a great exit out of that, and you see that time just dropping off there, and not at a great rate, but time dropping nonetheless.
Absolutely, and there's some existential strategies pulled out here in the last couple stints that have kind of played a part in getting them to where they are too as well. So, all in all, it has most certainly been a adventurous race at Le Mans here so far. We have definitely seen some different things out of this race here so far today, and due to those things, some of the drivers have really been rewarded for the outside of the box strategies, as I like to call them.
Yeah, and you see it from time to time in the big boy racing, to where those off the wall strategies really pay dividends. And then of course we've seen it here a couple of stints ago, with Payme and James working together, and then let's see, I can't think of his name right now.
James.
No, not James. I was talking about pole sitter and
it was Widsey.
ORT driver.
Oh, ORT driver. Oh.
Yeah, they were working together for a while as well. It was position 3 and position 7, and
yes.
then position 4 and position 8.
He had a V name, and I can't quite remember it right off
Yes.
the top of my head now. But yes, you are correct there. Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but regardless, you'll see these, and one would think, well, that's an awful weird strategy. You're working with a guy that's a lap down, obviously slower. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Things go wrong. Things happen in a race, especially one that's 24 hours long, right? And what it is really is just an accumulation of tiny little bobbles here and there that add up to those big numbers that we're seeing as far as the division between the drivers. That's all it takes over time.
Absolutely, and we're just kind of nipping through the field here, checking out all the cars on track, checking out all the teams here, and again, the gaps are just so significant right now. Banana Josh is trying to do the best he can to reel in Halix, but I mean, a minute and a half gap. His concern right now is Richel in behind. I mean, Reichel maybe is what that's. I'm not exactly sure how that pronounces out, but 11-second gap. Not a ton, not a big gap here at Le Mans. It's one half spin, and that 11-second has quickly turned into 4. So definitely got his work cut out for him. He's got that McLaren trying to put him further down the lap down list here, as well as that's the 8th place driver of RA's Little Nicky in behind, closing in there, and that's why we are seeing the blue flags being waved here. But some of the drivers, it gets difficult when you start getting the traffic mixed up like this, especially when you start getting the mid-pack traffic mixed up amongst itself in those lap traffic situations. So again, so crucial to have the team in behind you, your race engineers, your crew chiefs, and just your support staff there to make sure that you are fully aware of kind of all the transitioning and positioning of each of the cars around you, what car is around you, and what their position is on the racetrack, so that of course that driver can make quick informed decisions on what their next move is as they approach that car.
Yeah, for sure. And the important thing to remember for these drivers is just to keep focus on the task at hand. The task at hand is that next breaking point. It's that next apex. It's that next point in which you're going to throttle out of the corner and not applying too much about just down to the basics at this point in time. That is what they need to focus on. Don't focus on anything more or anything less. Just keep it your points targeted, and they'll do well for sure.
Absolutely. And it's hard to find a battle ensuing here right now on the racetrack. You know, we are now at the 19-hour mark of this race, literally just shy of. And the closest thing we have to a battle here right now, I think, is the Syndicate Racing 64 Corvette and the 218 Race Asylum 2 car here, raced by Honor right now. The gap is about 6 seconds, and I mean that's kind of where the gap has stayed really for the most part of this stint. But I mean, in the grand scheme of battles, this is most certainly the closest thing we have to an on-track battle currently here for position, as the rest of the field is just, you know, separated by fairly large quantities here. We do have the 2 Sector 7 team members that are separated by a dozen seconds or so here as well. But that's been the case for these 2 teams here throughout the latter part of this last half of the race as well. They just kind of have been just spaced out enough not to be able to benefit from each other, but also not battling with each other, costing each other time at the same time. So just a little bit more pace coming out of the silver Mercedes team here over that red and blue Mercedes Sector 7 racing team here today, currently on the racetrack. But that could all change over the next 5 hours still.
Yeah, plenty of time racing right now, but I do gotta say, certainly Honor is doing a fantastic job in keeping that gap. He has got a really large task at hand, and to try to catch that Corvette out in front of him. We've seen it all day long. That Corvette is just extremely good down these long straights, and then the Lexus, you know, a bit more nimble in the corners, and that's how he's able to keep that gap right about where it's at. It's been around the 5.5, 6.5 second mark tops for, past 10, 11, 12 laps, maybe 15. It's been just right there the whole time, and you can see as he's coming through these corners, that time's dropping, but then they hit those long straights and it just climbs right back up again. So big chore ahead of him for trying to catch that driver out in front of him, but right now it's just really about maintaining his pace and just running his race and let the race come to him.
Absolutely, and just to note here, as we're sitting here watching our 4th place driver Honor here, we do see the race leader in the background here starting to close in as well. So the race leader is closing in now on the front end of this field here, which is quite incredible, really, to say. I mean, every one of these teams is not short of quality, fast drivers. So to see the separation to this extent now in the race just goes to show it how caution-free our race has been here in this 24-hour Le Mans, which really does speak volumes on the skill of the drivers overall. So that's kind of why we're seeing those gaps. So with that being said, though, Honor is, like Nolander said, really starting to close in on the 3rd place Syndicate Racing drivers. So big slide coming out of the corners there, out of the first sector there, but he again just gathers it up and continues on the racetrack. We did see the race leader come into pit lane here as he was closing in on the 4th place driver, so a little bit of a reprieve there in a sense for Honor, as well as the race leader ducks into pit lane to make his pit stop here in this stint, and will alleviate that pressure a little bit longer there from the 4th place driver getting put down a lap there.
For sure, that'll make a guy nervous, man, and nobody wants to be lapped, especially if you're in, the top 5. Like, that's just not something that really happens outside of a situation to where, you have such a long endurance race. But doing a really good job. Honor is now was just within 3 seconds of Kemp, and gained 2 seconds there rather quickly as we're talking about that, and I'm not sure whether or not what the case is, but I'm imagining it's probably due specifically to the tire wear that the Corvette has versus the Lexus. The Lexus is steadily done considerably better on tire wear, and so he's got a bit of tire left to work with here. As we can see, and now that time is down to 2.6 seconds.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate because now we're kind of getting to that point here where the drivers are going to have to be making those pit stops, and obviously the Lexus has longevity in this car, and maybe that's why we're seeing it become so much stronger near the latter part of these tire stints. But the one thing we are seeing is those Corvettes struggle as you get to the latter part of the stints. The Corvette is definitely one of those cars that is a little heavier on the tire wear here today than some of the other manufacturers it's up against here, and one of those manufacturers obviously being a Lexus. So the Lexus has been able to just hold on to the rubber underneath of it a little bit better than the Corvettes have been today, and I think that is contributing to the late stint, the late tire push from the Lexus drivers on these Corvettes. And with that being said, that means we're going to see a pit stop, we're going to see a fresh set of rubber go onto these racing cars here again, and a little bit less fuel load also going in, which means they're going to be slightly lighter coming out of pit lane, which should make them slightly faster right off the initial bat here as well coming out, and overall should just improve the pace of the lobby. Maybe that's why we see those push laps after the pit stops here in each stint. But look at the closing distance right there under the brakes, and boy, that was a panic reaction right there from Honor. I don't think he expected to close in so quickly on the back of that Syndicate Racing Corvette, and I think that was evasive action. I think he turfed it. I think he put it in the sand just to make sure he avoided that contact with the Corvette driver, and you know what? Smart thinking and a quick reaction, and he's rewarded for it here with a P3 positional change here over the Syndicate Racing Corvette. So a little bit of a scary moment right there for the Lexus driver, but boy, it really kept it together, and we'll get another look at this here via replay. So you can see they're just coming out ahead. We just missed the initial battle there, but great job there by the 218 Lexus team Race Asylum 2 here to get back into that final podium position. And I just, I really feel like that the Corvette just fell off. They really just fell off in the latter part of the stint, and the driver is struggling with that car, and that very easily just allowed Honor to close up the door and run right through it.
Well, and I'd imagine it's got a lot to do with nerves as well too, right? Because he's had to have noticed that time slowly creeping down, but really actually doing the smart thing and not pushing that Corvette to the point of losing it or making a mistake on track, right? Because there is still a lot of racing time left, and as we've said over and over again, at this point in the race, you do not want to make a mistake like that, because every second is going to count, and so the bigger mistake, I think, would be to certainly push it. I can tell you this much: wrecking is a whole lot slower than just slowing down.
And it's funny you say that, because we just had one of the racers here point out that potentially there was an incident on track here with our Corvette driver, to see that gap close up so quickly. And as we going to take a second look on the racing car condition here, I believe our viewer's right. I mean, we see some suspension and aero damage here on this Corvette. I'm not going to say where or how badly, but we definitely have some damage to this racing car, and the damage model's on heavy here in this 24 hours race at Le Mans. So that is highly unfortunate, because that's going to do a few things to this driver here, and we just seen it unfold in front of our eyes. It's going to take away top speed from the Corvette. It is going to take away braking power into the corners, and it's also going to take away apex speed in the mid corner, because that damage to the suspension and aero package now on this Corvette is not allowing it to get that bite that it needs to hold the road the way that this car wants to hold it at the speeds that the driver needs to maintain this car through the corner.
Yeah, overall, it's just really going to mess with the car's handling, and thereby making the driver have to drive even harder, which in turn could be really detrimental, even more so than just the time that you're losing. A driver gets that in his head on this is so much time, I gotta push, and that's when the mistakes come in. But hopefully we can see that not happen, as we'd like to definitely be able to see some racing going on, some good competitive action on the track. And I don't know because I can't see it. But I wonder, I don't believe either of those drivers have made their pit stop yet. And we are only on lap
No,
16. It's generally about the time that they will.
we
So,
have only seen our race leader and our second place driver so far make that pit stop. So we still have the majority of the field yet to make that pit stop sequence at this point. So we still lots of pit stops to go, and that potentially could maybe close up the field a little bit, or it could potentially, spread the field out more, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Nick, minute and a half up the road here, he has opened the gap up since the beginning of the stint by about 22, maybe 23 seconds here so far. So just continuing on from the last time that he was here in behind the wheel of this Corvette for Team Esports Race Asylum, and just trying to give them the best chance they can to hopefully win this race in a few hours' time.
yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. I believe it is 23 seconds. I believe at the beginning of the stint, it was a gap of 1 minute and 11 seconds. But either way, he's pulling purples right now, so he's not slowing down at all to give any kind of a chance for that gap to dwindle.
Well, and I don't think at this point any one of these teams is willing to slow down a little bit, even because we've already seen it once today. The race leaders, Team ORT, well within a minute plus gap over the field, have a disconnect. We're very, very close to the end of a stint, and that disconnect after time penalties and everything that goes on behind the scenes to determine when and what that time gap behind the race leader is to come out during the driver swap. That set them back a few. They lost that minute gap plus about an additional 25 or 30 seconds on top of that gap to the race lead. So now they find themselves a minute and a half behind the race leaders when at one point in the race, Team ORT was almost a minute and a half in the lead of this race. So, ERA has probably got this in the back of their minds right now going, hey, boy, we're very fortunate to be in this position here right now, the way it happened, and have the gap we have. We cannot take this for granted. We got to just keep pushing and keep our pace, because that could happen to us too.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I gotta say, Team ORT, man, definitely big props to them. They didn't let that unfortunate disconnect get to them. They got back into the race in the next stint, and they really have just been putting the hammer down, and it's paying dividends. I mean, they're back up into P2, and they are in P2 quite firmly with a minute and 35-second deficit to honor in P3 back there. And looking extremely, extremely good. Had it not been for that disconnect, I think that ORT and ERA potentially could have been battling for these past two stints, and maybe even on to the final corners of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no disputing that Evo came out after that, and really closed the gap up. I think he took that from what was about a minute 17 when he came out on stint 7 there, and I think he closed that gap up to, was it about 38 seconds or something like that. And then if it wasn't for the disconnect, probably by the end of that stint, maybe we would have seen that gap within 10 seconds. And then, Nick came out to follow up that stint in behind Evo and just put in an incredible stint. So, all things said and done, I think that ERA would potentially still be in the lead of this race if there wasn't the disconnect from ORT, just based off of the sheer pace that the last two drivers I put in for the Esports Racing Asylum organization. I think that they still would be in the lead, but I don't think that lead would be quite as firmly where it is right now at a minute and a half gap. I think that, we would be probably 30 seconds or less between the two drivers.
Yeah, if that, they may literally be battling like right now, had that not been the case. But being as how things have gone down the way it is, right now the business for ORT is not to lose any time to P3, maintain their P2 position, and if they can, without over pushing the car, burning up their tires too quickly, using too much fuel, not making any mental mistakes. Try to close in on that gap. But I'll tell you right now, the way these Corvettes are running, and Nick right now, the way he's running, I just don't see that happening anytime soon, and not in this stint. I don't think that gap's going to come down hardly at all.
Absolutely not, and oh, you just think about the what ifs during a extended race like a 24-hour event here at Le Mans. We just think about if you take away the disconnects and you take out the unfortunate factors, if we could so control those things, that we would make sure that it would never happen type deal, right? Again, it would be such a different race than what we have here right now. I really do feel like you said, there would be much tighter gaps between drivers, but the race has unfolded the way the race has unfolded up to this point, and it has been a great race up to this point. But now it really does come down to these drivers to try and figure out how they're going to close the gaps up to try and gain position.
Yeah, and right now, the only thing that I could think of would be just to, don't make mistakes. Keep putting in your best laps. You can see he's running, his fastest lap there on lap 18, 3:56.124. So he's certainly doing that, and certainly maintaining a relatively very close, only, let's see, through 4, 5. Yeah, the past 5 laps previous to that have all been within 0.6 of a second from each other. So definitely being very consistent on the track, and I think that is really overall going to pay dividends. And I mean, a minute and 31 ahead is a big gap to overcome, but with hours remaining left in the race, it's certainly doable. I mean,
Absolutely,
it could happen.
Absolutely, and I mean, the Corvette is showing great pace, and obviously with the drivers behind the helm of the esports Race Asylum Corvette, I mean, like I said, I still strongly believe that they would still be at this point in the race lead if we eliminate some of the unforeseen circumstances here in the race today, but also just brought to light here from some of the race control officials, some of the viewers have been watching all race long. The esports Racing Asylum team also suffered much of the same fate very early on in the race and lost almost near a minute of time on the track due to similar issues as Team ORT as well. So really it has shown the sheer determination from these teams and how important to try and win these races it is for each and every one of these individual teams, because our leaders have suffered some heavy penalty loss here so far in our racing event and still find themselves showing the rest of the pack the way around Lasarth here today.
Yeah, no doubt. And, it really just comes down to, the drivers in each one of these manufacturers, right? Like the car don't make the driver makes the car, and you could have the fastest car by 20 miles an hour top speed, even with these long, but if you don't have the driver that can handle the corners, it's not going to do them any good.
Nope, absolutely. All right, let's see if we can find something brewing here on our racetrack. We got Honor has opened up 7.1 second gap now on Kemp. So Kemp has made the pit stop, obviously, from Syndicate Racing. He's gotten a new front clip on this racing Corvette, so they have sorted the damage that he did pick up in near the end of that first tire stint here. And now I guess the goal is to try and close that gap back up to third place. I mean, he had, I wouldn't say a comfortable position in third place. He only had about a 6-second lead, but now the kind of role's been reversed there. Now he's the one trying to close up that 8-second gap here currently on the racetrack to the driver that he was, of course, attempting to manage the same size gap just not even 15 minutes ago here around the racetrack.
Yeah, and we've seen it. The Corvette definitely has the speed to make up ground on the straights for sure. but that's only if he can manage to put in some good times around, say, the push curves. You get to these areas of the track where the Corvette struggles a little bit more than, say, the Lexus or the McLaren. And interestingly enough, it's kind of another thing we really haven't touched on much. We've touched on the fact that we don't have a Porsche in here, we don't have Supra in here. We've got the McLaren, and the McLaren being the only mid-engine car in the race, it's quite telling to the latest update on our host here, our virtual host in GT7. But these McLaren drivers are really holding their own. I mean, the gaps could be much worse.
Oh, I agree. With the Aston Martin here being one of those cars that's definitely feeling the big engine cars here on the racetrack today as well. And I mean, this car, in my opinion, is a very underrated car. Now, I believe this is the V12. I could be mistaken with that. The V12 Vantage, I very do feel is a sleeper car in this GT3 class, and I feel like that it's just not given enough of an opportunity on track. Now, clearly, it's not showing. It's an incredible car in this particular situation, and that may be the case, or it could just be the drivers coming to terms with the cars still, or it just could be the sheer fact that the big motor cars are just better here, and I think that probably is most certainly just the case. But the Aston is one of the cars that's struggling to maintain pace with the big motor cars here today at Le Mans as well, and I mean, great battles there with those mid-rear engine cars, so right around that the same level, I guess, here at Le Mans as these McLarens on track. So unfortunate there for some of our manufacturers on track here, just not seeming to be as competitive as they would ultimately like to be coming into a race like this. But again, it's all seat time, it's all experience for the teams and the drivers, and at the end of the day, that's more valuable than anything you can take away from a racetrack.
Oh, for sure. But I'll tell you what, those two cars that we were just speaking on, expect those cars to do well around Suzuka, to where the Mercedes will probably still do well on Suzuka as well, but the Corvette is going to struggle much more than what they have here today with these long straights. It's not going to be like right now. The Corvette it's for this track in particular. It's almost on the verge of being OP.
For sure.
You see the Lexus keeping up with it, but only because the Lexus is so nimble around the corners, and it's not even really that nimble of a car around the corners. What it really boils down to is just that much more nimble than what the Corvette is. So you see the times go up, on the straights for the Vet, and then you see them, drop again as soon as they get into the corners. And so the two cars up for this track are very equally balanced in that aspect. But as far as the amount of straight drive, high speed there is going on in Le Mans, it almost feels like the Vet is just slightly on the OP side for this track.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think you hear that argument for every racing combination. I mean, there's always going to be one particular car that's going to be slightly better than the rest of the cars in the field, but that does not necessarily mean that car is going to dominate the field and win the race either. It still does come down to the team of drivers that are piloting that car at the end of the day.
Indeed it does. Yeah, absolutely. Again, the car don't make the driver. The driver makes the car do its thing, and so therefore you've really got to you got to do all the work, right? Like there's more than just straight line speed that wins a race, right? You've got strategy that comes into play. Of course, you're wanting to hit your breaking points, your apexes, all these different aspects come into play, as well as strategy. It cannot be done with just the car. There's so much more at play there. So, and also in that aspect, very equally matched when it comes down to the conversation of whether or not the Corvette is really actually slightly OP versus the Lexus or not, because of just that there. It comes down to driver knowledge, driver skill, racing incidents, the amount of mental mistakes that are made. All these things come into factors, especially in an endurance race of this caliber, and that is why all those little things, we see the large gaps in time between the different racers.
Absolutely. We're just kind of hanging out with our Syndicate Racing Corvette here right now, number 64 Corvette. And the gap is slowly but surely starting to close back up to third place driver Honor here from Race Asylum 2. Now that gap was about 8 seconds, almost 8 seconds last time we were kind of keen on it anyways. And we got that gap down to just under 6 seconds here. So the 64 Corvette is starting to track back in on the Lexus driver. So, showing that little bit of top end prowess that this car seems to have over the rest of the cars in the field here at Le Mans today. But we've also seen this Lexus really compete with this Corvette as well, and the only thing separating the two cars at the end of the day really is that ultimate top end speed, where this car just has no more go.
Yeah, no doubt, and that's the thing too. If the Mustang had been running right all day, I would imagine that car. I know that the Mustang is very quick car. It's very torquey. It has that ability to come out of a corner just like a rocket and lay it down. But that's also why we see cars like the Mercedes doing well here. Perhaps not any kind of dominating fashion whatsoever, but definitely holding their own because of that. In the drag racing world, it would be called the whole shot power, right? It's got that torque to lay it down and be able to, if you can control the tire spin, because if you're spinning, you ain't winning, right? So you control that, and you've got the power to lay it down, getting out of the corners. And I suspect that, like I said, if the Mustang hadn't had a bit of troubles with their ride today, I think things would be a little bit different in that department too. You'd have to certainly not count that car out.
Absolutely, and the Mustang Group 3 car in Gran Turismo 7 is really not for the faint of heart. It's just not an easy car to drive, and that may very well just be the issue with the number 9 Mustang here today. It is so easy to make the mistake on exit with that car and just lose the back end of that Mustang. It is, in my opinion, it seems very disproportionate to the way it's designed currently with the BOP settings the way they are, and that really does contribute to the unpredictability of what your rear end in that car is going to do. So for those that decide they're going to choose the Mustang in any kind of racing series, championship event, one-off event, special race, whatever the case may be, you need confidence to drive the car. And really at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, because if you do not have the confidence to handle what the Mustang is going to throw at the driver, then you're going to see that driver struggle with that car. When it comes to our front engine rear wheel drive cars, the Mustang is by far one of the harder cars to drive and control under heavy competitive conditions, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I actually have to agree. It takes knowledge of how the car is going to react under a given situation, right? So for one thing, it's quite a heavy car, and then for two, it's got as much or more torque than what the Vet does. So that thing will step out from, like you mentioned earlier, the Supra being a car that you can, well, many of them, the Supra, the BMW, the Corvette, even in third gear, you think you're able to just mash the gas down. And if you're still coming out of the corner and you do that, you'll lose it really quickly in the Mustang. And the Mustang, the other thing about that is that once you lose the Mustang, if it starts to drift on you, it's okay, so long as you don't try to fight that. And much like the Lamborghini, we spoke on this just yesterday. The Lambo, you want that car to get a little bit drifty on you. It helps you to catch that apex and hold your corner down, right? The Mustang's kind of the same way. If you just go ahead and let it drift just a little bit. If you fight it too much, the snap back on that car is unreal, and that thing it'll do 360s on you right now.
Absolutely, and I mean that's really what it comes down to with the Mustang is the snap oversteer, the unexpected snap, when you just slightly force the rotation of the car. And I mean honestly, out of all the Group 3 cars, there's a couple of exceptions out there. It feels like a brick. It just feels like a brick. It just doesn't feel good around any technical part of any racetrack either. I mean the Mustang, the way it sits currently, the GT3 Mustang, in my personal opinion, is set up to be a oval track car, not a world circuit car. Just the way it sits right now. I think it's one of the cars that really needs some serious attention in the BOP settings, because I really do feel like that the Mustang could be so much more competitive than we truly do see it currently, the way the state of the BOP settings sit in our Group 3 class here in Gran Turismo.
Oh, indeed. I'll tell you what. That's a fairly accurate statement because have you ever tried to drive the Mustang around Mount Panorama?
A couple of times with very, very limited success.
That is an unruly car on Bathurst. I'm telling you what, I could get in any other car and perform way better. But now you take a track that is not, I mean, lots of curves in it still, and quite technical still, but without all of the undulations as good old Mount P, say Red Bull Ring. The Mustang does good around Red Bull Ring. However, with all the different elevation changes and the track undulations of Mount Panorama, that Mustang would be my very last car that I would choose to go around that track in. There may be some of those that would disagree, or perhaps they have just a better knowledge of how the car is supposed to handle. Like I said, it's kind of like the BMW in that matter. Like, I wouldn't want to really choose. In fact, I've raced, it was only a 90-minute endurance race in the BMW, and I did quite well in it. But you really have to catch those apexes, because if you don't, the car's heavy and it's gonna slide wide, and there's no runoff room on Mount P on virtually the entire track, right? So versus say our virtual host here today at Le Mans, you've got plenty of runoff room throughout much of the track, but that runoff room is going to be A, into the grass, or B, into the sand, and neither one is a good combination for high speed.
Ain't that the truth? I mean, obviously the sand on the edge of some of these corners, especially the higher speed sections of the racetracks, we typically find that sand. It's designed to slow these cars down, not speed them up. So, for sure, definitely a good call there. as we are working so hard and willing this pack to close up a little bit for the viewers at home right now, so we can see some good door-to-door action. But I tell you what, these racers aren't cooperating with us here in this stint, are they? We need some rain or something to change things up. I don't know, but it is going to be nice weather conditions here now as we get towards the end of our race here. All the inclement weather has kind of passed by us here in France, and I got to tell you, the weather forecast over the next 4 hours and a little bit is looking pretty clear, pretty sunny, and we're going to see the umbrellas and raincoats get put away, and I think we're going to see the suntan lotion come out here for the duration of our event today. And that only means one thing: the drivers are most likely going to send it.
Yeah, certainly going to see probably our fastest lap come into play that we've seen all day. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen in these next couple of stints here, well, during the remainder of this stint and one more. Yes, I know we got one more, but is it two?
It'll be two more yet. We're on stint 10 of 12
Yeah.
here. So, I mean, and as we say that, Nick has been just bleeding that fastest lap down kind of, bit by bit here throughout this stint. And now he's down into a 3:53.883 here on the racetrack. Now, not the fastest that we've seen today at Le Mans. We've seen a 1:52.505 put down from Distinct Simon from Syndicate Racing in that 64 Corvette a few hours ago. And oh boy, I tell you what, that guy was moving in that stint.
That is a smoking fast lap.
We have not seen Simon out here in the last couple stints, so I do suspect that we will see Distinct Simon either in the last 2 hours of this race here for Syndicate Racing, or he will be the setup driver for the final stint here for Syndicate Racing, leading into the chase to the checkered flag here. So this is an important stint, and you can tell this is an important stint because not one of the drivers here in this stint have let up a stitch. Nobody is willing to give an inch on this racetrack right now because every one of these drivers and every one of these racing teams that are competing here today know what's at stake with what is now basically 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining in this 24-hour race. It is crunch time, and the business in the paddock has not been as serious as it's starting to become here right now.
Well, no, and case in point, you look at Nick's times right now. He's within 0.2 of a second over his last 3 laps, all within 0.2 of a second of each other, and that type of consistency certainly will win races. Now, if we look back down to Honor and Kemp here, I don't believe that gap has closed up at all either, but either way, Honor's still holding P3 and coming in a race that you did not expect to race in, and taking that pressure and just running with it. Fantastic, good job right there. We have other racers as well that have come in and shown that type of prowess as well. Like you said, James, boy, he gathered 30 seconds up easily in just his one stint, and brought his team back there as well. And
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, so the gap actually has closed up a little bit between Honor and Camp now.
Yeah, we've been kind of
7 or 8 seconds, and now it's about 3.8.
Kind of slowly but surely keeping our eye on this. We've been keeping an eye on that track, the track radar up at the top right-hand side of the screen there that the viewers could see as well. As commentators, that's ultimately what we have to rely on to kind of determine where our cars are close together for the battles. Other than that, we just really do rely on the in-game production value to just kind of display what we see on the streams here through these broadcasts. But the one tool that we definitely do have as broadcasters to kind of give us a better idea of where we need to be keeping our eyes on is obviously at the top right-hand corner of your screen is that track radar, and that track radar shows all the drivers that are currently out on track. And it would be really nice if we had a small number or something maybe that would be there with that arrow just to help decipher that just a smidge better. But that is kind of how we track where our drivers are on track. And I mean, you know, it's the same thing for the racers. They have that same option in their hood system within their how they decide to set up their screens when they're sim racing, and of course can see that same information. But for the viewers at home, if you're kind of wondering how or why we or where we're determining where to watch, we really are kind of using that guide that we have on the top right hand side of the screen there that everyone can see at home as well. That's kind of what determines, you know, where we're paying attention to at points of the race sometimes, especially when we, you know, can only have two eyes on 14 drivers at once in such a crazy race as this 24-hour race. So the small little tools that we are able to use as well to try and guide as much action to the screens that everybody at home that are tuning in and watching. And for those that have been here the whole race, you keep pushing, you're almost there, you almost made it. We got about 4 hours to go, so absolute legendary support. And for those of us that are just tuning in, maybe coming in for the first time, checking it out, hello, welcome in. I'm GT45 Gaming, and in the booth with me is Nolander Gaming here. And in about I'm going to say 15 minutes time here at this point, we'll be turning it over to Webo commentary here for stint number 11. So we'll be hanging out here for about another half hour, and this is on behalf of the International Racing Organization. It's round 5 of 8 here at Le Mans this weekend. And if you're like, oh man, I missed the race, well, that's okay. You can catch all the streams on the channel after the fact. They are all there for viewing at your own pleasure, and you can skip through the parts you don't even want to see if you want. That's the best part about pre-recorded TV in a sense. And you know, if you really enjoy what you're seeing here, don't forget that like, share, and subscribe button. Help the channel out, help us grow, help us get more racers here, let us get more viewers involved, and let us put out some more great championships going into 2025. But that leads us into an 8-hour event at Suzuka in August 31st, right at the end of the month. Will be round 6 here from IRO as well, for those that are wondering when the next great event is coming after this absolutely epic 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, it looks as though we have a battle ensuing as well. Here coming at the very end, or rather the very beginning portion of the racetrack. If you want to try to figure out who that is and see what that battle is, it looks like they're pretty darn. Yep, there you go. You were just on them. You went one too far.
Yeah, we got a 3-way battle here right now.
Yep.
Between
There we go.
We got Slipstream here from Sector 7 Racing 1, and we've got a BMW, 2 BMWs in the mix here. So I believe we've got the 999 BMW there from Race Asylum 4, or 3, sorry, pardon me, or 1. That's actually Race Asylum 1, I believe that is. And we've got the BMW of MRL Team 1 here on track, so side-by-side action here as we head up in through the chicane there. And woof, a little bit of a wobble coming out of that BMW as he tried to take the hard line around there. Does give up the position, and BMW versus Mercedes here, all a little bit out of position, which is kind of the funny part here, but we got some racing, so let's sit with it.
Yeah, there's another 3-way battle, it looks, further up the Mulsanne straight there, just coming out of the final chicane.
Let's go see what we can find here. Let's go see what we see here. It looks like just really the one 3-way battle here right now.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, that's no, it's okay. We're just flipping through. We'll get back to it here. Oh, we do have, yep, it's the same 3-car battle here. It's just the other 3 are not quite as close together as it looks, I guess, as the radar seems to be showing us here. But
yeah, it's difficult to judge how close they are. I thought they were a lot closer than what they were. But anyways, this right here is the most entertainment we have seen as far as battles go for pretty much the entirety of this stint. So love to see that. I love to see the cars getting back together, even if they are out of sequence as far as position goes.
Absolutely, and you can see a little puff of smoke here coming a couple of times now from the BMW and Mercedes of S7R Slipstream and Can't quite remember who's in that BMW off the top of my head here, so we're gonna have to find him right past in that Calda here. The very difficult name to try and put together very quickly and roll off the tongue properly here. But we got ERA Nick in the lead here. We're just going to get back to that. A little bit of a battle. So all three cars are not battling each other for position here. Ironically, this is just a group of cars that are close together racing, and I think, to be honest, the racers have kind of probably, you're starting to fall into that tunnel vision zone at this point. You haven't really had anything around you for basically 2 hours on the racetrack. You've just kind of been putting in your laps. It gets very easy to lose your focus. So even in this situation, if there's another car in front of me, I see something. Something is moving besides what I'm seeing in front of me through my windshield. Hey, I'm awake, I'm alert, let's go.
Yeah, no doubt. It really does spike up the adrenaline and make you want to push that much harder when you do get around another car, even if they're lap down or whatever. You're like, I see some action, let's get after it.
I mean, at the end of the day, racers want to race. That's just the way it is. And right now, I don't think they care if it's first place or 11th place right now. Like I said, it's just been such a long, arduous 2-hour stint here for all of these drivers trying to set their teams up for the last 4-hour push here. It's a breath of fresh air, I think, to see another car in close proximity at this point.
It looks like just out in front of them, too, they're getting starting to get 3 cars getting close to each other as well, just up in front there.
Yeah, we're just kind of starting to peel through the field here right now. Take a look to see what else we see here. We have RA's Little Nicky in 8th place. He is under fire from our race leader, ERA Nick, right now. And I think that's about a second and a half between the two cars at the moment, so we should probably see ERA Nick move his way around Nicky probably by the end of the Mulsanne straight on the next lap, if I had to guess, maybe a little bit sooner. That leaves Halix here in 9th position, and this is Loose Moose Racing. This is the one livery that unfortunately just decided not to show up in this stint, so that's unfortunate because it's a pretty good looking livery, and it's the one livery on the racetrack that has Canadian flags and Tim Hortons on it, so I'm immediately a fan, just gonna say.
Yeah, this was the group that I was talking about here, but they're definitely not as close together as what the track map shows.
Exactly,
it's
yeah.
Not an accurate
portrayal
of the vehicles. Yeah.
All right, so passed and I called here. Hey, I think I got it right that time. Sitting in 12th place right before the end of the stint. Go figure. But at least we can say we did it once, hopefully. All right, so let's do a rundown here. I mean, we're at 20 to 32. We're going to be seeing. Oh, go ahead.
Development. Kemp has gotten around Honor.
Oh yes, good call there. Wow, and has he ever gotten around Honor here? I mean, 8-second gap here. So wow, that changed quickly over the course of just a couple laps here. A mistake clearly being made there by Honor to lose the 6-second gap that he had over Kemp, and then of course now finding himself almost 10 seconds in behind. However, there's no damage on the race car, so whatever it was that happened wasn't significant enough to damage the race car, which is good for the Races Silent 2 racing team. They're not going to have to do any major repairs in that driver swap. They're just going to have to swap their drivers, but definitely not probably where he was hoping to leave the team at the end of the stint here. But you know what, he's only got 3.5 more laps, 4 laps essentially to go. He's just starting lap 27 here, and then he can turn it over to one of the teammates over at the Great Racing team here. So he's almost got this stint underway, and he's just got to shake that whatever happened off and just get this thing home and into pit lane for the next driver to take over.
Yeah, no doubt. A few more laps left to go, and we have the that update has come from RA's Wabbit up in the chat. So thank you, Rabbit, for pointing that out to us. We had both missed that, trying to find a battle on the track.
Yeah, we're sitting here flipping through the field looking for the battles and missed the one thing that was happening on the racetrack. Go figure, right? All right, so we're just going to do a rundown here. Of course, we need to get some gapping here for our race control officials, just so they have an idea on where these splits are before the drivers start our driver swapping. And with that being said, we should Be keeping an eye on our stream here, as Webble Commentary is going to be taking over, and I'm not sure if he's going to jump into the streaming chat or not with us here, as we kind of have been circling between ourselves and Jaeger over the last basically 10 hours here in the race. So Webble Commentary doing a huge favor here for the group coming in, and definitely
should be joining the chat, so back for a little intermission, so we should have a little party now.
Right on. But definitely appreciate Webble Commentary coming in. The broadcast team a little bit light here this weekend, coming into Le Mans, stepping in and offering his services here to help ease some of the pressure on the broadcast team here. So we definitely appreciate it and can't wait to see him come in. But in the meantime, we still have a couple laps to go, and you can see the tires starting to show their wear and condition here on these racing cars now. Nick really trying to get the power down there and just having to gather that car up around the exit. A little dicey there for sure. Down to second place here, 1 minute 47 seconds in behind ERA's Nick. So Nick has done a pretty good job again to gain the Esports Racing Asylum team just a little bit more time leading into the final 4-hour push here. And they've got some big drivers in behind that paddock there, so it's going to be very interesting to see who they decide to put out in the second last stint of the race. That takes us down into our third place driver, Syndicate Racing's driver Kemp here. He's 2 minutes 42 seconds in behind second place and 4 minutes 28 seconds in behind the overall race lead here, and has a 20-second gap now over Honor. So boy, oh boy, I'm not sure what has happened here to Race Asylum 2 driver here, but a little rattled perhaps after whatever happened after the position change here. But 20 seconds, now 21 seconds. Not really sure what's going on there, but again, just trying to minimize the damage here and send it off to the next driver. Currently 4 minutes 50 seconds behind the overall race leader. Takes us down into the fifth place driver, Sector 7 Racing 1 team driver in the silver Mercedes here. He is a minute 19 in behind Honor there right now from Race Asylum 2, and 6 minutes 5 seconds overall from the race leader, just shy of 2 laps in behind right now. And caution free race here so far, over almost 20 hours of racing now. That in itself is pretty impressive stat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. We got Macho Monkey here for Sector 7 Racing Team number 2, the red and blue Mercedes, currently carrying a house-second penalty here. Not ideal, but no pressure from him in behind, as it is a lap car in behind him here right now, and 11 seconds in behind teammate, 6 minutes 16 seconds behind the overall race lead here, almost 20 hours in. That takes us to the AHR 69 Corvette team here, and this team has been pushing pretty hard here to try and close in on 6th place here, but has found themselves losing time here in the latter part of the stint on a blue lap here right now, which is good to see from the driver. 36 seconds in behind Sector 7 Racing 2, and 6 minutes 53 seconds behind the overall race leader. All right, to try to get through this a little quickly here, we got little Nicky in 8th place here for Race Asylum 3, I believe this one is. And he's a minute behind the AHR Corvette here right now in that McLaren 650S. Again, doing a really great job managing this car in the mid-pack. Is definitely the underdog here at Le Mans this weekend. And he's 7 minutes 54 seconds behind the overall race lead. That takes us up into Loose Moose Racing Team here, and Halix behind the wheel right now. 9 minutes 39 seconds overall behind the overall race leader, and 1 minute 47 seconds behind Race Asylum 3, I believe, Little Nicky. That takes us to our 10th place driver, GT Banana Josh here, and he is with the Shoshin Racing Team here as well in the Aston Martin V12. Has 1 minute 56 seconds behind the Norwegian driver, currently in 9th place, and a total of 11 minutes 36 seconds behind the overall race leader. Taking us down, pardon me,
to
CLR. I can't pronounce this driver's name properly. Reichel?
Richie.
Richie?
I think it's Richie 178.
Okay, yeah.
That little sign is actually an L, but I don't know why.
My brain sometimes does not
Richie.
comprehend things simply, but 22 seconds in behind Josh and 12 minutes in behind the overall race leader here. So I apologize to the driver. We're not trying to butcher your name, I promise. But you know what? As commentators, we're really good at butchering names, so it comes with the territory. We've got Pasnicalda here. He is in 12th place, and again with MRL Team 1 here right now, and overall 14 minutes in behind the race leader. Takes us down into Irish Tony here right now in the Ford Mustang, MRL Team number 2 here, and 17 minutes and 45 seconds behind the overall race leader, and takes us into our final team on track here with RAA's Toby, and 26 seconds in behind Irish Tony, and overall 18 minutes and 10 seconds in behind the race leader. So some pretty large gaps here from the race leader, pretty much over the whole field right now. Top 2 drivers really just putting on a dominant performance here right now as we kind of move into the latter part of our race.
Yeah, and what a race it's been so far through 20 hours, man. You touched on it a little bit earlier there, and I personally, I think I have seen, I know one for sure, possibly 2 yellow flags, but I can only remember the one, and that is absolutely incredible. These drivers really deserve some real credit thrown their way. Each and every one of them throughout all the teams, just been an absolute spectacle of a race they put on here today at Le Mans.
And I mean, just goes to show the preparedness of the teams, the drivers, and really everybody involved around these racing cars on track here today, because it isn't an easy feat. Le Mans is a very difficult racetrack. We've had lots of weather transitioning throughout the almost 20 hours of racing here now on the racetrack, and typically you're going to see at least one real big one at some point here at Le Mans, and we just haven't seen it yet. Knocking on wood that we haven't seen it yet. Let's hope we don't see it, because it's been such a great race.
Why did you mention it?
Because I have to, because I'm a commentator, and it just wouldn't be right if we didn't curse the whole field, you know? What can I say, you know? It's our job. It's our job to build suspense and make the drivers hate us. That's our job.
It's equal opportunity for all racers to bend it at one point and another.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very well put.
Oh,
so I don't know if the weather gods are going to throw a little wrench in the program here for our racers. I mean, we know what the weather forecast looks like, but we do have to keep in mind that the weather in between our set weather is all random. So the sky's the limit. In between basically the first 15 minutes and the last 15 minutes of the race, we kind of have an idea what the weather's supposed to do or what we'd like to see it do. But everything in between those 15 minutes and 15 minutes is completely up in the air. So even though we know that it's going to be nice and sunny to start the next stint and basically nice and sunny to finish that stint, what's going to happen in between is a complete wild card. It is really up to Mother Nature. And I think Mother Nature needs to help us out a little bit here, maybe bucket down some rain unexpectedly for about 5 minutes and see if we can tighten this field up a little bit and maybe get us a good race. Just what a commentator wants. That's just us. We're just being greedy up here in the booth, but I'm sure the racers feel much differently about that on track as they've worked very hard to build their gaps.
Yeah, you're just thinking about the viewers. They also want to have a little bit of drama, exciting racing. So come on, race drivers, deliver.
Absolutely. You know, just a few buckets. Just a few buckets.
Oh man. Oh boy. Look at the chat at Lucas's comment. I think fatigue is perhaps setting in for some people. not just the current racers on track.
All right, so and you know we touched on this a few times throughout our time here with the 24-hour race here. You know that physical and mental fatigue. It's just not the racers that got to deal with that. It is also the team. Now, keeping in mind the team, the crew, the guys doing the tires, doing the fuel, doing all that hands-on detailing in the paddock for these drivers, you know, their rest is, you know, in a chair behind a pile of tires in a little piece of shade in the paddock and sneaking in a half-hour nap when they can get it. You know, that's what the crew gets during these 24-hour events. So the crew as well also has to deal with those mental fatigue struggles and physical fatigue struggles as well. So, you know, sometimes little calculation mistakes can be made, and that could cause a little bit of complication for racers as well.
Yeah, I believe that's the indicator as to why Honor has now dropped back into P4 rather than still being up in P3. I think that's where that came in. He's having to do fuel saving.
Absolutely, and that was a thought that crossed my mind, seeing how quickly the time gap was opening up. But I mean, even, you know, if a driver had to go right into full fuel save mode in the fuel map 6, it just didn't seem logical in my head that it was going to make up that much time. But maybe, I guess, on a track of this extent and the nature of the speed of this track, I guess that would make complete sense. And we're just on our final laps here now as we head in towards our driver swap. So ERA Nick has started the final racing lap here before we start to see another round of driver swaps. For the second last time here today, we'll see some driver swaps. And boy, oh boy, get that breakfast in, get the kiddies all riled up and excited for racing, because we got 4 hours to go, and you know that every one of the drivers that are about to jump into the wheels of these racing cars for the next 2 hours have one intention and one intention only: send it, close up the gap, and make something happen.
Yeah. Now is the time. Don't hold back. Final 4 hours, 2 stints.
Absolutely. Send it. Just send it.
Well, and that being said, I mean, 4 hours of racing, a lot could still certainly happen. We could see some of these gaps close up. Again, certainly we've already seen that throughout this race several different times. We've seen, 45-second gaps turn into, 20-second gaps. We've seen minute gaps, minute-and-a-half gaps, and go down to 30-second gaps. So certainly anything is possible.
Absolutely. We're just going to do one more quick rotate through the field here for the viewers at home, and then we are going to sit on board with our race leader here as he's approaching about the midway mark of the final penultimate lap on stint number 10 here. So I guess with that being said, that's going to be our time here for tonight too, Nolander. It has been a doozy in the booth here at Le Mans, and we would just like to say, I know I myself would like to say thank you to IRO, the International Racing Organization, for the opportunity to step into the booth with this great organization to watch these great racers on track and hopefully provide some great entertainment for the viewers at home. And I would most certainly like to thank Nolander for taking a large portion of a Saturday to come and hang out with us here at Le Mans, as well as we seem to be turning into quite an interesting duo here in the booth, Nolander. So always appreciate your time, and I just want to say thank you to the IRO and especially Jaeger for all his hard work behind the scenes, because I got to tell you, he really does make it easy to be a content creator, to do these endurance races on behalf of the International Racing Organization. It is turn on the stream and entertain the viewers. That's all we got to do. So huge shout out to Jaeger and everything he does, because he really is the heart and soul of what's happening here at IRO today.
And knock on my steering wheel that it will stay for the final setup. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a privilege. Certainly happy to be here and help out where I can, and definitely want to say a great big thank you to all the fans out there that have stuck it out with us throughout this entire duration as well, Ray. So definitely, again, certainly thank you to everybody behind the scenes. Thank you to all the racers putting in such hard work, and I had certainly enjoyed my time here, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Happy to be
over into the transition, the driver swap. So Webo is with us as well.
All right, so Nick has
So
just
now
pulled
we can have
in.
everyone in the chat.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
So now we're just going to be sitting here waiting for our second place driver, ORT Neo here. He's got about almost 2 minutes here before he'll see that driver swap transition. So, welcome in Webel Commentary, and nice to meet you. I think this is the first time we've been able to speak and be in the booth together, so it's a pleasure. And, I think you got a good stint up ahead of you here. It's going to be the push stint, to set up stint for that final chase to the checkered flag. And I mean, you know, what have you been seeing so far? I mean, who do you think's got this in the bag at this point?
Hey everybody, very good to be here, and thank you so much for a fantastic handover and a brilliant stint. It is stint 11 of 12. We are here to have a fantastic penultimate stint, the run in towards the flag, but it's not all over, of course. Gecko Racer has taken to the track in car 44. And he is already out and underway. I'm pleased to see from my stint 3 that we've got several drivers who featured dominant at during my stint, so I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable than I did in the stint 3, because here we have John, here we have Candyman, who were at the leading edge of the pace during my stint. So it's great to have that, at least for me. But it looks like here ERA have a significant lead in car 44 because I can't actually see the gaps at the moment on my second screen. I'm giving all my connection ability to actually uploading my stream, so on my alternate screen on the Wi-Fi it's not showing me what I want to see, so it's a bit of a mystery to me, but certainly this looks very, very good from Race Asylum at the moment for Gecko Racer. And good news for me as well is that I now have the proper liveries and I can see the color schemes, and I can actually appreciate the work of the designers as well, because we didn't have that in stint 3, so fantastic to have that.
Absolutely, and it was a minute 51 gap between ERA's Nick and Neo as a transition coming into driver swap is. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of what you're looking at for a gap, and it's going to be about 2 minutes 45 seconds from second to third place here with Syndicate Racing 64 Corvette coming about midway point here on his final lap.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you.
All right,
so John has entered the track for ORT, car 46 now, and he, as I say, in my stint, John was the pace of the field over the course of 2 hours, notwithstanding a small snafu perhaps on the pit stop sequences through the wet to dry conditions, but out on fresh soft tyres on a full tank of fuel is John, and I'm anticipating we'll see Candyman out on track shortly as well. But a big gap, 1 minute 50 then for John to try and overcome with Gecko. We will obviously keep a close eye on the gap for the biggest paying points in the field, but I will do my level best to make sure that everybody gets their fair share of on-track and on-screen love. We're waiting then to see who will be second out of the pits, and as that then progresses. But of course, one major accident, one unexpected pit stop to fix damage, and or even a disconnection can affect drivers late into this proceedings here. We've got 3 hours 54 on the clock. We here have got 29 laps for the leader to run before they then hand over, and that's certainly going to take us well into towards lunchtime for everybody.
And we just have our third place driver here just heading through the karting S's right now. Should see him coming in about 15 seconds time.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's great to have this driver handover sequence on the on the stream as well. You can see live what is happening as we've got John then coming out of the Virage de Mulsanne, and just his outlap right now. Gecko Racer with a good lead already. He's now lapped obviously the third place and the rest of the field, so he's already past the start finish line out there, and getting comfortable is Gecko Racer in the car 44 Chevy, which at least in my stint earlier on, top speed was very, very impressive.
Race Asylum 2 now coming into pit lane.
Race Asylum 2 on its way in. We will, I think, have Luke
218 Lexus. Yep.
But we have Mullet has exited. Again, car 64 has now exited 4 minutes 37 down.
Be about a minute for the next driver, which will be a Sector 7 Racing silver Mercedes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so waiting then to get the release for Luke. Looks like Candyman has a huge job on his hands because he was fighting with John in stint 3 to be head of the field and had the lead on the odd occasion. I see Iman Rebello saying "Boa sorte ORT," so good luck to ORT. I'm waiting then for Luke to be released, but we get a close-up look at Syndicate Racing's
Number
sponsorships.
7.
They've got American Airlines, they've got Milwaukee on the car. So that's good stuff.
That is some good sponsors. How do we get those sponsors? I
Right.
tell you what, right? And teammate just
Some
coming
good
into
perks
pit
with
lane.
AA, yeah.
So about 7 seconds separating the 2 Sector 7 drivers.
Terrific. Okay, so just waiting then for third place to be released. Drivers come in, they get stopped, and they give the go command across their team radio.
That's right, there is a...
Disconnect.
Ooh.
So that's why we haven't seen Luke. Luke has
Luke
just
is
left.
Disconnected. Oh.
Candyman is out.
Oh, that is
6 minutes
devastating
12
for
down.
Race Asylum 2 right there.
Yeah. Oh, bummer.
So Candyman out in car 7. And he is in 4th then now. And it's not ideal. There, of course, for Luke. That's for Sector 7 first team. We've got the Sector 7 second team, Hovercraft, out, and he is 6:19 off the lead.
All right, we've got RA's Little Nicky, number 77 McLaren, is about 1 minute out from pit lane.
Fantastic. Yep. Okay. James has left. So James out on track in P6, 7 minutes down. And we will be furiously working in the background. I say we, not me. Jaeger will be furiously working in the background and raise control to organise how to resolve the disconnection issue for the next stint. Unfortunately, we can't bring drivers back in.
And the number
as far as I'm aware.
77 McLaren now officially into pit lane here.
About the disconnect, exclude the Jaeger part, just leave it with race control, right? That's good.
And that is the commentary team sloughing off duties to race control.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, James is in 6th, then 7 minutes and a second at the moment off the lead of Gecko Racer.
I would suggest we wait for the loose racing.
That is
We'll go full screen.
roughly about a
for
minute away.
Stint 11, and we release GT45 Gaming and Olander into their witness rest.
Oh, you'll probably just see me hanging out in the chat, most likely, hyping up chat.
You're too invested now, GT.
That's right. You know, as a commentator, we try to take in as much of the race as we can so we can stay as informed as we can as well. We like to try and be as in the loop and know what happens throughout the race so we can keep the viewers as informed as we can. So, you know, we're just as diehard as the racers are. Typically, the commentating team is along for the ride with the racers. So, we'll be here probably right to the checkered flag most likely and for the interviews as well. But we do have Loose Moose Racing literally on fumes rolling into pit lane here.
Yeah, we did see some very empty tanks running to the end of the stints, not least among John, who was now in 2nd place. But in stint 3, I can't quite believe how he got home with the tiny amount of fuel he had. We have Lugi on track in the 77 car. He's in 7th position, somewhat appropriately. And we wait then to get released from the remaining half of the field. Brilliant. Thank you so much to GT45 for a tremendous stint there in the comms box. And he can go and at least rest the voice for a little while and try and recover now. TS Bap out on track in car 35. He is in 8th position. I need to just cut away for a second to join a party. So I'll be back for you in just a moment. Hopefully we won't lose anything. Okay, as far as I know, I should be joined in a party with Jaeger.
I can hear you, so quick check for the stream. Stream, can you hear me?
So can you hear Jaeger? Please, yes. Please say yes, indeed. Absolutely. TS Bap out on track then, 9 minutes 48 from the lead. So come on, chat. We need to get some reassurance that you can now hear.
Jaeger! I see some of my pronunciation in chat. We can hear you. Yes, we conquered the technical difficulties.
We have got over it. We're through it. It's great stuff. So yeah,
it nearly took us 20 hours, but hey, here we go.
We haven't been working for 20 hours on this particular technical fix, but you have.
Yes.
So we're waiting then to see the next car come out, and it does look to be Kaizen, who has left in car 51. So Kaizen for Shoshin Throttle Racing is out 11:53 off the lead, and in that P9. And he has rejoined, I think, just on track with Gecko, who is much better up to speed and will be flying through, I think. He's waiting for Turtle Rouge to be over, I think, is Gecko, so we can get a little bit of that sweet slipstream. But Kaizen just warming up the tyres, getting comfortable. Gecko Racer already, I think, 3 laps in, and that means that Kaizen will be about to go 3 laps down. And we'll just catch that as Kurt comes out of the pits as well. And Kurt will join in that P10.
Yeah, Kurt for last minute racing.
So Kurt, yes, indeed, for last minute racing, indeed. So actually, I'm surprised to see Gecko not make it through on that run. But here he comes. In fact, giving up a little bit of the slipstream. But I think that was Kaizen just releasing Gecko. A little bit of accommodation there. And Gecko then through to put 3 laps on the 9th place driver. Now, car 45, here we have Kurt. And fantastic, Jaeger, to see the proper liveries as well.
I'm so happy for you. Yeah, that you can cherish those lovely liveries. Yeah, and no, jokes aside, I mean, there are some really talented guys and girls out there who design those liveries. And it was, yeah, really weird with your first commentary stint that we just had the default liveries showing, so it looks so much better, right?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's really good, and the car numbers as well. So yeah, that's the most helpful thing for me, is to actually have car numbers so I can track where everybody is. As I say, Gecko Racer in the lead right now. Let's just check on his progress. He is 1 minute 46 in advantage over P2's John. 1 minute 46, which means I think I make that a 5-second gain for John since the pit stops. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, seems like Gecko is taking it easy. You see the lap times. So taking it easy with sub 4 minutes is still like, crazy fast. But if you look at John's pace with 355s, yeah, definitely catching a little bit, but 1 minute 46 is still a huge gap, of course.
Yeah, so 3:57, 2 laps at 3:57 for his first 2 laps here for Gecko is a frightening pace out on the possibly some of the hottest temperatures we will have. 4.6 meters per second southwesterly wind. The wind has turned a full 180 degrees from stint 3, which means that the drivers who have got that commonality, they will have an issue between the two laps. Welsh is out. Welsh in the Skechers 33 BMW. Very fine looking car. You're not going to miss this one on track in your mirrors. You'll certainly spot that one. So car 33, 14 minutes 28 off the lead.
But we are down to 12 drivers, so someone else disconnected.
So we have a second disco, unfortunately. That is unfortunate, but we will be able to get the teams back in for the final stint.
Was it Kurt for
We hope.
Racing?
I think it might be Kurt. No, Kurt.
Showing.
Yeah,
Kurt.
it is.
I think they disconnected in one of their other stints as well. If I'm not completely mistaken. So, yeah, and that's so unfortunate. I can tell from myself, my experience. I did last year the 24 hours of the Nürburgring and disconnected twice. I was so gutted, especially for the team. You're racing, it's like bam.
Yeah, it really is deeply frustrating, but that is motor racing. It's unfortunate, but it's true of track and sim racing. Failures happen, and you just have to enjoy the good days, I think, and just take the L when it comes. Unfortunately, looks like the S7 Sector 7 teams have gapped a little bit each other. They were within just a handful of seconds, but Candyman is piling on the pace here. A 3:56 for Candyman that time. James, though, with the fastest lap at the moment, a 3:55.8. That's pretty special pace. Here is James in the Chevy. It does seem like the Chevy is performing incredibly well here at Le Mans. Certainly in the lead, but also with some of the lead pace as well right now at this early stage of the stint 11.
But James is also like a freak driver, so.
Okay.
Okay.
So we will see. 6 minutes 58 is James's gap. He's gained just 3 seconds on Gecko, despite the pace advantage right now. So only 3 seconds from the start. We're still waiting for ERA's Adriano and for Bish to start their race. So that will come soon enough, I'm sure. But various issues for the drivers and teams, but all is not lost by any stretch of the imagination. We've got Kaizen in 9th position. He's got 2 minutes front and back of gap, but of course he did release Gecko earlier on. We have TS BAP also in red and white, just to confuse everything, sponsored by Moosehead. And we have Loose Moose Racing, of course, is the team name, but they are just under 10 minutes away from the lead, and another big gap between the two drivers. Just checking in with Lugi here, and he's just picked up a 1 second penalty, some sort of infraction prior to Indianapolis corner in the McLaren. And if James's pace continues, then that gap forward of Lugi is only going to grow further. James with the 3:54.8, fastest lap at the moment. S7's hovercraft is certainly losing time here to Candyman. So
special performance. Or someone is still flashed from my singing adventures.
Was
Here
that
we go.
in the sort of hallucinations of the nighttime? Yeah, good.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. This is usually where I start
Yes.
singing. Yeah.
It's yeah, it's an interesting experience going through the night on on comms. I know Martin Haven is always chosen for the Le Mans coverage because he does go a little bit off the wall through the night as well. 6 minutes 9 is Candyman's deficit, so that's a net gain of 3 seconds in these early laps to Gecko. Mullet is in 64. And third place, 4 minutes 35 for Mullet from the lead. That's only 2 seconds gain on Gecko. So Gecko slowly but surely moving backwards on the track, but that's a significant advantage at the moment for the team in the 44 car. John is definitely putting in some good laps here. 56.4, 55.9, 55.3, and he's closing out this this next lap. And we'll see if that equals something close to James on the 54.8. That's a personal best, 55 flat. So within 0.2 of a second of James's fastest lap at the moment here. Fresh soft tyres, burning through the fuel nicely. Good morning to Nuno Gonçalves, who's cheering on ORT. And Jakey wants to know the gap from fourth to the leader. All right, no worries. We were just on Candyman just a minute ago. The gap is 6 minute 8 for Jakey. Just checking out John. And I'm just going to see if James is going to finish his lap out and continue to be the fastest driver on track. He's certainly got a purple sector so far in the penultimate sector of the track. So it does look like this is going to be another fabulous lap here from James. Oh, just slightly wide coming through the end of the lap here. But the GT7 allowing him that leeway. Pushing incredibly hard, it seems, at the moment. It's James trying to reel in that leader. That's another new fastest lap. Wow, a 3:54.1. That's a massive gain on the previous lap. Hovercraft is at 6:22 from the lead. Let's get close up and have a look at the Sector 7 racing scheme. It's good Le Mans suitable colours here with the red, white and blue.
Yeah, French. I'm loving it.
Glorious conditions for racing for the drivers. I think we're going to be pretty stable weather-wise. It seems like, anyway.
Yeah. At least the preset weather slots are like sunny all over the place. Still, we have random weather slots in between. We might be in for a little bit of a surprise, but most likely it's not gonna happen. So it will be, I think, flat out from now on.
So James in the 69 car. He can see a target in front. It's not a rival. I think it's someone to put a lap on. But it's always good to have a car in the distance to chase down. It's much more compelling as a driver to chase a physical object than just time on the clock. But James then heading down towards the end of the Mulsanne straight. We'll get an update on his lap time here. really is maximising these slower corners. How is this sector looking for James at the moment? I think he's going pretty well. So we've got Lugi in the 77.
It also looks like we have a driver swap infringement investigation going on.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Probably will be handled after the event, but maybe
A race
the
control willing
results
to
we
tell us
see
which driver?
in the end. Nope. My lips are sealed.
Okay.
Unless someone in the stream chat is
Not that you know
telling
anyway,
us.
Jaeger, because you're not race control, so we just need to clarify that.
Yeah. No, I'm not race controller. Just might have access to that channel.
So TS Bat is about to hit 10 minutes away from the lead here in the 8th place 35 for Loose Moose. Picking up a blue flag right now, which is going to hurt a little, I think. Although I can't see the car behind, and that might be feeling a little bit unfair for him if he can't see it either. That's a bit of a confusing situation because the blue flag is flying and I cannot see a thing off his rear wing. So what is he expected to do here? He can't. He certainly can't lift off. There's just the tiniest hint that there's a car in the distance there. So I think he can relax for a lap or two.
Yeah,
just yet.
Blue flags are showing so early on Gran Turismo. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame.
We have Kaizan then. He is just being gapped by... He's lost about 9 seconds to the lead since starting the stint. And Welsh in the sketches. He's got a half-second penalty right now on this current lap to pay. That is between the Arnage and Porsche curves. So some distance yet for that to potentially build from where it is. We've got Bish in 11th. He's been given the blue flag, perhaps more appropriately, because I think that's the 69 of James coming on by here. So I think James would quite like a couple of trips down the Mulsanne straight here underneath the rear wing of the Mustang. American Muscle against American Muscle here. But it does feel like the Chevy is the car to be in on this day in history. Dan Manville saying James is cooking again. Absolutely. And I think a long trip down the Mulsanne straight behind a Mustang is certainly going to help with those lap times. Here he is coming into the second chicane. The grip difference on the way into the corner there for James was tremendous as he got a full car's width closer to the apex than Bish's Mustang managed, who hasn't actually long been out on track. So James then screaming through just to check in on Adriano in the 999 car. He is in 12th position at the tail of the field at the moment with a 19-second deficit, a 19-minute deficit to the lead. Excuse me, 1 minute to 11th position. I was starting to get everybody excited for a moment. Yeah, he'd love it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Gecko's lead right now, 1 minute 39. That was from a 1:51 at the start of the stint from John. And he's coming up to put a lap on someone as well in a moment. You can just hear the tyres just letting go slightly on the Chevy. That rear left starting to feel uncomfortable. And he is, I want to say, 6 laps into his stint, essentially. 6 racing laps anyway. Those early in and out laps were, well, certainly the in lap was very gentle for our drivers. So a little distance yet before he catches BMW in front. John in the Lexus has virtually the length of the Mulsanne Straight between himself and Gecko and the lead. Let's have a look at James. How's James doing on his lap times? Time trialing that he's doing at the moment. Oh, it was really slow the previous lap at 3:54.3. Oh, disappointing.
Disappointing, yeah.
Here he comes now, though, having had at least 2 portions of the Mulsanne Straight locked up behind the slipstream of the Mustang. Is this going to be another new one? Oh, dear me. It obviously cost him a lot of time. 3:54.7. Be very disappointed with that, I'm sure.
That trend is not your friend. I don't know, look at that. 5, 6, 7.
But look,
Yeah,
we talk about
54.1.
laps under 4 minutes, and then he's had the last like 6 laps. Every competitive lap he's had so far has been under 3:56. So
Still curious if we will still see a new fastest lap of the event. So I think we are currently sitting at a 3-minute 52.5.
3:52.5.
Distinct Simon, yeah. 52, yeah, you were right, 52.5. But that was in the early
astonishing.
morning hours, like with like really good track conditions.
Mm.
So
Wow.
probably also wind was good.
But we have a southerly wind right now. It's 5.1 meters per second. This is a big tailwind, Jaeger, down the Mulsanne Straight.
It should help.
Certainly should help. Absolutely. Propel the cars forward and minimize the drag that they get when they have a northerly wind, certainly, on these tall GT3 cars. How's Lugi doing in 7th at the moment? Just puts a lap through. A personal best lap from Lugi, a 3:56.4. So building the speed here. And I think at the moment, fairly comfortable on these tyres. What would you say so far, Jaeger? Best accident or slide that you've seen?
You are running with Lugi, and I think I saw him doing some witchcraft. Really witchcraft. So I think it was 2 stints ago. He overshot the Indianapolis, the braking for the left-hander, went straight, spun the car, and then somehow flipped the switch or whatever, and that car just stopped right before the barrier, right? No damage, nothing at all.
Wow.
This was like, yeah, a miracle, whatever you call it, but definitely the incident of the event that I've witnessed so far. So yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Blue flags for TS BAP as the number 7 is coming through. That's Candyman on his tail. Candyman running 4th position. Started his stint, Candyman, 6 minutes 12 away from Gecko. So a lap down. Coming through then to start the next lap. That was a personal best sector, at least, for TS BAP. A 58.0 for him, but I think that was marked as invalid because his personal best is listed as a 58.3. So just waiting for Candyman to find a way through.
Yeah, the usual PD things there with the lap times not showing. You have to flick one up, one down, and you see the actual lap time. And sometimes it's confusing.
So here is Candyman then. Maybe hints of a little bit of lag on one of these two drivers. A drop in smoothness, at least through the corners. And now Candyman getting the additional speed, flashing the lights as well, as if the 35 car didn't know he was there, but there was an easy lift. Save a few milliliters of fuel with an early lift into the corner, and didn't have to leave the racing line either. So that's allowing a leading car to pass. That's expert handling of a blue flag there from TS Bab.
Exactly. Get that SpongeBob meme out. Write it down. Write it down. That's how you do it.
That is how you do it. It's very, very good indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
All, especially in multi-class racing, all that the drivers coming through want you to do is to stick to your racing line and blend the throttle when you need to, and they will make their own arrangements. Just be predictable. Is the key to
That's
everything.
The mantra, yeah, exactly.
And Candyman then out there for Sector 7, and he has dropped that gap to the leader now by 8 seconds. It doesn't sound like much, but that will be his target, I think, will be to close in on the leader and try and set up his co-driver taking the final stint for a potential podium here, possibly. Jaeger, what would their aims be, do you think, at this stage?
So Sector 7, the number 7 car is currently running P3, the overall standings. So I will put that on screen for you if I can find it. So here, so they are definitely aiming for a podium every time. So we see like the 1, 2 leading this race, also leading the championship, and then with Sector 7, the number 7 car currently P4. So a little bit down on their own expectations, I guess. But yeah, they have strong competition there with the 64 car currently running in P3, and looking at that gap, 1 minute 30. Oh yeah, that would be a big challenge.
Absolutely, and it's a big payday as well in terms of the points Jaeger here in Le Mans.
I'm actually not sure if we have double points for this one. I know it from other series that for the big 24-hour races they have like 1.5 or times 2 multipliers.
Certainly seem like the 24-hour races from the version of the rule book I read anyway seem to be suggesting that this is the blue ribbon event, and where the most I don't know if it's double, but the most points are paid here for the finishing positions. That's a personal best time for Candyman. So again, looking very comfortable, half a tank of fuel, not quite halfway through his most limited tyre, which is the rear left, as it always is here in Le Mans. All of those fast flowing corners, and then of course you're going clockwise around the circuit, so your left side of the car will wear slightly more. We have Mullet with some damage on the front splitter as well. Now that's going to hurt his overall pace a little bit. Hasn't hurt the previous few laps, which have been pretty metronomic, 355, mid 355s for Mullet here, but that damage on the front splitter is going to hurt. He's only about halfway through his stint at the moment, Jaeger, I think.
That's the issue, yeah. It's a bit too early for the pit stop window. I think the pit stop window opens at lap 14, probably.
Yeah.
So that's too early to pit now. So now, still, decisions now. They will probably do this lap and see how much time they're losing with that damage, and then they will decide if they change strategies. I mean, in theory, they'd have the medium tire available to go, so they probably would make it on fuel, but not on tires.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that's the discussion they're having within the team right now.
But the delta on the medium tire is so great, and over the length of a Le Mans stint, that's certainly going to hurt in terms of your overall pace. I don't think it'll be equal to taking an extra pit stop, but
so that's like it's a long pit lane at Le Mans, so that's the other thing. So not an easy one now to decide what to do. But from my experience, usually you stay out for a lap and see how much
Oh,
pace you
he's
actually
certainly
losing.
hurting for understeer through the karting S's. I could
Yeah.
feel that for a moment. So, and he picks up a penalty as well, and that's going to multiply the situation. You get understeer, you drift off track. Even if you lose time, GT7 gives you a penalty, which is pretty hurtful at times. You know, if you run off track and bash a barrier, they give you an extra 3 seconds. It really, really hurts. So that lap, Jaeger is 14 seconds slower than his
That
best.
was with the incident. So let's try
True.
to probably then see after halfway through the lap what he's actually losing. He will see his deltas, then he will see his top speed down the Mulsanne straight, and this will most likely impact the decision.
We'll see
I mean,
through the first stint as well and get an update on how that's looking. That is, well, okay, it's 0.3 of a second slower, but he's very, very understeery here on the way out of Tertre Rouge. So it's hurting, and it's certainly not repairing itself either. So it looks like it is livable with. We've got John in second place, now 1 minute 34 from the lead. That is a big gain. That's in the region of 17 seconds of a gain over this stint so far. John to Gecko. And John had a pretty big lead that he left his team after stint 3. I think that was up to about 7 seconds, ORT's lead.
they had a bigger lead throughout
Oh, really?
this race. And then they disconnected leading this race.
Ah, okay.
So that's why they had to fight back. Now they're running comfortably in P2, but yeah, leading by, I think at one point, 1 minute 30, and then time to disconnect it was like 30 seconds, or something like that. But yeah, still tough pill to swallow.
Very
Yeah,
tough.
they're still in the race on the podium. I think it's still a good result, but of course, if you race, you want to win.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like, though, John is now starting to push. That's a fastest sector. And it looks like he's starting to feel like he is going to be fuel limited rather than tyre limited on the stint, and can now go a little bit more bonsai on the push. That's 1/10 of a second faster than we've seen from James to this point on the lap, and he's not picking up any slipstream right now either. So this is pure pace from John. He's a minute 30 lead earlier on for ORT. Well, it's a minute 33 to the leader right now in second place. I wonder, is this recoverable for the ORT team by the end of the next stint? Again, gaining ground, John, once again, sector by sector.
It's also, you see like the pure pace, and we heard like it's like you have to rev it pretty much to the max, that car, and revving it to the max also means, yeah, you sacrifice the fuel efficiency with it, so he will be losing that time during the pit stop again, because they have to refuel more, and the refueling rate is not that high. So it's like a still in that situation. I mean, what else can you do? Like, just wing it, floor it, right? I don't know, man. Whatever.
Exactly. Well, Gecko has been using, I think that's... Ooh, yes, he's slightly more fuel use, but of course he's been circulating for 1 minute 30 longer than John, so the Lexus will, over the course of the stint, end up using more. It's just that this moment right now, so 50... Well, we are 55.40 into our race, essentially, but that's from the start of the in-lap. So that's a little bit false, but it's certainly lap 12 for the two leaders, although I have to say Gecko's on his 13th now. Mullet is 4:48 and a lap down. Still carrying that issue, Iron Mullet. He has a flashing front splitter on the Corvette. His incident lap was a 4:09. His most recent lap, a 3:59, costing him in the region of 3.5 to 4 seconds, this issue, over the course of the lap, which of course is about 10%. So
Those long
it's
straights, are hurting, but I think the decision has been made now. Staying out, wait for the pit stop window to open, and go back onto the softs then.
So Nicky asking, there is just the top 2 on the lead lap? Yes, at the moment, yes indeed. Although Candyman, James certainly want to do something about that if they can. The wind dropping by about 0.5 meter per second, down to 4.5 meters per second now. But Candyman, 6 minutes here, has gained 12 minutes on Gecko overall. His gap to Mullet, 1 minute 11. As we were saying, the aim here to try and get into contention for a podium for the 3rd place championship sitting car 7. And now Candyman, it's his turn to start putting in purple sectors. Certainly purple sector 1 at least. He's got a decent amount of fuel on board for this point in the race, and has about 50% wear on his rear left tyre. Where is James right now? Well, he has managed to get another 3:54 time on the previous lap. He is 6 minutes 44 off the lead, so that is a 16-second gain from the start of the stint. That's pretty strong from James. Gecko is not driving slowly at the moment, Jaeger.
No, not at all. And I also have a look at the gap to Hovercraft. So last time I think it was 27, 28 seconds. So watch out on that gap.
Yeah.
It can get close towards the end of the stint.
There we have it. And also now catching the Skechers car. So James will get a little boost from that, but presumably Hovercraft recently had the opportunity to do the same. Just starting to manage the tyre wear a little bit now, though. That rear left is going to be hurting, causing a little bit of understeer on corner entry to the right-handers, oversteer on corner exit. And we've seen plenty of oversteering moments from the field so far. There's always a helpful bit of gravel on the exit of these corners, just to keep the drivers focused and scared of the issues that they might suffer.
Still better than having a wall where you get damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Lugi in 7th place. How's he doing at the moment? He is almost exactly where he was relative to the leader. He still has a minute 30 in front, a minute 40 behind. Pretty much the pace of the car, it seems, and the pace of the team is fairly stable here in 7th place for the 77.
You could call it like the definition of no man's land.
Definitely. At least he's within a lap of the cars in front and behind. I think that's... We may have a slightly different situation further down the grid. TS BAP, 10 minutes off the lead right now. That's a net loss from Gecko. And the question here, has Kaizen been able to improve little by little? He is 12 minutes from the lead. And that's probably a loss of something in a region of 6 or 7 seconds from where he started.
Still, can we appreciate it, like for the first event, running in the top 10 in P9 for that team?
Oh, great.
Shout out.
Simon's impressed in the chat at James's times. Yeah. Scary times from James. So Kaizen in the 51. Good looking car, this STR. Must be incredibly hard for the drivers to maintain their focus with 2 minutes, the gaps front and back. It's all just staring at the timing sectors and trying to beat your personal best. I think is the best way of tackling these long stints. Welshie has James behind him, and he will have to give up another lap to James here soon. And he'll give him a small tow down the Mulsanne as well, I imagine. You're rocking this colour scheme, you really ought to have car number 46, but that's been taken by Overboost. But Welsh just 4 thousandths of a second faster than his personal best through here. Sounds like James, not only a good teammate to have to rely on someone with times, but also he's lifting the team by the sound of things in the chat. It's great to hear. Welsh just suffering a little bit of understeer coming through the chicane. James a little bit of oversteer, because I think difference in tyre wear rates at this stage. Obviously, Welsh has been on track a lot less time here than James in this stint. We've got Bish down in 11th, and he's now 19 minutes away from the lead. I keep doing that. But he's still in 11th place, and Adriano at the rear of the field. Adriano, good time for him to go on screen in the 999. Puts in a personal best sector. So very nice indeed.
Almost Ray. Just 3 more hours. But I'm having the same thoughts here, right?
Yeah, it's for people who have been at this constantly, you have my absolute admiration. I've been doing a very gentle amount of work here in comparison. We've got Gecko Racer leading the field, as he has done from the start of the stint, but now by 1 minute 29. So, a big gain for John, and Gecko has about 20% fuel remaining, and he has used his tyres on the rear left to about 70%. It's lap 15 officially, so it's lap 14 for Gecko essentially racing. We're hitting
Doing
about
stint
the
13, yeah, why not? Let's do 2 more. Come on.
I don't want to hear anybody going to sleep now. You've made it this far. You can make it to the end. There's no way you can make it through to this stint and then miss the final one, stint 12. Gecko again losing a little bit of time here to John. John's take a look at John's lap times since lap 9. That is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Is this his 3rd stint, 4th stint now?
The 3rd, I think, but could be the 4th. I'm not sure. But if you have a look at the GT7 nicknames, it says J.Jesus.
Okay.
So see.
Have I got the wrong thing set up?
No.
Oh no.
But
Okay, so nicknames, yeah.
Yeah, nicknames. But if you switch between the drivers, so you see the image briefly, you can see it here as well. But yeah.
Okay, so performing miracles perhaps, but he's in 2nd place right now. 3:54.4 his last lap. Not quite on James's pace, and not quite on the ultimate pace of the race. A 3:52.5, I'm told earlier on.
Still think on average he's the fastest. I think James has a little bit up and downs, not as consistent.
Let's have a look then. Let's compare James and his times. Well, yes, a couple of 56s, a 59 on the previous lap as well. Oh, some damage for James on the front splitter too. So James, unfortunately, with some sort of an issue. I don't imagine that was something I can recover with replay, because it was a slow lap on the previous lap for him. So sadly, I mean, he has passed the Skechers car. I hope that wasn't as a result of contact with the Skechers car. If you've got inside knowledge in the chat, if you are a member of either of those teams, let us know, please, if something happened between the two. If it was the lapping, Simon, yeah, not happy about that. But this is long form racing, unfortunately. Thankfully for him, he is nearing the end of his stint, at least. Oh, and he is sliding that rear, so missing the front downforce, and it's going to be a problem here managing. Mind you, James needed a bit of a challenge, I think. But 3:59.7, the most recent lap for him. So yeah, we're on the hunt now for some inside information. What happened between James to cause the damage? Was it the Skechers car or not? Was it contact? Was it dirty air effect going through the corners? Just a simple miscalculation. So easy to lose focus when you're following another car after running on your own for so long. But we've got the two S7 cars. They started this stint, I think, in the region of 4 or 5 seconds apart. It's now 26.7, as Candyman has also been putting in some good laps. This most recent lap, not the best, a 3:56 flat, but he's also been putting in a similar string of laps and consistency to John in second place. Mullet, as we mentioned earlier, still driving around a problem. He also has a broken front splitter, so he's doing an incredible job to do those sub 4 minute laps with that deficit.
Yeah. But still waiting for that pit window to open.
Simon says, strictly confidential. Why? What happened with James? Okay. So usually, Jaeger, if a driver feels aggrieved about some contact, it's not confidential.
No, Simon was referring to another topic.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah. So, but still, like, yeah, James made a mistake. We're not talking about it. No, it never happened. Move on.
Yes, we move is the phrase usually, isn't it? So John, he has picked up about 4 seconds in previous laps then to Gecko's driving. You have to say, looking at the consistency here for John, I think that the team by the end of this stint could be within a minute of Gecko Racer, and that starts to put on a little bit of pressure. I don't know who will take over the mantle of both Gecko and John for the final stints, but Ray's saying James is going to stay out. I'm sure. Given that that certainly Mullet has been able to live with this pace, I'm sure if you can still maintain a reasonable run, then it's not worth taking the pain of an additional one.
But coming back to your question, I'm pretty sure it will be 2 quick drivers for the teams that will be doing the final stint.
Well, of course, goes without saying, surely. Mullet then 3:59s as he's coping with the front splitter issue. It's going to be a joyous moment when he does get to pit, because he'll obviously get bags more grip on the tyres, and it'll feel like a completely different car. He'll feel like he's on fire, and he's just got an upgrade, I think. Once he gets a mended car.
Don't be too surprised when the car suddenly turns again.
Yeah. Thankfully, he's going from a low grip to a higher grip situation. The opposite is the one that you really fear, I think. So, as we saw yesterday in Stint 3, cars coming out on a drying track on soft tyres and doing pirouettes on the way out of the pit lane because those tyres just couldn't cope with the wet pit lane.
Oh,
So
we have
Johnny Waffle
information.
saying, well, she had a tank
Yeah.
slapper coming out of the chicane and James collected the back of him. Yeah, big, super unfortunate for the drivers. Nothing you can do.
You had that sneaky suspicion, right? With that back marker.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to have a look, see if Welshie picked up any damage. No, he's fine. So, oh dear, that's even harder to take, isn't it? When you hit another driver and they manage to cope just okay. So obviously the BMW a little bit stronger on the rear than the Chevy on the front.
A masterpiece of German engineering.
Exactly. I was going to allow you to say that. Yeah, I guess so. Well, that or they deliberately build BMWs a little bit stronger because they know the type of people that drive them. I don't know.
They're having a sign on their back.
Well, you certainly don't. You don't get turn signals or indicators used, do you?
No.
But very much so.
Just reinforcements right on the rear.
You could save all that weight on those light bulbs on the rear, in the indicators anyway. Welshie then in 10th position. So we are hearing, I have to say, unconfirmed reports that it was a tank slapper issue for Welshie. He has pitted, so pitted may damage, or at least the tank slapper was a portent of poor rear grip. He pitted. So the Chevrolet of Gecko Racer will be headed towards the pit lanes shortly. Fuel light flashing. I know John quite enjoyed running on low fuel situation, not quite low fuel mode, but certainly on fumes through yesterday's stint. So Johnny telling us that Welshie has pitted to repair his damage. So we can no longer boast about BMW engineering.
No.
Sadly.
Come on, we could have lived with that myth for a bit longer. Would have been such a good story, right?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Spoiled it, Johnny. No.
Yeah, just ruining our narratives here. As Gecko Racer through the Porsche curves into the karting S's. I suspect we'll be pitting here. So the first pit stop on the official lap 17 of the stint, as we are underneath 3 hours to go. And indeed, into the pit lane then comes Gecko. No damage to repair, plenty of fuel to put on, and we'll see what John then at the first pit stops for John to Gecko. As I said before, that's a significant gain. John's gap was 151 coming out of the driver change. Yeah, now you can insert BMW driver jokes to your leisure here in the chat, and I'm enjoying them. Almost as popular for me as Chuck Norris jokes about BMW drivers. Jaeger, are you a BMW driver?
No. I was told I'm driving a hairdresser's car, so I was like, what the hell? Why? So, guess from your side.
So from my side, my guess for that would be either an Audi TT or a Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, the second one, yeah.
I too was an MX-5 driver. The drivers that know that the MX-5 is a fabulous car. Mm-hmm. It's a driver's car, and when you get inside it, you know that it is a solid through and through driver's car. But yes, it does have room for your hairdressing supplies, for sure.
Yeah.
Just about.
Only,
as long as you're
about,
not.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't have. You can just about do a weekend away in an MX-5 if you cram everything in. John in the pits then for his pit stop, and the two leaders then in on the same lap together. Gecko Racer out on soft tyres, as you would expect, and Mullet will be definitely pleased. He's on, I think, his final lap before the pits. So the last lap on these with this
What?
damage, but it will cost him a little bit of time to. And GT45 saying an MX-5 is only cool with a roll cage.
Roll
No.
cage is fine, yeah. I have the retractable roof, so the
Yes.
Targa version. That is the nice one. Trust me, that is so
Definitely.
much better.
Definitely. I was following a guy who has been creating his own Roadster fastback carbon fiber roof as well, and I was definitely thinking about it, but alas, I no longer have the MX-5, so I can't enjoy it. One of my track racing commentary stints last year was to follow the inaugural season here of the Miata Trophy. If you do get a chance to watch any of that on the MSV channel, then do so. It's a great series, and really, really enjoyed the racing. Makes for fabulous track racing. Really close, tight battles, and they were just at one of the ovals in the US series as well. So a lot of fun. I love watching videos, Jaeger, of MX-5s at the Nürburgring catching Porsches in the curves.
Probably not like the stock ones.
Yeah. Yes, definitely
Little
need to
Nicky
do the diff and
about
fit the turbo.
rain. What?
Rain,
on
we're
the radar?
thinking. Okay, well, I'll go
Nicky,
cockpit, and
sources.
it is looking grey, you have to say, and a little bit of mist down the Mulsanne Straight here for Mullet. So I'm not massively surprised by that. But we weren't expecting it.
Also, GT45 Gaming, I see what you did test it for even wet. Nice reference to my singing. Shout out.
Then we've got James in the pits having, I think that might be a lap early, potentially. He may just feel like he's had enough of battling with the car. And yeah, he was unable to do sub 4 minute laps with the damage. So it looks like that damage was a little bit stronger than Mullet was experiencing on the front splitter.
But it is softs again. Right, okay, so.
Yeah, soft tyres. Regardless of what the Sky is doing, you can't fit wet tyres before it's actually wet on the track. Oh, hello. James has got his windscreen wipers on. There are spots of rain on the racetrack, so this could play into the hands of the drivers yet to pit. Mullet, Candyman, Hovercraft haven't pitted. Oh, no. In fact, I must correct myself. Hovercraft has pitted, has put on intermediate tyres.
Oh, they have
in anticipation here. Yeah.
Didn't James put on the radar? Probably. Anything can happen, like we saw drivers accidentally hitting to not refuel, so don't have the radar on, the weather radar, and yeah, whatever. So yeah, we
Mullet
see
into the
Gecko.
pits then, and he's got to be very careful. No front splitter, and now it's decision time for Mullet as well. And as I say, Mullet and Candyman could gain a pit stop in hand here over the front two.
Oh wow!
Who have to run on the soft tyres, so it's not all over. And in fact, the gap for Candyman, who wiggles his way through the Porsche curves there, correcting mid-apex. And certainly in stint 3, we saw a different wind direction, but the Porsche curves was where the track was treacherous. And we saw an incredible off-track excursion for one of our drivers in that stint 3.
Crazy, no. And if we see drivers pitting for intermediates, this means like there's a longer patch of rain on the radar appearing. So
into the pits then.
Unlucky for James again, so he could have the perfect opportunity there.
Unlucky for James, indeed. I don't know if there are any British people in the audience, but there is a comic called The Beano, and it had a character, long-running character called Calamity James. And it was about a character called James who was permanently unlucky. Hovercraft, who is trying to swim his way around Indianapolis, dispatching piles of water. Oof.
Tricky.
GT45 saying his rain dance has worked. This is definitely fantastic. Look at the rain, though, rolling up the windscreen on board with Hovercraft, and he's on the intermediate tyres, and he was struggling through. And we've got a pit stop from John as well. So John has gone in for intermediate. So has Gecko Racer, but they did run a lap on soft tyres. So, as I said before, this is a net gain for Mullet, who's now, whoa, we're looking at over 2/3 wet conditions down the Mulsanne Straight. So about 65% rain, water retention on the track.
So how is James doing?
Woo! I could just see Candyman just feathering the throttle through the corners. This Mercedes AMG is a big handful in the rain. And again, another big snap oversteer from him. We have Hovercraft missing out one of the final chicane corners.
Yeah.
Oh, and into the gravel as well with 2 wheels. How is James,
No
was the
clue at
question.
all.
Oh dear. Guess who James has got in front of him on track?
A BMW. Oh, but
A certain
they're on
BMW
intermediates,
with
right?
lime
Yeah.
green accents, yeah. So he's already flashing the lights. I don't think that Welshie is going to see him through the spray at this stage. But yeah, let's focus on this because we don't want to see another accident between the two. Or maybe we do. Oh, James way out wide into the towards the Arnaud. Is that Arnaud he's in? No, it's a Porsche curve.
It's a Porsche curse, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
look at
and
this
it's
time on the outlap. Wow, he's suffering so much.
again as you turn right into the Porsche curves, and he's still waiting for that front splitter pit stop. I think maybe leaving it a lap too late, but he had to pit early. He can't get round the corners here, Jaeger, and onto the grass. Don't do that.
No. It's painful to
Oh, all
watch.
that hard work
Yeah.
James did. And he will pick up a penalty. He can barely get the throttle down at the moment, Jaeger. He is half throttle, and the car is snapping in 4th gear right now. Oh, this is
Feels
tough.
like he's keeping it somehow on the track. I know I had experienced the spinning, and once you get your car into a spin, it's so hard to get out of that spin. But
Overheated tyres or too cool tyres in the wet conditions, really hard to recover in Gran Turismo. I have to say, lots of cheering for Luigi here, who is trying to rein it in. Forgive the
look
pun.
at the gap coming down. Ooh,
Yeah,
he
the gap
might be
is coming
jumping
down.
James, right?
Yeah, so it's now 40.3 seconds, but of course James stationary in the pits right now. Ray is grateful that James made it to the pits at least without any further damage on the car. Whoa, backing the McLaren into the final chicanes here is Luigi. So pushing hard. It's about 50% standing water into the final couple corners. Let's maybe have another look at that, shall we? A little bit of drama on the way in to the corner here. Oh, that would definitely be a nervous moment in the cockpit for the 77. So how are the two leaders doing at the moment? Well, it seems to be suiting Gecko, this moisture on the track, because he's extending slightly here to John. John, though, has had to pass, I think is that Candyman's number 7? So John has just had to pass him, and now he's closing in, I think, on the Loose Moose. 35. So, yeah, the Loose Moose of TS BAP for John. And that's tricky for him because you usually have to go offline to lap a car. And that is much, much harder. A lot of people hoping for James to be able to perform the same kind of lap times he did earlier on. But he'll be grateful to have fixed the car. John just shaping to the inside on the approach to the Ford chicane. But Loose Moose not releasing him until, I think, after the final chicane. He will do that. And John might be feeling a little frustrated with that. Certainly buzzes past the car, and then you've got TS BAP just putting 2 wheels on the grass to allow John through. So that's
Heavy
John, 1
wets,
minute
no.
36 now from the lead.
Don't think anyone is on the heavyweights, but intermediates or
I'll have a look,
others.
but it is pretty damp out there, you have to say. Depending on the point in the racetrack, it's between 40 and 60% standing water. Candyman has damage to the rear of the car. So Candyman has been run into, I think, or somehow backed the car into a barrier, but I think more likely that he's got damage on the rear. And what we do know is that John recently lapped him. So is it possible that James had some contact from the rear from our second position driver? Gap between James and Hovercraft, I'm being asked, is now 156, Jakey. Sorry, Nicky. It was little Nicky that asked for that. So James out on track, intermediate tyres, and I'm not seeing any heavy wets for anybody. I'm just going to run through the cars just to check on that. But so far, intermediates for everyone. And I think the intensity of the rain here has dropped a little. If perhaps the rain has stopped, there are a few spots of rain. No, the windscreen wiper's still on board Bish's car. So he's not worried too much. No, nobody has gone for the full wet tyre. Gecko leads the race right now by 1 minute 37. And it was 151 at the start, but it was down to 125-ish. And we want Candyman's gap to the lead as well. Honestly, I think we just need a live timing screen because everyone wants the gaps. Candyman, 6 minutes to the lead. 6 minutes to the lead, but with damage on the rear of the car, he's only just, Jaeger, managed to fix damage on the front of that car. Oh no, the rain really heavy down the bottom end of the Mulsanne straight. That is huge.
Look at that spray.
Let's see how it feels inside the cockpit, shall we? But you can also see just Candyman really nervous on the handling of the rear of the car. I imagine he's got his brake balance turned right to the front here, but the rear of the car stepping out. And it feels like John has actually possibly been off because he's now having to lap the TS BAPS loose moose again. So that would explain why the gap has opened to Gecko Racer to 1 minute 40, and John now has to put that lap back on again. Here it is from the driver's perspective. I hope, anyway, I hope our drivers are driving on cockpit view. Oh, both cars running wide into Indianapolis. Sorry, Jaeger.
From the FIA F1, it's not safe to drive. Red flag, red flag. It's standing water on the track. It's too much.
Both drivers then off.
Yeah, look at that. No grip at all. See? Said it.
So on the way through Indianapolis, they were struggling, and then here they are on the way into Arnage. Didn't take it carefully enough. Both drivers missing the apex by an extreme amount, allowing Candyman back through, who saw both of those guys go off and decided, you know what, I'm just going to take it even more carefully. Candyman has now put that lap on the loose moose car, and despite the damage on the car, has managed to unlap himself from John. So the blue flag is being given to Candyman because John wants to come through, but right now, John struggling with the handling on the Lexus. No damage though.
With the action here, boy, so much going on.
It really is. Mullet out on his own here. 3:52 in front, 35 behind, and 5 minutes 29 away from the lead. How is John doing? Well, he is losing time to Gecko. Most likely because John is having to deal with these cars in front of him on the racetrack. I don't know if Gecko is having the same issue. Almost looks dry in one section of the racetrack, and yet in others it is absolutely treacherous.
Yeah, you see the sun shining and then
Yeah.
50 meters later.
So Gecko, again, the tyres are definitely going to be in a difficult situation because they will overheat here. and then they will obviously be able to dispatch the water. And coming up to Indianapolis, 3 cars line astern, and we'll see how Gecko copes with this. The wind turning to the west as well, so it's going to give the cars a bit of a shove going through Indianapolis, and a tailwind heading into Arnage, as well as the rain whipping into the cars. Let's see how Gecko handles this run through. Here we go, into Indianapolis. Are we going to take it carefully enough? Yes. It's like a completely different racetrack on this lap.
Yeah.
Jaeger for Gecko.
Yeah.
That's astonishing.
But yeah, in those heavily wet conditions, you saw like Gecko Racer putting a masterclass of driving. Now again, in those trying conditions, it looks like John is catching a little bit again. But those 2-3 laps, wow, Gecko, great drive.
It looks like Candyman can't get away from TS Bap, who can't get away from John, who wants to relap both of them, and can't find his way through there either. I think we'll be heading towards drier conditions soon, as John doesn't even have the windscreen wipers working while following the one of the Mercedes. Here he comes through past TS Bap for the second time in as many laps, and trying then to latch on to the slipstream of Candyman. Coming up now to try and put that lap on Candyman if he can. Candyman will try and resist that for as long as possible, but the blue flag has been given. I think it's probably about a second, the gap between the 2 cars on track. I'm just having to guess. James is in the pits. Now, what is James up to? Is he deciding on some softs, perhaps? That he's dropping down. Lugi has overtaken James. So could this be an inspired or terrible decision? Time will tell. And you can see that these 3 drivers who came to such grief on the previous time around this difficult sector of the lap, taking it steady, taking it easy, and running then out of Arnage, much safer this time. James has gone onto soft tyres and is coming out of the pits. So presumably repairing that rear diffuser as well.
Will he do a 360 on the pit exit?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, let's have a look, because these exits, and he is struggling, but I think he's been paying attention to yesterday's wet running. And this sector on the way towards Turtle Rouge is looking bone dry. It's not entirely dry, but it certainly appears that way here on the trackside cameras. I don't think it's actively raining.
Indianapolis and Arnage get it very, very wet, so probably the second part of that track you should stay away from those curves. But yeah, this looks very much dry. So
James, do you think the amount of work he did in the first part of this race, the lap times he put in, but the second part of that stint, this sort of middle part of his race, has been an absolute nightmare. 2 lots of damage on the car means that his 7-minute gap to the leader at the start of his stint dropped down to about 6.5 minutes. It's now out to 9 minutes and 7. Can he, though, now pick up the pace back on the soft tyres, as John has gone into the pits for a change of tyres? Let's just check out what Gecko is doing. Gecko has gone round again and looks to be cooling the tyres on the extreme right of the Mulsanne straight to try and get some temperature back in, to drop the temperatures, I should say, of the intermediate tyres and get them back into a working range. He's deliberately electing here, Jaeger, to stay out onto the wetter side of the track.
Yep, clearly see that. I'm still not sure if it really actually works on GT7. In theory, yes, and if you're using some of the sim dashboard apps, you see tire temperatures exist in the game. So you should make that decision probably to go onto the wet parts. But yeah, still not confirmed, I guess.
It makes a difference in the drivers' minds anyway, certainly for Gecko. Where is he on track? He's just exiting Arnage. He's still going to be running on these intermediate tyre pace. So we've had a nice little sprinkle in the middle of our stint here. And that's changed the shape of the field. 2 minutes and 10 at the moment for Gecko, his lead, as John tries to negotiate the first Mulsanne chicane in the soft tyres into the wet areas of the apex. You do well to just give a little gap to the apex, it looks like, because the apex is over the curbs, it's still wet. And you don't want to put those soft tyres out onto them, as Gecko is clearly running slowly through the Porsche and karting curves.
He will be forced to pit, I guess,
Yeah.
with that. Everyone else being on softs.
So in we come, big wiggle going into the pits for Gecko. We're being asked if we can see the back of the field. Okay, fine. Here is Adriano then in 12th. He's on the softs. 22 minutes away from the lead of the race in the 999. In a very nice looking car. We've got Kaizen in the pits as well as Gecko right now, getting off the intermediates. Bish is 21 minutes 39 off the lead. And he's got 16 seconds ahead of Adriano. So still very much a challenge between those two as to who can hand over the car in 11th place. Welshie has had some contact with James earlier on, but is whole again, and he's got his soft tyres on, looking good. Kaizen for Shoshin, he's running 9th place, 13.5 minutes away from the leader. I just want to check out how it's looking for Gecko now out on the soft tyres, just coming out of the pits. But all the drivers, it seems, Jaeger, are very aware of the danger of coming out of the pit lane when it's wet. We've got John is now settled in 2 minutes and 5 away from the lead. That
It will update. Wait for
it's true. That's true. We'll wait for the sector.
yeah.
So here is Gecko then. Let's wait for that sector to come through for John. Just finish our run through the back. We've got Kaizen in 9th. We've got TS Bap in 8th position, but he was going at a reasonable pace in the wet compared with John and with James. Lugi is in 7th and has dropped back behind James thanks to those pit stop sequences. So James had lost the position, but pitting ahead, and he's got about just under 3/4 of a tank of fuel. So he's obviously planning to get through to the end and didn't overfuel the car, which is an easy mistake to make when you're trying to change tyre compounds, you're trying to repair damage. There's still a little bit of standing water on the track, but it's not too much of a problem for the drivers on warm soft tyres at least. But still, heading into the Porsche curves, there is a little puddle that is going to catch drivers out if they're not paying close attention here. Hovercraft, of course, the screen graphic for the drivers on whether there is any standing water is live. It's not going to tell you what's happening on the corner ahead of you, so you just have to feel it. And there is Hovercraft in 5th place. Candyman, 6 minutes 17 off the lead, 24 seconds now only from 3rd position. That's a big gain for Candyman, and definitely brings him within range here of Mullet, who has had his issues with the damage, but is back out and fully repaired. Fresh soft tyres, enough fuel to finish, and it's a bit of a sprint now for these drivers to try and finish off this long stint.
So we have no one damage running at the moment.
We've just gone very quiet for me at the moment, Jaeger. I can barely hear you.
Okay, maybe my mic just went away from my mouth.
Much better.
So the question was, do we have any car with damage driving at the moment, or has everyone fixed it?
Yeah, I think, as far as I know, I think everybody has now repaired the cars. I'm just going to cycle through, so forgive me. Here is a little bit of a battle happening at the moment, but it's not for position. Adriano in 12th, I think, has just been lapped by Welshie in the Skechers BMW. Or is this actually Adriano catching Welshie? Certainly, Adriano moving around in the mirrors. But no, I don't see any damage on the cars at the moment. Just scrolling through. James stopped first for the soft tyres. Regained position there, which was very handy. He's probably the biggest gainer from the pit stop sequence, making that decision bravely to pit early. But no damage on any cars. And here is then Welshie trying to hold off Adriano from unlapping himself, I think. But certainly Adriano looking pretty racy out there, and he's got the slipstream. I think Adriano might complete that unlapping portion. There he is. Identical cars. And heading on through. Great to see. Are they going to work together, I wonder? And try and bring both of their pace forward. Adriano would then make gains on Bish. Welshie potentially making gains on Kaizen. Fabulous camera angles down the Mulsanne. Can't get these camera angles on track in Le Mans. It's like a kind of camera on the rabbit on a dog track. It sort of follows the cars for the most part as they slowly make their way past.
At least for, I think, a couple of 100 meters they can do that, but not for the entire straight.
No. Then it looks like Adriano does have a bit of pace right now. So showing some respectable times. Fastest lap still sits with James, a 3:54.1, but it is not the fastest lap of the entire race so far. We have in the region of 25 minutes left of our stint here. We have about 11 laps to go for Welshie anyway. I think there's fewer than that for the leader. How is James's lap times at the moment? Remember, they're still slightly damp on track in patches, so a 3:59 on lap 21. Looking good for him. This is Hovercraft, who has just been in the pits. Only just had his outlap, and he's just done a 4:30. In fact, has had the last 6 laps over 4:30. That one, though, a better lap, 4:03.9. So I think was running off track various points throughout the last few laps in the wet and picking up penalties, maybe. Candyman, 3:58, his last lap on lap 22 for him. Mullet, a slow lap, but no damage on the car. And we have John, 3:59, closing the gap again. Wow, certainly in the dry conditions, John is the driver versus Gecko, but in the wet, Gecko really did extend. 1:23 now.
But probably also that one lap undercut on the softs.
Yeah.
Could have gained Sean quite significant amount of
If
time.
I think about before the rain, I think the gap was around this level, 1:22. So we've had the rain, the gap opened, the gap closed. It's back to where it was before, essentially. But that's still a good gain. That's still a 30 second gain from the start of our stint 3 and these drivers' options here.
So we are looking at 7 laps. So roughly 28 minutes for this one. So bit behind the schedule with that rain, that unexpected rain. But yeah, I think we will be adjusting then the final stint, reduce it by 1 lap. That's the idea, I think. So we should just be able to finish the race when we hit the 24 countdown to 0. Hopefully. That would be nice.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we won't be doing like the 23 hours and 59 minutes of Le Mans.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I just need to take a 2-minute break, Jaeger. I don't know if we can have a look at the standings and perhaps the weather forecast for the final stint, just while I take a quick off-mic break. 1 moment for me, thank you.
I can do that. So, for the final stint, starting and weather slots, sunny. But we also had this during this stint, right? Sunny conditions, and what happened midway through? Bam! A sudden downpour happened. So, you never know. Anything can happen with this one. Standings. So just a quick look. So we have the esports race asylum team leading the championship. They're also leading this race in P2 in the championship. Sits ORT, Overboost Racing Team. They're also running P2 in this race. And I Mullet in P3 is rocking the 64 car, so P6. They would be gaining some points and would move up the order in the overall championship by the looks. I think P4 is the number 7 Sector 7 racing team. So they probably will stay P3 overall. If it ends like that, of course. So that's this one, and you see on the clock on the top of your screen 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So as I've touched earlier, probably 25 minutes-ish in this lobby stint before we see the first driver swaps happening. And then we have one more stint to bring us all home. And I'm already sitting in stint 12 lobby, and the lobby is filling up. I think we're just missing one driver. Everyone is eager to compete, to drive, to bring it home for the teams. Yeah, during this stint we had 2 disconnects. They will be allowed to rejoin the final stint. So fingers crossed that we get all 14 teams, cars, the drivers for that final stint over the line to finish this 24 hours.
Thank you very much, Jaeger. Much appreciated. Hopefully nobody fell off the track. So we have James running at 3:57.666 this stage. So picking up the pace again, but it's been a gradual improvement in pace from James. Not quite the amazing times that we saw earlier on. Perhaps confidence a little dinted after that difficult middle section of his stint 3 here. Just reassure me, live chat is still working. It's been a few moments since the last comment. I don't know if my live chat is up to date, but my last comment I can see was from Stephen.
Mm. See it? I just
Right.
typed something. Seems to be working.
Fantastic. Okay. We need to wake everybody up, I think, or they're making preparations for lunch. I don't know. They're thinking about lunch. They've dozed off for a moment. Candyman now has got within 10 seconds of third place, and I think that's achievable for Candyman. He's just done a 354.9 to Mullet's 357.777. So this could be close towards the finish here between 3 and 4 positions. And Candyman has got John in his sights, who has recently lapped him, but their lap times are not that different right now. 354.9 from John, 54.9 for Candyman, and I think he can just about see Candyman. He can see his rival for a provisional podium position, Mullet. You can see him just beyond John as he gets onto the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, Ray asking the important question: who is making lunch? Yeah, I'm also wondering.
We're supposed to eat barbecue, aren't we, at Le Mans lunchtime? That's what everybody does. But yeah, we need to know what everyone's planning for lunch today. I have no idea. More coffee, I think, at the moment. I don't know if we're sponsored, are we, Jaeger, by your personal choice in energy drinks, but whatever it is, it's working for you today.
Yeah, mostly liquid stuff, right? So, but I'm pretty sure we'll be looking into pizza or something like that, maybe.
Pizza isn't going to keep you awake. No chance.
And, so my initial plan was to get a little rest for maybe 3 hours and then watch the IndyCar race and then go to bed. I don't want to go with the IndyCar race and then go to bed. I don't want to go with IndyCar and then we'll see how that goes.
Power's saying it's 9:45 p.m. here. I'm getting ready for bed. That's an Aussie speaking.
working the magic. Boom! We should be seeing some racing action again. Just don't hear Webbo anymore in the party chat. Ah, someone unmuted themselves. It's back! It's back! Yeah. We see cars driving.
We do see cars driving, but I've got lap 1 of 32.
Yeah, that takes an hour, probably up to 10 minutes, because you rejoined the lobby. Yeah, that's the thing. So you should probably run with Gecko for now to see that when he crosses the line, it probably will update, and at some point he is actually leading the race.
Perfect. I will stay here then.
We still have 12 cars in the lobby. That's the good thing. No one
That is a
else
good thing.
disconnected. Yeah. And the leader is still, Gecko is still in this race, so everyone can take a deep breath now. It's good. We won't be having now the deltas appearing.
Have you got anything you can stick over the tower on the left at the moment, Jaeger, so that people don't panic? But I'm riding with Gecko. He is still running, and we're hoping to get. It just helps everyone get everyone a little bit excited. Here he is then. Oh no, Gecko for a moment went back into the lead officially on the tower, but he is, I'm sure, still circulating safely. So as the lobby just organising itself here. Folks, I have no idea what went down. The wireless tablet I have running on the same router that is wired into my PS5 that had a problem. I don't know if it was a PS5 PSN issue, but it just told me that the LAN cable had been unplugged. It definitely hadn't. I even checked to see whether my cat was up to no good, and he was fine. So it wasn't anybody doing anything nefarious with my internet connection. Gecko continues then at the front of the field, we trust, as we will hopefully get things back reorganised for you. Where is John at the moment? John is running on track, at least it looks like. From my end, John is running with Mullet to put a lap on, I believe. And then you can see Candyman just further back behind John. So John picking up the pace here at the moment. We are not far away from the end of our stint anyway. But there's John getting a fantastic slipstream on the back of Mullet, helping them both move forward. Is there any reason why they would be working together like this, I wonder? A Mullet in the 64, in third place for Syndicate. No reason why John for OIT, I think, would be helping him go forwards, unless it's about trying to extend the gap out to Candyman a little bit here. We can see just nudging Mullet forward with a bump draft into the second chicane. It's just about trying to use the Chevy for as long as possible down the Mulsanne straight. There is the sector time, and he gets tucked right back up again. Difficult to see his reference points here. The right-hand kink prior to the Virage de Mulsanne. Needs to be really careful not to run into the back of the Chevy at speed. He's so close. You can just see Candyman in the mirror. And we're coming on by the 64. Bit of free airtime for AA for a moment there. And just sweeping on through.
I know what happened now. Something went wrong. Horribly wrong. Go away. Go away.
So we have, as far as I can see, John has just managed to lap third place Mullet for, I think, the second time. Gecko is confirmed at the head of the field. So I will just go and run with him. So Gecko has crossed the line. He is definitely at the front of the field still. So I imagine what's happened is we've now crossed the line sufficiently for the tower to start catching up. I believe it's going to be John from... Gecko from John, from Mullet, from Candyman. And then I think it might be Hovercraft in fifth at the moment. But we'll just wait for that one. Obviously, at the handover point, the drivers will have the next stream organised perfectly. But it's lap 30 for Gecko Racer here at the moment, and he's just heading towards the end of the second sector on lap 30. Lucky Alpha says it's breakfast time here in Pennsylvania. What's for breakfast? Is it pancakes on a Sunday? Alpha, let us know. Gecko Racer, 1 minute 13 then ahead of John. That gap has been slashed. So you can see now the new order, the new gaps. 1 minute 12, Gecko to John. That is that little run stuck behind Mullet for John has really helped. It is Chevy 1-3, so that'll be happy for any of the US fans in the audience. And at least the manufacturers are doing it, though you do have Gecko, who's a Brit right now, leading the race. But John catching then 1 minute 12. Mullet is in third position, only 2 seconds ahead of Candyman. So he was helped with a little bit of bump drafting by John on the previous lap, but now Candyman really closing in, and I wonder if Candyman could actually overhaul here. It's only lap 29 for Mullet and Candyman, so there's 2 more laps for them to catch up to the end of their stint. So big deal, really, for these two as to who can give their co-driver P3 in the standings. That is P2 ahead on track, but they're an entire lap to the good from John here. So Oman J saying, can I go to third and fourth? That's who I'm looking at. Mullet to Candyman. I guess we're a little bit delayed on the request, but this is second, third and fourth in your race. I will have to see Gecko in a moment because he will be coming up towards the end of his run, but he hasn't started his final lap yet of the stint. Wow, Candyman pushing very hard indeed, coming out of Virage de Mulsanne. And I wonder, whether Mullet is picking up a distant tow here from John's car. Lucky Alpha, yes, we did have some technical difficulties at my end. Commentator disconnected from the lobby, just to make sure we get a fair distribution of disconnections throughout this 24-hour race.
So
and I think
who didn't disconnect? Oh no.
Yes, who didn't disconnect? Exactly. You're exactly right there. Yeah, indeed. Jäger, you were saying I think it will be a 3-0 30 lap stint for the final stint.
Exactly. It's 29 race laps on the final stint. So race to the end, race to the flag. That's the motto for the final stint. And I'm sitting in the pits now, so I'm ready for the swap.
I think we have a
Come
rogue agent in the in the lobby at the moment in one of our spare slots, who is cheering on their friend John. So, certainly the live chat that popped up on my screen. Anyway, look that way. The gap between 3 and 4 down to 1.4 seconds. And yeah, just being told that this is a private league. Please leave. So that was remarkably polite from Ray there.
Yeah.
Frankly, that could have been all caps kind of situation. But he's gone. He's definitely gone. Gecko Racer, first position then, and we'll hand over the lead. Jaeger, who will you be taking over from?
Who will I be taking over?
You said you're
from?
in the pits. You're not driving, are you? The final stint?
No, driving? No way. After being awake for like
that would be good for the banter, I think.
No, I'm doing the final stint on comms. So
no, you need to get in a safety car, I think, and just run a safety car around for a bit.
For 29 laps, right?
Here we go then.
Miles per hour. Here we go.
I think the battle for P3 is very much on here, as Gecko is coming down to the south tip of the racetrack to go through the Virage de Mulsanne for the final time, but it does look like Candyman is going to be challenging here Mullet. The gap under a second, and remember they have an additional lap to run before the end of their stint. I think Candyman on a really good opportunity here to hand over his car to his teammate into P3. And Candyman also setting a purple sector here right now. Couldn't be a better time to be going the absolute pinnacle of your pace right now. The number 7 AMG passing underneath the helicopter, which doesn't appear to be working very hard. The helicopter is just sort of sitting there on the Mulsanne straight. So another fastest sector then for Candyman. Where is Gecko? It's coming through the approaching the Porsche curves, just putting a lap on the Mustang, and that's going to hurt. You're getting that close to finishing your stint, and you now have to drive an extra lap. Well, here comes Gecko then. He has a gap of, it's going to be around 1 minute 10 to John that the team will receive. I'm not sure in normal racing conditions, I'm not sure that that's going to be possible to overcome, but it's all going to depend on those co-drivers. Into the pits then, finishing his stunt comes Gecko Racer, 1 minute and 10 to the good.
So let's bring up the swap window for the final time. It is, so you stay on the comms. I will prepare the next full screen mode from my end.
Perfect. And are you going solo for the end here, Jaeger?
I will be opening the interviews for everyone to join on that final stint.
So welcome for everybody, please come and help Jaeger. Yeah. John then into the Porsche curves now for the final time, but the battle between the P3 and P4 Mullet and Candyman will run for an additional lap. John approaching the end of his stint now for ORT, just bringing the gap down to 1 minute and 9, a further 1 second gain perhaps, and then peeling across to the right of the track for John, and into the pits he goes. So we will see Mullet and Candyman now couldn't be a lot closer here. They both straddled the curb to the pit lane entry, and we're both getting a little bit loose. This is absolutely on then for the final lap, and it's going to be fascinating to see for P3.
Nice one. So yeah, Clarky is out on track for Esports Racers.
Oh, that's Mullet just missing out the first corner. So he just managed to maintain an advantage by going off track. You would say through Dunlop. Interesting.
Mm.
But I think it's going to be unstoppable here for Candyman. Mullet is really struggling to stay on the track. So Candyman tucked right up behind. But actually losing a little bit of that delta. Mullet has picked up a half-second penalty, so come what may, it will be Candyman who takes the lead. Now, will Candyman know this for the car in front? He should do, but I don't think he wants to sit behind. Oh, big snap from the number 7 coming through the first chicane. And picking up the slipstream again. Into the red on fuel. So perfectly worked for Candyman. A little bit over-fueled for Mullet, perhaps. I think Candyman just biding his time now. Better to use the final opportunity for the slipstream and overtake than to risk being re-overtaken. Lights are on.
Oh, it's intense. Intense.
It is. As they head down towards Virage de Mulsanne. This now representing the last long straight for Candyman to launch a move on the way into Indianapolis. But of course, there will be the penalty being paid. Maybe Candyman decides it's not worth the risk here, Diego.
If you can move up a position, you will do it right on your final lap.
bashing side to side there. But they turn right to ahead of Indianapolis. And remember, Mullet will go off throttle after Arnage for half a second. So Candyman will go through regardless here.
Forgot about that penalty. So yeah, stay calm, take it easy. You
All
get
is
that position.
fine. That's right.
Yeah.
No need to push for Candyman to try and make the pass. But through he goes then into P3. That's a huge gain for Candyman. People congratulating Gecko on his stint. I think John had a fantastic stint as well. But Candyman has gained 1 minute and 2 seconds over the course of the 2 hours. I think that deserves a round of applause, quite frankly. That is pretty special.
Yep, I'll go with that.
Good work indeed. That was a gain on the leader, but he's also gained a position here up into the provisional podium. But it's certainly going to be close for third place, regardless of any weather. If it stays dry, in comes Candyman, and in now comes Mullet as well.
So we'll have a close battle on track between those two teams. That's nice to see. Clarkey gaining 2 seconds on his rear and on his outlap already. So now we are waiting for the next cars to appear on track. Again, stint 12 lobby. It's Witt in P3, closely followed by, where is...
I thought you said it's wet then.
It's wet, no. It's Witzy, identity. Okay, so I'm a bit surprised. So we have a 12-second gap between P3 and P4.
Ooh.
That was closer, right? So something must have happened during that driver swap. Uh-oh. Maybe a jump?
You think a jump start or maybe a slow start, possibly?
Yeah, whatever, yeah. So we got dropped. I was like, yeah, we have it.
I think P3 was 6 minutes. What was it? 6 minutes 10 from the lead, and then there was maybe 2 seconds between them by the time they got to the pit stop. So you could probably work it out.
12 seconds.
Right. Here then is James in P6. James has had some ups and downs, frankly, in this race, but P6 at the moment, and he is just 0.2 of a second away from Lugi. Lugi's right with him, so we're going to have an even closer battle for P6 and P7. But it's Lugi with a half-second penalty on his side this time. So the following car is going to struggle. So James has gone through into 6th place. Lugi will drop back further and does so through the approach to the Porsche curves. So now we have James into 6th place, 8 minutes and 10 from the lead. Unfortunately for him, that is over a minute lost to the lead through his stint. But he did show some incredible pace. The pace of the race, you have to say, for James. That was a 354.1 he managed for earlier on. Candyman, since I rejoined the lobby with the fastest lap, but that is not indicative of the overall race we've had. And James then heading towards the pit lane from 6th position, putting 3 seconds almost on Lugi, who himself heads in car 77.
Yeah, so it will be Dan for AHR doing the final stint of this race. And I'll have to look who is driving for the 77 car. But we will wait and see. So Dan getting ready to being released. Here we go. And it's Lil Nicky, our dear friend who covered 2 stints on the comms as well, doing his 3rd stint behind the wheel. So the madman as well. Oh, what a guy. Heads off. So we're looking. Now we have 8 cars on track. Let's say we go until car number 10, and then I'll take over from that point.
So we've got TS Bap in 8th at the moment. He is 9.52 from the leader, and he is heading towards the pit lane now. So he is 2 minutes 28 ahead of Kaizen. Just to let you know that Jaeger, it will be a further 2.5 minutes before P9 comes in.
And we will cover the Loose Moose Racing driver swap. Then we will just have an update on the race situation on the final stint. And then we'll wait for the next car to arrive. And then you can finish your short second part of the stint 11 stream. And that sounds like a plan.
Perfect. So we have Kaizen in 9th. We have Welshi in 10th. Adriano, some 18 minutes away from the lead. Same with Bish, somehow, even though they have a minute between them. But I quite worked that one out. But we have Kaizen then. He is just coming through Virage de Mont-Saint on the south end of the Le Mans circuit. I say 2 minutes 28 for him. To TS Bap, and then we have 12 minutes to the leader, 3 minutes behind to Welshi.
All right, so we have 9 cars running because of a disconnect rejoin for the 218. So they're running Jakey in P6. And Dan in P7, Nicky in 8th, and Hasnain P9 currently out on track. So waiting for one more car to perform the swap, and then we'll be going full screen for the final stint of this 24-hour race.
Okay, well, heading into Porsche curves comes Kaizen then. P9.
Also, fun fact, we have Pistina Calda sitting in the pits with intermediate tires.
Oh. Let's get those changed.
Yeah.
How's the weather looking? Same and stable?
Sunshine all the way.
Well, we're almost at pit lane then for Kaizen in P9. And here he is into the pits. So just Welshie, Adriano and Bish, the 10th, 11th and 12th cars heading towards the line with...
Right. Then I'm jumping on board with Frosty.
Pleasure. Good luck for the final stint.
So, and I think you should be hearing me now. We should have the full experience for this one, so just going for my usual settings, and then we are off to the races. Yeah, also I will join the Discord interviews channel. Also, everyone who wants to join me, feel free to have a chat with me for the final 1 hour and 40 minutes of race time. So see if I can get this working on the fly again. Let's see. Here we go. In the voice chat now for you guys. Now let's focus on the race. I know, you can call me John Bon. I have no issue with that, Kings. We can also sing together. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm good. Probably my brain isn't functioning that good anymore, but hey, we nearly made it through the 24 hours. And that's all that matters. So, race situation, Clarky. That gap between Clarky and Azarian is round about the same after the pit stops, 1 minute and 7. Then P3, it's the number 7 Sector 7 racing car with Witsi on track identity in the 64. After that driver swap thing that happened, and I still don't know if there was a jump or if someone forgot to get out of the pits. I don't know. So running in P4 at the moment with 7.7 seconds. Then we have Macho Monkey, the number 13 car for Sector 7 Racing in P5, 1 minute 20 the gap. Shaky for Race Asylum number 2, the 218 car, the Lexus, just under 6 seconds the gap. Alright, that is interesting, at least. So we then have Dan for AHR, 1 minute 20 in P7. A 9 second gap to Lil Nicky. in P8 for the race asylum. Number 77 McLaren. Hasnane for Loose Moose Racing in P9. That's no man's land for Hasnane at the moment. Same goes for Frosty. That Aston Martin running in the top 10 on its debut. Last minute racing on track with finalized P11 it is. Then we have MRL with Christina running on soft tires, so they changed the tires before they left the pits. And then we have 2 cars still waiting for the driver swap. That's Kobe for the 999 BMW and Johnny Waffle for that Mustang MRL. So no close battles at the moment. We still see Identity catching with Z. So that's probably the closest, and we also have Jakey and Macho Monkey. So those might be the battles to watch in the near future for it. So the race situation is still like we have the top 2 cars being on the lead lap, then number 7 car is a lap down. You see the gap 5 minutes and 14 seconds. That's 1.5 laps. Then under 6 seconds the gap between with Z and Identity, who is lapping really quick. Here we have Macho Monkey with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, of the stint, not the entire race. Don't want to confuse that, of course. Jakey basically the same. Whoa, a big slide. Oh, we'll have a little replay. That. Whoa, good catch. But lost a second with that tank slapper. Dan and Nikki, 10 seconds for now. So can AHR keep it in P7, or can Lil Nikki get closer to the HR driver and put Race Asylum into the battle for P7? That's also something we have to watch. So back to those 2 drivers. That gap is coming down, under 5 seconds between Witzy and Identity. Identity is pushing, but having to serve a penalty. Now going up a little bit again, and also after Jakey's little mistake, Macho Monkey hammering down some good sector times. We saw purple appearing through this one. See, but the gap for the number 13 car, 1 minute 20 to P4. I think that's out of reach if no one has major issues, of course. So still think Identity could be catching Witzy here within the next 3 laps probably. Can string it together. So Azarian and Clarkey, they are lapping on equal pace at the moment. Still 1 minute and 6 seconds to gap. That's where we left before the driver swap. And getting to Dan and Lil Nicky again. No, Dan is increasing his gap 11.6. Lil Nicky trying to get into a rhythm. Dan with a good run so far, personal best. Let's quickly have a look at the other drivers. I think everyone should be out on track now. So Hasnain in P9 for Loose Moose Racing in that red and white AMG. Frosty in that red and white Aston for Shoshin. And finalized for last minute racing, 45 McLaren. Christina, aka Pasta Man, in P12 for MRL in that 33 BMW. And then we have Toby for the 999 Race Asylum BMW in P13, and Johnny Waffle for Medway Racing League, the number 9 Ford Mustang in P14. It is so. Have a look. The gap is going down again between Witsy and Identity. It's probably the closest on track at the moment, and might be shaping up to turn into a battle for position. So 5 seconds here, gaining slightly here the 64 Corvette. Personal best, but scrub the wall on the outside. Loses a little bit of time through the karting S's, and Witsy through the 4 chicanes, keeps it steady planted. Could be a personal best as well. No, yeah, just small improvement. Same goes for Identity. So it's just over a second gained on that lap. Alright. So if it stays like that, 5 laps. We have a battle. And Macho Monkey with the fastest lap of the stint improved that again to a 3:55.8. Shaky after a mistake, still recovering. Let's wait for this lap. So I see on my screen the sector times. So he's red on 3, 4 and 5, but not by much. So probably another 3 minute 57 incoming. he runs wide on the exit. Kept it within the limits. Just misses out on that 57, low 58. And then, yeah, moving away from Lil Nicky, 13 seconds already. Nicky, okay. So constantly improving on his lap times, but not as quick as Dan at the moment. So let's stay with identity and watch this gap. How much does it change? Does it change at all? Trying to catch up with everything in here. Down to 4 seconds, alright, so chipping away those 10th. I'm still curious to hear what happened with during the driver swap procedure. They were running within 2 seconds before the swap, and identity needs to put in some hard work to get closer to Witsi for this one. Up on his time. I saw a blue sector time appearing. Wait a minute. My preview was gone. It's back. Good, good. So, gained another 2 to 3 tenths. Let's wait for with a 58.0 and slight improvement on that fastest lap. 3.3. It's getting closer, definitely. So shaky. 10-11 seconds now the gap to Macho Monkey. And also Dan. 16 seconds now between Dan and Little Nicky. And the rest, we have big gaps on track between the cars. You see it on the left hand side. Those big gaps between the cars. Actually need to wait for some delta to appear. So Toby, what's that, 4 minutes behind Christina and 1 minute ahead of Johnny. And the question is Witsi feeling the pressure? He sees the delta and not going to like that tendency. Went down from 6.54, now just around the 3 seconds. So he's probably well aware of what's going to happen soon. But this looks to be the battle for the final podium position. So for now it's the 7 car, which is also sitting P3 in the overall championships at the moment. But can that 64 Corvette get onto the podium? They had some lightning quick drivers in their lineup. I'm Mullet and Distinct Simon. Also Identity, one of the really quick drivers in this series. So definitely a very strong lineup. I think we shouldn't forget Shadow Chef and Camp for this team. And Hide did a stint as well, at least one, maybe two. I can't remember, sorry, how many lap stints you're actually doing, but at least one stint. So overall a well-balanced team and yeah, fighting for that podium spot. No, just under 3 seconds. It is coming down, down, down. And through the Porsche curves and the karting assist, that AMG looking strong. Also those board chicanes shouldn't be an issue at all. Nice run. Yeah, so Identity didn't gain that much. 56.9, 57.3, so just 4/10 last time round. Clarkey versus Azorian. Azorian gained 2 seconds. Still over 1 minute the gap between Esports Race Asylum number 44 Corvette and the Overboost Racing Team number 46 Lexus RCF. Then we were covering this upcoming battle between the number 7 and the number 64. Quickest driver at the moment, according to the fastest lap, is Macho Monkey for Sector 7 Racing, the 13 AMG. Another good lap, improved that fastest lap of the race. Jakey's doing now what he usually does, being very consistent. 57s with a low 58 in between. And we have again this lapped traffic situation. Toby in that BMW getting out of the way. Then cruising past out of Anarch. And Lil Nicky is also consistent. Sub 4 minutes. But I think he would also like to be a bit quicker. He wasn't pleased with his performance during stint 10, according to the stream chat. So can he find some pace during this last stint of the 24 hours of Le Mans? We'll see. Still some time left in it, so the lap, not the lap, yeah, the lap counter says we race until lap 30, but Lil Nicky is 2 laps down, so his final lap will be lap 28, and the timer says 1 hour and 19 minutes to go for this race. Identity was gaining a little bit, but then loses it through the Porsche curse. So now Witsy seems to be in the groove. Will it be a new personal best for the number 7? Yeah, looks like. Close. Basically confirmed his lap is same level as Identity now. We're not much separating those two. But there's a big but. Witsy's tires are looking really good after 9 racing laps. It is 40% wear, and Identity shreds his tires. We are looking at 80% wear already. So really hammering down, taking all of the risks, and yeah, just throwing it. But this sacrifice is definitely his tires, so not sure how long he can make it on those tires. Okay, so he's on a controller and pushing very hard. So yeah, that's an issue then. Macho versus Jakey's. Jakey not getting closer really. Then constantly driving away from Lil Nicky. And then just to get some airtime for the other cars as well, with the big gaps starting from P9 Hasnain for Loose Moose Racing, Frosty for Shoshin, finalized last minute racing. Christina for MRL team number 1. We have Toby for the 999 Race Asylum BMW. And Johnny Waffle, number 9 Ford Mustang MRL Team 2. So everyone's still in this race. And we go back to Witsy versus Identity. Looks like Identity now dropping in pace due to the tire wear. And pitting, alright, it looks like a 2-stop. Maybe? I don't know. Can they do 18 laps on softs? I doubt it. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Identity will be now losing some time due to pit stop. So Witsy can focus just on their racing lines. Oh, nothing to worry. Identity out of the pits. Didn't put in that much fuel, but a new set of soft tires. So definitely looking for one more pit stop. This means our closest battle on track is gone for now. Yeah, Evo. that was a very early pit stop, right? 9 racing laps. Yikes. So Clarky managing the gap, managing the pace. Looking at the tire wear here as well. So the rear left down to 80% by the looks. As a rear 60% maybe. So again, that Lexus way better on tires, but suffers then from being slow on the straights. Witsy also round about 60% wear on that rear left tire. And Identity with some fresh boots, trying to push for it. Macho Monkey also round about 60% wear at this stage of the stint. Shaky in the Lexus 50% wear, so very even as well. You have Dan with 55% maybe, also doing a really good job here, nursing those tires. Lil Nicky, a tire whisperer, 45% maybe on that McLaren. As then also 45, but now we also have to consider that they are 2-3 laps behind the leader, so the tire wear will increase, of course. So Clarky on lap 13, racing lap 12, and that rear left tire is not looking really good anymore. 90% already. So probably end of lap 15 should be the target for the pit stop. Azorian still okay with the tires, 75% now. And a little bit quicker, not by much though. So yeah, Clarky doing an excellent job there, managing the pace, the tire wear, so he can make it safely to the pit stop without risking anything. Then with C and Identity, the 34 seconds. So with C will probably pit in the 3 laps time. So this will be the chance for Identity to push. But they have to do one more pit stop as well. Macho Monkey in P5. 15 seconds over Jakey at the moment. Also increasing this gap bit by bit, lap by lap. Stay with Identity. I saw some purple sectors, so we'll keep an eye on that. Waiting for the next sector time to appear. Purple, half a second. Good effort with fresh tires and round about 50 liters of fuel in his car. So pushing for a low 55 by the looks. Yeah, nice run there through the Porsche curves. Now the karting asses. Whoa, that was close. I think he just kept one wheel on the curb, which is the track limit for this turn. And yeah, no penalty. Pushing like crazy. A new fastest lap of this stint. Lost a little bit through the final sectors. So 55.4 versus a 57.9. So yeah, gaining some time on with C. Now let's have a look at the tire wear again. Clarky 95% down. Probably will make it round one more time. So target lap 15 should be good, as Rian gained another second and can probably stay out a little bit longer with those tires. With the 90% of wear, Identity with those fresh tires, we saw that. Macho Monkey 85% down, or is also possible for them to go for a bit longer. Definitely end of lap 15 from what I can judge. Jakey with 80% with that Lexus. Then also one of the consistent drivers, 56s, 57s, here all the way since lap 4, and Lil Nicky's struggling with the consistency. Here, personal best day, 58.8, but now lapping 401s, 59s, 401. That's not the consistency he'd like to have. Estain also Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable, 57th since lap 6. What's possible for Loose Moose Racing? It's still a long way to go. But also, on the other hand, time is running out at some point. With just over 1 hour. Finalized. Also 57, so 58 in between. Good pace in that McLaren. Christina 57, 58. And Toby 402 at the moment. Let's see if they can improve. Get closer to the 4-minute barrier. Oh, same goes for Johnny Waffle. 401 in that Mustang. So back to the front. 1 minute now. So in this first half of the stint, Azarian gained round about 6 seconds. And P2 is still looking okay with the tires. It's definitely one more lap in it for the drivers. And the gap between Witzy and Identity 30 seconds, so Identity pushing. New fastest lap. This time the low 55. So how long can he keep up with that pace? And that's the question. And who will be the first one to pit? Also having a look at the sky. Blue sky everywhere. Some small clouds here and there. But don't think we will be getting any rain for this final stint. So here, you heard it, I said it. It could be Clarky's in lap for the pit stop. That left tire is nearly completely gone, and fuel 20 liters, something around that. So maybe he can stretch it to go for one more lap. Probably if I would be sitting in the car, would play it safe, pit now. And Clarky is pitting now. Alright, so for the first time we see the gap dropping down to under 1 minute between the top two drivers. And Azarian might be running one more lap. Wait, Clarky is now ready for the service, changing some tires, of course. And then refueling. Let's see how much will he put in to get to the end. Nearly maximum, I expect. See, it takes very long. You see the refueling rate is low. And 89 liters it is. So Azorian, as expected, stays out for one more lap. And like a little bit of a confidence boost, 10 seconds the gap for now. But of course, that's without the pit stop that will be happening in a couple of minutes for Azorian. And whoa, we'd see with a 4:01 struggle with higher wear and identity. Pushing down to 24 seconds. Can this aggressive strategy work in the end? We'll see. Another fastest lap of the race. So every time lapping, going a little bit quicker. Macho Monkey on lap 14. Tire wear not looking that good anymore, but he probably has to stretch it to do one more lap. Clocky. Did I say Clocky? No. Clarky. But yeah, Clarky running like a clockwork. Why not? So, yeah, Macho Monkey's stretching his stint to do one more lap. Shaky 90% down. So yeah, definitely good to do one more lap. Dan and Lil Nicky losing sometime 36 seconds now. The gap between Nicky and Dan. Where's Azorian now braking for Mulsanne corner? Probably can see Clarky in the distance, not too far ahead. Still pushing. So will that gap stay beneath 1 minute after the pit stop? I think, yeah, around about 50 seconds the pit loss with the refuel rate for the Lexus. So could be just around that mark. Then pitting early, alright, on lap 40, but yeah, they are 2 laps down, so they don't have to stretch it like crazy. So doing 14-14 or 13-15 then on the racing laps. It's interesting. Oh, identity with a penalty, so we won't be seeing a new fastest lap of the race this time. But still gaining on Witzy. Nicky also in the pits, copying Dan's strategy. And now Azorian in. So round about 10 seconds before the pit entry. Oh, it looks like Witzy could be pitting this lap. No, staying out for one more, but the tires not looking healthy, not gonna lie. Another good run through the final sector for identity. With that penalty though, probably looking at a 56 this time around. Yeah, just. And here's Azorian refueling. up to 82, alright. Could be a little bit short on fuel, and it, yeah, stays just around that 1 minute. 59.5 seconds. Have a look, so Witsy will be pitting this lap. The tires are not looking that good anymore. Identity pushing with the aggressive 2-stop strategy. Macho Monkey in now. Jakey could pit in this lap as well. Yeah. So 16 seconds to Macho Monkey. Is there a possibility? I don't know. Dan on the outlap, Little Nicky on the outlap. 36 seconds still that gap. Hasnain running on the first set of soft tires. But also the rear left, not much left. So probably also the in lap. Rusty. Tire wear also 95%. Also most likely looking for the in lap finalized. Yeah, also 95% down. The fuel is looking good though. That's 30 liters remaining. Christina in now for the MRL BMW number 33. Toby struggling to get closer to that 4-minute barrier last time around. It still has a nice gap to Johnny Walker. Nearly 50 seconds, so should be okay. So we have approached the final racing hour. So we have been driving for more than 23 hours straight. Let's say straight. Yeah, we had a little bit of a red flag situation during stint number 1 where we had probably 10 to 15 minutes without racing. But since then, that 24 hours here at Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe is going strong, presented by IRO International Racing Organization, and we are running it as part of the GT Endurance Championship 2024. It's round 5 with 3 more rounds to come after this one. And now we see Witsy in the pits, and we lost quite some time at Identity with the 1 second penalty this time. Still pushing like crazy, so briefly moves up to P3 onto the podium. And how much is that gap now with Z refueling? So those two will be fighting for the final podium spot, with advantage to the number 7. But also, let's see that delta. 33 seconds. So Identity will be, I don't know, going for 3-4 more laps, and then refuel, maybe looking at 40 to 45 seconds. So that aggressive strategy, the two-stop, might be working in the end. So watch out for that finale between Identity and Witsy. So it is still possible for Identity and the 64 Syndicate Racing to grab that P3 now. I know we are still a couple of minutes away from that, but it's not like completely out of the window. So yeah, interesting. So Macho Monkey 1 minute 5 behind Witsy, so gained some time, but more than 1 minute. So we'll probably finish in P5 for now. Jakey, yeah, consistent but not on the same pace as Macho Monkey. A bit slower every lap, and then also nearly has a pit stop in hand over Lil Nicky in case something happens. And then we see the rest with the big gaps. Hasnain in P9, Frosty in P10. Frosty now finally pitting on racing lap 15 with that Aston. Finalized. They will also pit this lap by the looks. Christina already pitted in P12 for Emerald. Toby and Johnny bringing down that gap a little bit, but both yet to pit. Will be running probably for one more lap. And then we will probably just be seeing Identity visiting his pit crew. So everyone else should have completed their final pit stop of this event. We see Witsy is putting in a great out lap. It was 33, 34 seconds maybe, down to 32. So he probably also knows he has to be focused, he has to be quick. Otherwise it will get close, too close probably, between himself and Identity. This was a great outlap, under 32 seconds. So Identity's tires are starting to fade down to 50%. Can he give it a final push? At 3 minute 59, it was a bit too slow. 3 second loss, but that was mostly due to that 1 second penalty they had to serve last time around. And will we see a 3 minute 54 in this lobby? Not this time around for Macho Monkey. Jakey gained a little bit during that lap. Maybe a penalty involved. Also not looking like the new fastest lap of the race. But a personal best for Jakey. It's a 3:56.1. What's Dan capable of doing? 56.6, the fastest lap so far. And let's have a look at the leaders. So still 58 seconds. So everything under control for the 44 car. And same goes for Azurian, for ORT. Identity pushing again, gaining a little bit on with C during this lap. Oh. I have to wait for a sector to see. 1 second down. Okay, so if you could still lapping a 56, that would be great. That was very wide again on the exit. Was okay. Okay, push, 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 push. 56.7. Good lap with C. With C, will this be a new personal best? Lap maybe a 57, judging the gap between both of the drivers. But looks like they are aware what to do. Just misses out on the personal best half a second. It is possible to do. Let's have a look at Macho Monkey. He could be one to go for the fastest lap of this stint. No doubt about that, but no, is down on his own personal best. Won't be improving. Jakey is slightly gaining now on the AMG. Gap went down from 17 to 16, now under 16, 15.8. Is it too late for Jakey to bring down that gap? I think we started with 8-9 seconds. No, even less. I think Jakey was around about 2 seconds when he had a little wiggle and then consistently lost some time during this first stint. Another low 56. Not much between both of the drivers. Then also with a low 56 at that point. So let's stay with Clarky and let's start a little bit with the summary of this event, right, shall we? So I guess first of all, we have to say a big thank you to IRO, the admin staff, Nick, Ray, Welchie, Gelf, you know where you are, team in the background, putting in the hard work, organizing this league, those events. Then we also have the lobby hosts and race directors that were helping throughout this 24 hours to get everyone in and get those races going. Then we also have some dedicated stewards in the background to handle the incidents that are happening. So overall, I think I didn't see that many incidents on track. Really good driving, clean driving so far. So let's hope the stewards won't be too busy with this 24-hour race. Then of course I need to say a big thank you to my broadcasting colleagues, the stream team as we've been called in the server. So starting with, let's get on board, Lil Nicky, who did 2 stints in the booth, stint 2 and stint 4, and now doing his 3rd stint behind the wheel. So that's 10 hours of, more than 10 hours of commitment as a driver and as a streamer broadcaster. Also, he didn't put 1 minute of sleep in his schedule, so well done, Nikki. Thank you for helping. Then we had Webo helping us with 2 stints, stint 3 and stint 11. So it was a pleasure to meet you, pleasure to work with you. Great comms. So a little bit of little shenanigans there on the first stint you did with all the default deliveries just showing up. But then we had an exciting stint 11 with raid drama, with stream dying. But yeah, very good. And then of course we need to mention GT45 Gaming with his pal Nolander, who did stream ping pong with myself during the night shift sessions. So 3 stints from GT45 Gaming and Nolander. So thank you with that. And then yeah, I was busy in the background as well there with managing the streams and keeping you lads entertained in the stream as well. Yeah, I think I'm not tired anymore, so that's probably a good sign. So worked it through the entire 24 hours. So again, a little bit proud of myself to not fall asleep, staying awake, and keeping the things running as good as possible, of course. And then yeah, we have to say a big thank you to the teams, the drivers. Without you, we won't be having those races. So thank you for your commitment, for your practice times, also for yeah, just being good drivers, like trying to follow the rules. There are plenty of rules, I know. Reading rulebooks is not fun. I think some of you were attending the driver briefings as well. So I think overall it went, yeah, smooth. Smooth is the word, right? So that's probably that from my side. Also, I need to mention, of course, our main broadcaster, Andy, aka Urban Pirate, the voice of the GT league racing community, racing broadcast, whatever. So sadly he's not available currently to do comms, but I'm pretty sure he will be back soon with us. And yeah, he's always like someone you have to experience some of Urban Pirates streams. They are just so good, so much fun to listen to. So yeah, if you are listening, if you're rewatching this, Urban Pirate, hope that you will be back soon with us. You listen. Oh, here we go. Evo in the chat Finally, someone is brave enough to join me. Also, Nick. Oh, it's admin takeover. It's admin takeover.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Oh, comment ça va?
Exactly.
Yeah, whatever you said. So you don't speak French, right?
No.
No.
That's about as far as my French goes,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Sounded pretty good. Still.
One word.
Bonjour. Yeah,
Perfection.
definitely. So yeah, nice to have you in this final couple of minutes for the event. So, what about your summary? Worked quite well, right? Apart from that little red flag situation.
Yeah, the disconnection certainly was a little bit interesting moment, but yeah, just thank you to everyone for their patience while we worked it out. We know we've got a bit of a deficiency within the rulebook, so we'll be updating that to clarify what happens as far as disconnections go when it's the host. And yeah, thank you for everyone for carrying on and being good sports. And the racing has been really good. There's been a very little amount of incidents reported,
Yeah.
so
Good
yeah,
to hear. Good to
great
hear.
to see.
Yeah. So let's keep it that way for the final 30 minutes, right? Don't spam the incident report section, please.
Yeah, if everyone now just drives at a reduced pace and just coasts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just come on, chill.
Still-
No, yeah. It's
We'll wave the white flag and just agree, gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
because, yeah.
I mean,
It's-
this would like awesome, right? Like to like have them all bunched up together, like do this parade lap, victory lap, or whatever, being close, gentleman's agreement, no overtaking. This would be, and then time it perfectly to cross the line when
In an ideal world, yeah.
yeah,
We'll see if we can do that for
in a
Spa.
perfect one.
We're all racers, so I think everyone will get a bit eager when it comes to crossing the line.
Yeah.
Most importantly, how are you doing it? You've been.
Yeah. So again, so usually after 16, 17 hours through that stream, it's like the man with the hammer, right, comes and tries to hit you, knock you off. But once you get over that hump, it's okay. And now feel like it's good. I don't think I stick to my plan and having a nap. No, we'll just stay awake and. All good. So I'm hyped. It's always nice to like get to the end with all of it. So like a satisfying feeling with all of it. And also like with then this kind of impro style. So we had different plans with the broadcast. So I think in the end it worked somehow. So definitely not as perfect as Urban Pirate usually does it. But I think overall, I'm pretty pleased with how that worked so far.
You guys have
been a great-
so another 24 hours next weekend.
Next,
Do
no,
it again.
yeah, unfortunately, I have my CTC running, not available. But the week after, come on, let's do it.
No, again.
But yeah,
Or we just go back. We just run into Monday. We just go 48 hours straight running.
48. I don't know. That might be really tough to make that work. Just with one person managing the stream, this would be like really tough if it goes through my current setup, where like everything can go wrong, but I must be available. So that's not a good idea to go for 48 hours. Definitely not.
Kudos to you, Jaeger. You put the effort in for this race. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, thank you.
3 o'clock, is it 4 o'clock your local time, and it hit the sack and just like a log, dead to the world.
Yeah, I think overall we had good spirit in the entire commentary team. So nice to hear them enjoying those stints with GT45 Gaming and also Webo. having two main broadcasters. They're doing the first broadcast with us. So always good to have them involved, and maybe for future events then have a bit more of variety for those streams. So I'd say
Yeah.
keep them warm,
Yeah.
treat them well.
Just to take- IRO just keeps growing and growing and growing. Like it's just become massive.
Yeah.
Obviously, behind the scenes, everyone working towards getting everything ready for next season. And yeah, this season has been crazy for a first season of the championship. So 2025 hopefully is going to be, amazing.
Yeah, but this season is over, right? Still 3 amazing rounds to come.
Still on.
Yeah.
With so many people, and that's the crazy thing. There's still everything on the table.
It is.
So,
Still 44 hours to go after this round.
well,
44, so... Oh.
Funny that, it's our race number.
It is, so I just bring it up on screen, right? You see? So
Is that an omen, or is that...
8 hours of Suzuka, 12 hours Road Atlanta, and 24 hours of Spa. Yeah, that's quite a bit.
we're either going to blitz season or
Ray is saying that we're a little bit quiet
Yeah, shout.
in the chat. Okay!
Here we go. See, that's how it
Is that
is.
better?
we're so brain dead from the nonsense that we are running at 1%. There's no energy to shout
No.
anything.
Come on, everything that's left, get it out. I mean,
And you
I-
know what Ray's like, she came into our party, she was like, "Hi guys," and we were all like, "Ah, no."
We're all half dead, and she's like, la-di-da-di-da.
She's been up for the whole 24 hours straight. She's been up since 8 o'clock
Yeah.
in the morning.
I
And
mean,
still going. Mental.
this
Honestly,
would be really good. Yeah.
Ray is honestly the backbone of everything
Yeah.
we do in racing. She's one of the most kindest people. She'll do anything for anyone, and we appreciate her a lot. So thank you very much, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, of course. I think I didn't mention it at all. So Ray did like the overlays, the graphics there, also the intro and the outro stuff. So big thank you, Ray. No, we won't be quiet. We don't shut up. Let everyone know Ray is a legend. Exactly, Magnum. No doubt about that. Hail to the Queen.
Yeah, she deserves a huge round of applause
Yeah.
for everyone, because it simply wouldn't be possible without her, hands down. The amount that she takes on and does is massive. So, yeah. Lap it up, Ray.
Yeah. Yeah, cry. Come join the chat and we cry together. It's good.
We're all,
It's good.
we're all plugged together, all tired and worn out and crying.
Yeah.
I will just for anyone who is watching, I'm doing a shoey if we win.
If there's any doubt, right? No, 55 seconds, come on.
Well,
Fingers crossed.
You don't
Sod's
count your
law.
chickens until they've hatched.
Oh,
But fingers crossed if nothing happens to this last, 30 minutes now, I will be doing a shoey. When? I'm not sure, but
at some point.
do it now. So if I do it now, it will knock me out and kill me.
That's
So maybe
that would be then authentic, right? Boom, straight up, and then YouTube short on the IRO channel. We all want to see it.
yeah, I think I'll probably do a live video in an RA channel somewhere.
Okay.
So look tomorrow.
Sounds like a
I'm
plan.
kind of regretting it. I said it on a whim yesterday morning, and when we fell back, it was kind of a moment when we thought we'd struggled to make the time back, and then all of a sudden we found ourselves in the lead after smashing it through the night. And I kind of had an epiphany in the morning. I was like, oh no, I've got to do a shoey now.
That moment when he realised that
Yeah.
this could happen,
Yeah.
it was brilliant. We were
Yeah.
all laughing our heads off.
We've had two bets going on within the team. Jakey and Ray had a bet that Jakey wouldn't get a penalty. And
Okay.
after a valiant effort, he unfortunately failed in this stint. He got 2 half-second penalties. So I think Jakey owes Ray a tenner. And I think she wanted to double it because he slept through his stint.
Jakey's name is not Jakey anymore, it's Wakey.
Yeah, I read that. Wakey, wakey.
Yeah, we've all had a good laugh, and I hope all the other teams have as well with it, because at the end of the day, it is a lot of fun as well. As much as we're all competing, we all want to get big results out of it.
Mhm.
It always a load of fun. So I hope everyone else has enjoyed it as much as we have, no matter where you are on the grid or where you're finishing. And that's the other thing as well. Everyone's shown such great sportsmanship to see
Yeah.
it through to the end, even through all the discounts and problems that people had. They've soldiered on. So everyone just needs to give themselves a big pat on the back, because it's not an easy task at all.
Yeah, clap for yourselves. Yeah,
Well done,
exactly.
boys.
Come on, round of applause and
Try
yeah,
and be
come on.
proud, so I'm,
That was awkward. Those claps, but yeah, I think everywhere the feedback in stream chat and Discord is really positive, and so really nice to read, to see. So well done, everyone.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your stream as well. It was brilliant. Another 24-hour race and another cover, another Jager cover.
Yeah, actually 2 full songs. I mean, I was so surprised.
2?
2
Oh,
full
wow.
songs. 2. Yeah, and not just like the chorus, like I did the entire song. Like 2 of them. Yeah, I was so hyped. I basically couldn't decide what to sing, so I said, yeah, go for it.
Jaeger FM takes over IRO, does it?
Yeah, Jaeger for Eurovision and all those hashtags. Come on, do it. I
I'm gonna have
also,
to set up a Spotify playlist for
yeah,
this, right?
yeah, maybe, yeah. So
Jaeger's
do that.
biggest hits.
yeah. Also, I have been invited to Lil Nicky's wedding to sing. So here we go.
Yes.
Yes. Come on.
I'm gonna fucking gate crash that just for the video of that. That'll be absolutely brilliant.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Good fun, yeah. So,
We should leave you to go and absolutely nail the rest of this stint and see it through
yeah.
before we chat our car off the track.
Yeah, I would definitely want to see some victory burnouts happening. Whatever. Whoever wins. Just put it out here.
I'm sure we can put a little bit of a lobby up afterwards and just do a couple of donuts. I'm sure everyone would be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
easy, isn't it?
We'll do that. I'm sure everyone would oblige.
This was the big one, so yeah.
The first big one.
I mean,
Spa?
Daytona was.
Yeah.
We got Spa coming as well.
Oh no, a disconnect!
Macho
Oh,
Monkey!
no!
Oh,
We were praising the day too early. Come on, lobby gods.
F in the chat
Connection
there,
gods.
lads.
Big F, yeah. That's the most unlucky thing you can get with this setup, right? Disconnecting on the final stint. There's no compensation or something. That is brutal, yeah. Brutal, so you put in so much effort and then you don't see the checkered flag.
yeah, absolutely. Go.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's
Both
horrible.
sectors.
So, I don't know,
Both.
what you reckon? Restart?
Yeah, let's go again. Are you ready to go now? It's not quite 3 o'clock, so we can go again.
Yeah, we still have Yeah, a couple of minutes to get the race restarted for 3 p.m.
I'm sure there'll be a couple of teams that would quite happily do it again. But for us, we're quite happy with how things are gone, so we'll leave as is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Question for you though, Jaeger. At 6 hours in, or sorry, 12 hours in, who did you have your money on for winning the race?
Let's say not esports race asylum. So, so it looked so much like ORT with that pace they had, and the Lexus was so strong in those first 6-8 hours. So it definitely didn't look like that turnaround. But hey, never give up.
They are fierce competitors,
Yeah,
and we
definitely.
appreciate having them along because it definitely spices things up, along with Sector 7 as well, Last Minute Racing, you know, all the other teams as well, AHR, we thank you all for taking part, and long may it continue.
Live long and prosper.
I have a fun stat that over the 24 hours with the gap, I think it's around the 50-second mark now at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, 53, yeah.
Yeah, we figured out that over 24 hours, that equates to each lap less than a 10th of a second difference between our team and their team. So that's over 24 hours. That shows just how close like the two teams are, which is just mega.
Yeah.
Separated by literally just a window. So yeah, it's quite an honour to be able to race against them because, like Nick said, they are fast.
He's really
very
fast, yeah.
They know how to strategize and make the most out of their stints, and it's definitely had our heads running, you know, in overtime, trying to work out how to bring it back. So yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, after the qualifying, it looked like the two Corvettes there at the front were like running away with it. But hey, that's qualifying, right? At the qualifying pace, yeah, it's different compared to the race pace.
The pace of the Corvette is absolutely disgusting. I'm not sure how PD managed to let that one slip through, but you know, we'll let it go. But yeah, come race day, we noticed the Mercs were a lot stronger. The Lexus was right there as well, so it was a genuine battle to actually keep with them. And then during the night, we had to put a plan together to try and catch up. We were nowhere at one point. We were in no man's land.
We could just kind of see the time dropping, and we needed to start, you know, taking a few risks and you know, change up the way that we were looking at the race. And I think we had like 2 or 3 key moments and decisions that we made through the night that like massively changed our trajectory for the race. And luckily, since then we haven't looked back. So yeah, but just for us, it's great for Gecko and Clarky to bring it home, and you know, they've really steadied the ship, and Gecko did great with that weather in the last stint as well. How it got and tricky, and a lot of drivers really struggled when he kept it on the island. It looked like he was even close to breaking a sweat. It was just incredible.
Yeah, I think you made quite some adjustments there with drivers swapping, host swapping stuff. So yeah, in the end,
it's been a busy 24 hours.
Yeah,
it's definitely been busy.
I think probably between the team, we've probably had about 10 hours sleep between all of us. 10, 12 hours.
We're running on very little sleep here. Yeah, it's the same for all of us.
I'm starting to hear voices in my head. Is that a problem?
Voices.
Well, that was normal for you, but there you go.
What was the talking?
Right, we're going to head back to our teammates.
Yep.
Thank you, Jaeger.
Support them, yeah, for the final 15 minutes.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go, exactly. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jaeger.
Cheers, Jaeger.
Alright, so do we have a battle for P3? It could be so Identity with that 2-stopper. So it's just 7 seconds now behind with C, and tire wear is looking better for the number 64 at the moment. So Witsy is down to probably 80% on the rear left, and Identity has 45%. So it's a long shot. I know, and not much time left. You see, under 15 minutes to go. Clarkey is on, racing lap 26 overall, lap 27. It's a race through the flag. So the end of lap 30 is the end of the race. And so not much time left here to actually go for a move. So yeah, race situation. Clarkey managing the gap. Azarian in P2. Witsy for sector 7 racing the number 7. In P3, Identity. In P4, trying everything he can to get closer to the number 7. It's 7 seconds. Jakey for Racer Style 2. The 218 Lexus. Struggling on the exit. Was this a track cut? I don't know. Looked okay then. Then for AHR in P6. Lil Nicky for the next Race Asylum team. The number 77 McLaren in P7. So again, lots of 7s and Nicky flashing, listening to the stream probably. Hey, here we go, flash away. Hello, hello. Good spirits after such a long race. Then Hasnain representing Loose Moose Racing in P8. Then Frosty for Shoshin. Your first race with us, finishing inside the top 10 most likely. The debut in the Aston Martin. Last minute racing, currently running in P10. Then we have the MRL team number 1, 33 BMW M6 with Pastina representing that crew. Toby for the 999 BMW Race Asylum team, one of the latest entries to the season here as well. 401.5. It's close to get to a 4-minute flat. Shoddy Waffle achieved that goal, 3 minute 59.6, 16 seconds to Toby. "24 hours? What? Yeah. Exactly, 24 hours. Hey, DJ. Yeah, you should be back in the comms booth at some point, DJ. No doubt about that. So let's have a look with C and Identity under 7 seconds. So Identity gaining a little bit again, and Clarkey with on lap 28. That's 28, 29, 30. 2.5 laps to go. That gap is still coming down little bit between Clarkey and Azarian. It's still 50 seconds. So we will keep an eye on this. With C's tires, I have the data, and it's probably 90% now on the rear left. Still doing good lap times. You see it on the right hand side, 3-minute 56s. Identity with the same lap time last time around. Oh, and that looked wide. He's purple, he's flooring it. But it just looked wide on my camera angle, so maximized the track here and gets a good run out of the chicane. With the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Braking for the second one. Would it... Sorry, go under 6 seconds? Yeah, it does. Purple again. And the 30 laps are just the amount of laps for the final stint. So you see, like on the overlay, it's stint 12. We started with stint 1. Every stint at round about 30 racing laps. We had, I think, 1 or 2 stints a little bit shorter due to a red flag and some rainy conditions. But yeah, we are streaming for 24 hours now. And the gap is coming down. 5.5 with C struggling a little bit. Through Indianapolis we go. Still good pace. Yeah, but Identity is really flying. Squeezing everything out of those tires. 5.4 it is. So that's, I think, the closest battle. Every gap is then really big. So yeah, this is where we will be staying for most of the remaining time. So 5.5. Let's see Clarky on the penultimate lap now. Tires are nearly gone. Oh, with a 4-minute 46 seconds. To Azarian, who is still lapping 3-minute 56s for this one. So width through, Identity through, so they will not be able to complete the final lap of the race. Lap 29 it is. So also penultimate lap for those two drivers. We will have a close look at the timer. So approaching the final 5 minutes of this amazing 24-hour event. And it looks like we have timed it really good. So we won't be finishing ahead of time. Webo, thank you, buddy. Really enjoyed the streams with you, even if the chat couldn't hear me on our first attempts. It was a bit awkward, but then we managed to find a solution. Great stuff. Oh, look at that. It's like a planned to perfection nearly, this 24-hour race. I love it. I love it. So back to Witsy and Identity. 5 0.2 low on fuel. Forward C, low on tires. Identity can push though. And Lucky coming through the Porsche curves. Exit the karting asses. And just under 4 minutes to go. And approaching the 4 chicanes for the penultimate time in race pace. Maybe we see a slow celebration. 4 minute 02. So yeah, we are on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. It is, and look at the time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. That is, I don't know how to say it in English. In German, we would call it Maßarbeit. Well done. So Azarian also coming through, starting the final lap of this race. 40 seconds. 41. 5 seconds for Wit, Z and Identity. Will we see something happening between those two drivers? Wit Z is trying to manage fuel and tires, and Identity can push on fuel, tires. Looking not so good. So final lap for Wit Z. Final lap for Identity. Let's see, where's Jakey coming round? Anash in P5. So, but I think now we will stay with Clarky and the Esports Race Asylum team, the number 44. And I don't know, but I feel like I'm gonna sing just a little tune for you on those final seconds of this race. So I'm going for a little bit something like this. Highway to the danger zone. Gonna take it right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Well done, everybody. Just a little bit of a cringe moment to finish this stream. And here we go. Oops, where is my thing? So here we go. Lucky now for the final time. And maybe we get a photo finish in here so that the clock is running out. See, 20 seconds to go. 15 seconds and Clarky approaching the Porsche curves. Go on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Time's gone. We are on the final lap. Stint 12. And just nurse it home now. Clarky for the Esports Race Asylum team. The 44 Corvette. We have Dan being close. He wants to get on that winner's picture, right? He wants to be in it. So Clarky through the 4th chicanes for the final time, and he comes around and he crosses the line and he wins the IRO GTEC Le Mans 24 hours. Well done, congratulations. Dan finishes in P6. Azarian through the Porsche curves the exit, coming down the pit entry straight into the Ford chicanes. Also a huge shout out to ORT in that Lexus, that 46 entry P2 for Overboost Racing team. And now we see the gap between Witsy and Identity. It's 4 seconds. I think Sector 7 Racing, the number 7 car, will keep it. Oh, he ran wide. That's probably a penalty to finish the race. Let's see. He was fine, just on the edge, 3.5 seconds. And Witsy coming through the 4 chicanes. Just one more chicane. Don't run wide. And well done, Sector 7 Racing for P3 Identity with a crazy push towards the NP4 for the 64 Syndicate Racing. And we have Shaky on track, who will bring it home in P5 for Race Asylum team number 2, P218 Lexus. Oh, a big slide. Will he make it over the line? We see we have 1 minute 20 something remaining. But probably he will also be able to see the checkered leg with this one. So yeah, Evo, yes. So you heard it in chat. Or if Evo was very, very low on his voice, he said he will be doing a shoey. Shoey time, shoey time, shoey time. And we will be getting some visual proof of that. No doubt about it. So 50 seconds left in the lobby. And it's... we see Lil Nicky finishes in P7, has 9 in P8. And all credit to Jakey for P5 for Race Asylum number 2. Oh no, don't run wide. Don't spin it. Come on, you're on the big screen. Well done. So back to the winner, Clarky. And wow. That's how we end. So bring up the race results for you. The unofficial race results, of course. Probably a couple of pending steward inquiries, incident reports to be handled, but it is the race result after 24 hours of racing here at Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. And here you have it, white with black, and the car which is showing. Wow, what an event. Thank you everyone for joining our streams, for being active in the chat, for helping the drivers, the teams in the background, doing all the work, helping us in the commentary booth to have a really good time during those long events. And yeah, I think I will gonna wrap it up, unless someone is going to join me in the interviews chat within the next minute. Still leave the channel open. Someone wants to say something? The stage is yours. Oh, waiting. The second screen, of course, Prodigy. My key got stuck. So of course we have donuts. We want to see donuts, Nikki. That's a good shout. So hopefully the winners are on track doing some donuts. Here we go. Celebration. And here we go. Absolute madness, absolute scenes here. Clarky burning some rubber. Come on, get back. Nick celebrating as well. With a penalty. Nick your lap. It's donuts time. Come on. Join the fun. Race Asylum celebrating. Nick on track. Come on. Do some more. Congrats. Yeah. The fans are loving it. Burn the rubber. Want to see that smoke. Oh, Sluxy coming for the celebration. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Here we go. Sluxy spinning it directly into the gravel pit. Also Sluxy being a part. So nice smoke. Good donut, good burnout. Alright. So I think with those amazing pictures, I'm gonna leave you, I'm gonna love you, and on behalf of the entire IRO, I say thank you very much, and hope to see you in our next stream. So maybe I can put on the calendar one more time. So you see scheduled 8 hours of Suzuka end of August, that is. So yeah, just 1 month away, right? And a couple of days. So hopefully see you there. Bye bye and take care.